Su Mo, a young man of the modern times, transmigrated to the world of martial arts. The sole survivor of the declining Su family, he inherited the Ziyang Escort Agency, a courier service that was on the brink of collapse. Su Mo was determined to restore the family business to its former glory, but he was young and inexperienced. And the martial arts world was fraught with dangers and intrigues. Unexpectedly, a system popped up that rewarded him each time he completed a courier mission. With this reward system, Su Mo entered an unprecedented realm. He mastered the Longxiang Wisdom Divine Skill, which transformed his internal qi and gave him boundless energy and stamina to accomplish his missions. Still, troubles came knocking on his door as he embarked on his missions, from escorting a benign scholar to delivering a mysterious brocade box for a dying man. Could Su Mo avoid getting tangled in other people's affairs? And would he survive the storms and gain a foothold in the treacherous martial arts world? Chapter 1 Longxiang Wisdom Skill Great Perfection. Chapter 1 Longxiang Wisdom Skill Great Perfection. Editor, Atlas Studios, Jinyang City. At this moment, it is precisely the noon hour. The city is bustling with crowds. Shouting of sales and haggling could be heard all along the streets, the hubbub quite extraordinary. Below the city gate, a young scholar is giving a respectful bow to a youth. Many thanks to Brother Su for safeguarding my journey to this Jinyang city. However, the youth appeared dazed, as if he hadn't heard what the scholar said at all. The scholar thought for a moment, then suddenly realized, and from his sleeve produced a handful of scattered silver to hand over. Brother Su, this is the silver payment for the escort, please kindly accept it. Ah. It was only then that the youth seemed to wake from a dream. Laughing heartily, he casually accepted the silver, counted it piece by piece, confirmed the amount was correct, and then said with a smile, "Very well, the transaction is complete. I wish brotherly a journey as splendid as brocade." The scholar with the surname Li let out a wry smile, as if he had 1,000 words to say, but in the end, it all came down to a long sigh. "May your auspicious words hold true, let us part ways here. Please." The youth gave a solemn bow, and only then did the scholar turn to take his leave, blending into the crowd. Vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, the youth watched him disappear into the sea of people in Jinyang City, then lightly shook the silver in his hand and sighed softly, traveling all the way from Luoxia City to Jinyang City, enduring the hardships of the road, and all for just 5 taels of silver. Alas, these days, doing business is tough, but never mind, all beginnings are hard. With this start, maybe the days to come might be a bit easier. He had intended to leave Jinyang City and return to Luoxia City, but something crossed his mind, and he stopped in his tracks, turning instead to enter the Grand Jinyang City, where he found a small-sized inn, rented a room, and decided to rest for a bit. After sending away the waiter, he sat on the bed, and with a thought, a panel popped up in front of him. Escort system, host, Su Mo, Escort Agency, Ziyang Escort Agency, mission, escort Li Yishu to Jinyang City to reunite with relatives, completed, reward, calculating. Su Mo's mouth twitched. It starts calculating as soon as I enter Jinyang City. I've been looking for an inn and been through quite the hassle for half the day, and it's still not done calculating. The system seems a bit unreliable. After grumbling to himself, Su Mo got up, casually pushed open the window. He meant to enjoy the bustling scenes of the busy streets of Jinyang City, but he forgot that he only rented a dizzy, lower-grade, room. While it was single occupancy with simple furniture, to have a view of the street outside the window, one needed at least a tianzi, top-grade, room. Having opened his window, he happened to look upon the back of the stable of the inn, the strange smell of horse dung mixed with hay assaulting his senses. Su Mo hurriedly closed the window, shaking his head in resignation. He then thought of pouring himself a cup of tea to soothe his throat, only to find that the teapot was empty. Sheepishly setting down the teapot, he absent-mindedly picked up a teacup to fiddle with, his gaze somewhat hollow. He was originally a fine young man of the modern era. Unexpectedly he had somehow traversed to this world of martial heroes. And on top of that, he inherited an escort agency. The name of the escort agency was Ziyang Escort Agency, an ancestral business of the Su family. Going back 3 generations, Su Mo's great-grandfather Su Qingyu, by a stroke of fate, became a disciple of the Ziyang sect and learned a body of martial arts from Ziyang sect. After completing his studies, he leveraged the name of Ziyang sect and established the Ziyang Escort Agency. Speaking of Ziyang Escort Agency, it was also extraordinary. Back in its heyday, it had a period of brilliance. At its peak, both the underworld and law-abiding society showed respect. With footprints across much of Donghuang, it wasn't presumptuous enough to claim to be the #1 escort agency in Donghuang. But it was indeed one of the major ones. However, that was all the glory of the predecessors, and later the family fell into decline. To put it simply, each generation was inferior to the last, and by the time it came to Sumo's father, tragedy struck in Jianghu, ending in his demise on an escort job. Not long after her husband's death, Sumo's mother also succumbed to despair. At that time, Sumo was still young and naive. Although he inherited a considerable family fortune, it was quickly squandered by unworthy descendants. Moreover, with his weak martial arts and lazy, greedy, slippery nature, Ziyang Escort Agency's flag ultimately could not withstand the test. As a result, the disciples scattered, and the once large escort agency was left with just him and a loyal old servant to keep it afloat. It was at that time that Sumo transmigrated and took over the original owner's place, becoming the chief of Ziyang Escort Agency. Of course, being called chief was just a title, as he was essentially a commander without troops. According to Sumo's original plan, with a little bit of money left in the family, he should have quickly thought of another method, relying on the knowledge and abilities of a transmigrator to ensure he could have a full meal. Unexpectedly, a system suddenly popped up. After a few days of internal conflict, Sumo ultimately decided to take up the flag of the drooping Ziyang Escort and raise it once more. The day he made that decision, the old servant cried tears of joy, feeling that the young master had finally grown up. But Sumo knew all too well how difficult the road of Jianghu was, and with the escort agency's reputation in tatters, reclaiming its former glory was certainly not going to be easy. Therefore, every day he would either diligently practice the family martial arts or peruse the notes left by his ancestors to increase his understanding of Jianghu, learn the lingo of the underworld, quietly waiting for an opportunity. If a real escort job came up, he wouldn't be beaten and pushed around by a few petty thieves after stepping out the door. Perhaps hard work and sincerity do pay off. As someone indeed sought out the declined Ziyang Escort Agency, this became Sumo's first escort mission. To protect the scholarly issue on his way to Jinyang City, lost in thought, a knock at the door snapped Sumo back to reality. He got up to inquire and found it was the waiter bringing hot water. After sending the waiter away and brewing himself a pot of hot tea, just as he was about to take a sip, a voice echoed in his ear. "First settlement completed, ouch." Sumo's heart leapt with joy, knowing well the many perils and deceptions of Jianghu. His sole reliance for mixing in Jianghu wouldn't be that half-baked family martial arts, it would be his golden finger. Immediately, he put down the teacup, then heard another voice, "Reward obtained, Longxiang Wisdom Skill at great perfection." Sumo shook all over, and before he had time to collect himself, he felt a surge of inner strength rise from his dantian, non-stop, endlessly, flowing through his meridians into his limbs and body. At the same instant, vast text poured in, the very cultivating chant of Longxiang Wisdom Skill. He leaped to his bedside, sat down cross-legged, and started practicing as instructed. The inner strength, based in the dantian, ascended the 12-story building, entering the 12 main meridians. His body reverberated with booming sounds, and his sun acupoints throbbed violently. Once the inner strength circulated through the 12 main meridians, fully penetrating the acupoints, it naturally flowed into the 8 extraordinary meridians. The governor and conception vessels were the first to be hit, passing through in one fell swoop, the heaven and earth bridge and life and death mysterious gate, crucial points for any martial artist in that moment. Opened effortlessly. Chapter 2, Buying at your doorstep? Chapter 2 Buying at your doorstep? Editor, Atlas Studios. Longxiang Wisdom is the absolute skill of esoteric sect. Each stage achieved is said to possess the strength of 1 dragon and 1 elephant, and cultivating to 10 layers equates to having the power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. However, the reward that Sumo obtained is the 13-stage perfection. This realm is originally unattainable by human effort. This is because, while it is not too difficult to cultivate Longxiang Wisdom, there is just one point. And that is time. A normal person needs 2 years to reach the first grade and 4 years for the second level, 8 years for the third level, and so on. Who then could possess thousands of years of lifespan to achieve the great perfection of the 13th stage? Even though individuals with extraordinary talent cultivate much faster than ordinary people, spending a lifetime struggling might only allow them to achieve up to the 10 layers. Only Sumo, with system rewards, managed to leap into this unprecedented extreme height of realm in just 1 day. Even so, Sumo spent a whole night only to gradually integrate all the inner strength into himself. From then on, control was at his whim, flawless and as desired. A long breath exhaled continuously, Sumo suddenly opened his eyes, causing the room to momentarily become bright. Fortunately, this miraculous scene was fleeting and went unnoticed. Otherwise, why wait for another day to become renowned throughout Jianghu? This is Longxiang Wisdom. Sumo rose to his feet, feeling the inner strength within him, content and satisfied momentarily. With this martial arts skill by my side, growing the escort business will just be a matter of time. However, Jiang is filled with danger and deceit. Even if I don't need to worry when facing enemies head-on with great perfection of Longxiang wisdom, I must remain vigilant against secret tricks and ghostly deceit. He had perused ancestral notes during this time, gaining a rather profound impression of this intricate Jianghu. In Jianghu, all sorts of people from all walks of life exist. Some, unable to defeat their opponents openly, resort to sly schemes secretly, truly unpredictable. The notes recounted multiple times when masters were cunningly ambushed and tricked by despicable foes, leading to their tragic demise. Truly unpredictable, Sumo's sense of pride lasted only for a moment, as he immediately reminded himself to never let his guard down. He roughly packed his things, drank a sip of tea that had turned cold over the night, and then left the house down the stairs to eat something. He had no other business in Jinyang City. After delivering Li Yishu to his destination, he was supposed to head straight back to Luoxia City. But due to the system rewards not being settled, and since it was the first time receiving the rewards, he had enough reason to delay overnight. By now, having received the rewards, of course, it was time to ride back to the city. However, the phrase people eat horses graze is just an expression. He and Li Yishu had crossed mountains and valleys on foot on their way here, and he did not plan to gallop on horseback for the return trip. Horses are too expensive, everything is difficult at the beginning. For now, save where we can. Thus, Suemo murmured as he left the city, briefly orienting himself in the direction of Luoxia City. The daylight was just right. By the tree-lined path, Suemo found a comfortable spot, leaned against the tree trunk and ate dry food. Having journeyed the whole morning, Suemo indeed appreciated the benefits of Longxiang wisdom. Previously, his shallow level of inner strength made travel exhausting, but luckily, Li Yishu was just an ordinary scholar with no strength to even truss a chicken, making his own weaknesses less noticeable. However, with the Longxiang wisdom skill, he felt as if running all morning left him full of vigor and strength that seemingly had no end. If it weren't for his hunger, he felt he could have run all the way back to Luoxia City, biting into the flatbread in his hand and swallowing it down with water. Although not very tasty, it was enough to fill his stomach, as he was not paying attention. His ears twitched, catching some noises coming from the forest, causing him to look back. However, after waiting a good while, having eaten more than half of his flatbread, a man in black finally caught his eye. This man had a gaunt face and a ragged appearance, with a sinister gleam in his eyes. The moment their eyes met, Sumo's brows and eyes subtly twitched in surprise. He hadn't expected another person to be here, but moments later, the man seemed to relax and directly walked towards Suemo. Suemo slightly furrowed his brow as he could smell the scent of blood on the man as he approached. Such people often meant trouble, and in the Jianghu, it was best to keep a distance from trouble. Unexpectedly, before Suemo could get up to distance himself, the man suddenly knelt down with a thud. Suemo was shocked. Why such grand courtesy? The corner of the black-clothed man's mouth twitched, and before he could speak, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his breath as thin as a thread. Are you from the Ziyang Escort Agency? Suemo glanced at the word Ziyang embroidered on his sleeve, suddenly realizing, before Suemo could respond, the black-clothed man suddenly took out a brocade box from his bosom and threw it to Suemo. Please trouble your honor to deliver this item to a man named Wang Shanglin at the Yuchuan Inn in Jiming Post. There will be a generous reward upon completion of the task. Mission: deliver the brocade box to Wang Shanglin at the Yuchuan Inn in Jiming Post. Accept the task. Is this second mission coming so fast? Suemo was somewhat conflicted. The Jiming Post was not far, and though it was slightly off the route, it would only delay a few days. What made Suemo hesitant was that the escort task was evidently very dangerous. While the promise of a generous reward was tempting, getting involved in a dispute without knowing anything was definitely jeopardizing himself. Although new to the Jianghu, Suemo understood the saying, act with caution and you'll be safe all your life, making him indecisive. But before he could decide, the black-clothed man suddenly collapsed, dying on the spot with his body going limp. How? Suemo was dumbstruck. How could he die so suddenly? After pondering for a moment, he stood up, tucked the flatbread into his bag, and walked over to the corpse of the black-clothed man. He put on deerskin gloves as a precaution against possible poisons on the body, and then turned the corpse over. Upon examination, he felt the death was unsurprising. His body was covered with countless cuts and stabs, and there was a deep fatal wound on his chest from a heavy blow. That this man had managed to come all this way to find him was nothing short of a miracle. Knife wielder, swordsman, and an expert of the inner boxing. He sure had many enemies. This task really is troublesome, and not even a deposit was given. It's clear that it's better not to accept it. As Suemo was talking to himself, He suddenly heard footsteps nearby, then, a voice playfully said, "Exactly, exactly, such a headless deal, and undertaking it might make one literally headless. If it were me, I also wouldn't take it." Chapter 3, Accepting the Mission. Chapter 3, Accepting the Mission. Editor, Atlas Studios. Indeed, such a headless business, if carried through, I fear might also result in the loss of one's head. If it were me, I wouldn't accept it either. The voice came from beside Sumo. Sumo turned his head to look and saw a young man with a saber strapped to his waist. His face bore a gentle smile. Seeing Sumo looking at him, the young man smiled again. "Since you don't plan on taking this escort task, how about giving that brocade box to me?" "Fine." Sumo didn't hesitate. He picked up the brocade box and threw it to the young man. The young man quickly grasped the brocade box in his palm, which slightly trembled. He let out a hearty laugh. "Good, indeed decisive. In that case, I have another impertinent request." "Let's hear it." "I wonder if I could borrow your head for a moment." As soon as the words left his mouth, a flash of blade light appeared, and the blade's edge had already reached the front of Sumo's neck. From the moment this young man appeared, he had no intention of letting Sumo live. Their assassination and robbery were extremely secretive. Not to mention that Sumo had seen and even held this brocade box. But merely having seen this black-clothed man's features was enough to seal his fate. Otherwise, since Sumo had already said he didn't plan to accept the escort task and didn't want to get involved in this trouble, why not wait until after Sumo left to take the brocade box and be done with it? To everyone's satisfaction, therefore, this young man came with the intent to kill right from the start. Whether Sumo gave the brocade box or not, whether he took the escort task or not, it made no difference. The young man's saber was a fine one, and his blade technique was also exemplary, adept at killing and decapitating. What's more, he had been using a smile and a gentle tone to lull Sumo. This strike should have had no mishap, however. This strike indeed went awry. The blade hovered an inch away from Sumo's neck, unable to advance even a fraction more, because two fingers had firmly pinched the blade. "I already said I didn't plan on taking the escort job. I gave you a chance. Why did you have to force it?" Sumo sighed. His body was protected by Longxiang wisdom, his inner strength so profound it was beyond belief. The young man hadn't even approached him when he already heard the movements. That self-dialogue, mentioning not taking the escort duty, was also meant for him to hear. The purpose was nothing more than to clarify that he did not intend to get involved in this trouble. If the other party would step back and not harbor any intention to silence him, Sumo honestly would put down the brocade box and leave. Unfortunately, things went against his wishes. He only heard a loud bang, and that fine saber was snapped in two by Sumo's fingers. The young man's palm shook with the force, tearing apart, and blood flowed down along the handle, but he couldn't even bother to look at it. Who would have thought that what seemed like an insignificant figure so easy to kill could actually be so unfathomably powerful? He immediately tried to retreat, moving rapidly, but as quick as he was, Sumo was even quicker. With no room left for turning back, Sumo showed no mercy. Between the flick of the blade, with a casual flick, the broken half of the blade flew like thunder, heading straight for the young man's throat. The young man indeed possessed exceptional martial arts, lifting the half-saber horizontally in front of his neck, not only thinking of blocking the blow but also intending to leverage it for a counterattack. However, all the careful planning could not contend with the harshness of reality. The blade unexpectedly pierced through the defense in a blink, slashing not only through the young man's throat in one stroke but also retaining enough force to continue towards the trees behind him. After passing through 3 large trees in a row, it finally came to a stop at the fourth one, with half of the blade buried within the trunk. The young man still maintained his posture, holding the single-edged sword in front of his neck, his eyes filled with terror, yet he had already breathed his last. Sumo stood up and approached the young man, letting out a sigh. Why go through such troubles? He casually retrieved the brocade box, a container small enough to fit inside his travel bag, a flicker of thought in his eyes as he glanced around the forest before sighing once more. Well then, it seems I'll have to make a trip to Jiming Post. The turmoil of Jianghu is ever fleeting. Since there's no avoiding it, one might as well move forward. After packing his bag and determining the direction to Jiming Post, he strode away. It took less than one pot of tea's time for several individuals to reveal themselves after Sumo's departure. Do you think he noticed us? It's hard to say. His final glance was quite intriguing. To break a sword with 2 fingers, and drive the blade through another sword in a man's throat, yet still have enough force to pierce through 3 large trees and embed in a fourth, what incredible strength this person has. Don't flatter others at the expense of our own esteem. He's just a greenhorn fresh out of his thatched house. Just watch how I capture him with ease. Ha, that's right. With your myriad tricks, he won't be able to defend against you. After a brief inspection, the group did not linger and quickly followed in the direction Suemo had gone. They didn't even spare an additional glance at the corpses of the young man and the black-clothed man. Not long after they left, another person emerged from the forest, watching the group leave. He was nibbling on a flatbread, a mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the Huang Ke behind. Trying to play that trick with me? After gulping down some clear water, Suemo swallowed the flatbread. However, I had intended to secretly listen in to find out what these people were up to. But it turned out they didn't say a word. Now that they've revealed their tracks, it actually makes things easier for me. Under these circumstances, perhaps this deal isn't impossible to complete. Just as Suemo left earlier, he already knew there were others hidden in the forest. It was to be expected. The black-clothed man had wounds from swords, blades, and fists. Conservatively estimated, at least 3 people were involved in the ambush. How could there only be one with a sword, and no others follow up? Thus, Sumo's departure was merely for show, circling back in secret. His intentions shifted from overt to covert, planning to uncover the true identities of those lying in. Wait, as he pondered, a thought stirred in Suemo. And the task information appeared before him again. Mission: deliver the brocade box to Longxiang Wisdom at Yuchuan Inn in Jiming Post. Accept the mission. Today's events are a stroke of fate. Whether I like it or not, I've already been swept into this vortex. At this moment, even if I discard the brocade box and walk away, the name Ziyang Escort Agency has already caught their eye. If they can't find me, they will naturally turn to Ziyang Escort Agency. In other words, you can run from the monk but not from the temple. Given the circumstances, a good game it shall be. With a resolve set in his heart, Suemo flicks his finger and chooses, accept. Chapter 4, Night Encounter. Editor, Atlas Studios. In a perilous mountain wilderness, a young man leaps and bounds across the terrain with ease, as if walking on flat ground. With profound inner strength, everything indeed becomes easier. The Qingdong technique water traces shadow crossing of the Ziyang sect used to reveal to me only a hint of its profound mysteries, but now, with the augmentation of my inner strength, it's as if I have been reborn. The person here was none other than Suemo. After taking on the mission, he naturally had to hurry to Jiming Post. He had feigned departure earlier, merely to deceive the onlookers. In reality, he had circled back to clandestinely investigate those hidden in the darkness. However, this round-trip maneuver positioned him behind those people. To avoid revealing any flaws to the enemy, Suemo had no choice but to blaze a new trail with his Qingdong, cunningly circumvent them, and emerge ahead without their notice. With the enemy and ally clearly identified, yet the information asymmetry prevailing, no matter what tactics the opponents deployed, Suemo could easily thwart them. As long as he could deliver that thing into the hands of someone named Longxiang Wisdom at Jiming Post, right under their noses, then, this matter would have nothing to do with Suemo anymore. Whatever complications arise in the future would be between Longxiang Wisdom and these henchmen. As for himself, if there was escort silver to be obtained, he would earn silver. If not, the system mission's reward would still ensure a profit without loss. This is the true way to protect oneself in the Jianghu, otherwise, simply killing these few people. Not to mention the ease, even if they truly were killed, it would not necessarily be safe. Troubles may still seek you out afterward. Only by truly casting off these troubles could one make the wisest move. Pausing ever so slightly, Suemo swiftly assessed his surroundings and estimated, I have traveled 40 or 50 li. I should already be ahead of them by now. Immediately discerning his path, within moments he arrived upon a desolate ancient pathway amidst the mountainous woods. If I follow this path at my normal pace, pressing on night and day, I should be able to reach Jiming Post in another 4 days. Letting out a slight breath, Suemo continued his determined march. Time swiftly passed, the sun began its descent in the west, and the elongated shadows of the trees swayed. The distant sky dyed in reds and purples, hinting at the bleakness of approaching autumn. Not long into his journey, at the roadside of the wild mountains, a quaint little tea house suddenly came into view. Sumo's eyebrows quivered ever so slightly. Could it be that I've arrived? An inn on an ancient road is hardly a place of safety. Consider who would open a tea house in such a rarely trodden place. Aren't they afraid that travelers with malicious intentions would commit murder and robbery? Consequently, tea houses and inns situated in desolate locations are often fraught with danger. One might carelessly find oneself in a murderous inn, becoming the proverbial fat sheep on the butcher's block. Yet, Suemo proceeded knowing full well the dangers, like venturing deliberately into the tiger's den. However, upon approaching the tea house, he realized he had guessed wrong. he had guessed wrong, not regarding the beginning, but the outcome. The tea house was small, with a few tables scattered on one side, a corpse lay sprawled over the counter, a knife piercing through its neck. The blade had not only penetrated his neck but also the counter, with blood dripping down from the knife tip onto the ground. Bit by bit, the eyes of the corpse were wide open, retaining the terror that had filled them in the final moments of life. This was someone Suemo recognized. One of those who had been surreptitiously spying on him earlier, and because of this, Suemo had not guessed the beginning incorrectly. This person had set up this tea house here, evidently in anticipation of his arrival, presumably with the intent to trap him within. However, he had guessed the ending wrong. He had already thought of several ways to cope, but never did he imagine that none of them would be necessary. Because he never anticipated that someone would kill him before any of that happened. Who was it that made the move? Suemo stood still, lost in thought. After a moment of silence, he walked past the body and came to the back of the tea house. There lay two more bodies, however, compared to the one outside. These two were treated with much more dignity. They had been killed by someone but were neatly laid out side by side. Judging by the state of the bodies, they had been dead longer. Then the one outside, it wasn't the same person's doing. So, were they the original owners of this tea house? Suemo sketched out a conclusion in his mind, resolving an uncertainty. I thought I had outflanked them. But the murderer had outflanked me instead. By chance, there was a tea house by the roadside in the wilderness. Thus, after the killing, the murderer occupied the nest, quietly waiting for me to walk right in. I wondered, even if you have great divine skills, how could you conjure a tea house out of thin air so quickly? Yet, for some reason, someone introduced complications and ended up stabbing him right here at the counter. This has become interesting. Who could it be that did it? You do a good deed and don't leave a name, but at least leave a note, right? He shook his head slightly, unable to comprehend at the moment, but several possible conjectures emerged in his mind, though it was pointless to discuss them now. After wandering around inside and outside the tea house and failing to find any clues, Suemo decided to leave it be and continue on his journey. In Jianghu, there are too many things beyond explanation or understanding. There's a saying, don't be surprised at the strange defeats itself. Whoever did this, and for whatever reason, if it was meant for him, they would eventually reveal themselves. Getting in a panic now, truly unwise. After leaving the tea house and continuing towards Jiming Post, the sky gradually darkened. Suemo didn't travel at night, and with nowhere like an abandoned temple to rest, he simply found a suitable spot and started a fire. He warmed up some flatbreads from his pack over the fire and ate them with plain water. Tomorrow, as I pass through a town, I must buy a roast chicken to have on hand. Eating these flatbreads every day is really tasteless. While speaking, he suddenly sniffed the air, as the smell of meat wafted to him on the nighttime breeze. Suemo was astonished. Did sleep come upon finding a pillow? How come I smell meat as soon as I mention roast chicken? In a short while, he saw a person swaying towards him from the shadows. By the light of the fire, it was clear that the man was not young. His hair was messy, and his clothes ragged. A large red gourd hung from his waist. Staggering with every step he took, in his left hand he held a stick, and in his right, he carried a roast chicken. Gnawing at it as he approached the firelight. He sat down without giving Suemo a second glance, put the chicken aside, and took off the red gourd from his waist. Immediately releasing the scent of alcohol, he lifted his head and guzzled, then sighed deeply. Good wine. After speaking, he glanced at Suemo. Do you dare to drink? Chapter 5 Disagreement at Once. Editor, Atlas Studios. Jianghu Chivalry, Green Robe and Long Sword, indulging in carefree roaming, plenty of drinks in big bowls, eating meat in large chunks, all in a heroic and bold spirit, by chance meeting on the road, sharing a pot of turbid wine, talking about half a lifetime's experiences. There's an air of liberation in it. Logically speaking, Suemo shouldn't have refused, however. He did, quite decisively. I dare not. How did it come to ask myself whether I dare or not? Who knows who this person is? What is the purpose of his visit here? Is there something mystical in this wine? Why drink wine for no reason? There is a saying among the escort masters, which they regard as an absolute rule, that is, safeguard a third for safety. The so-called safeguarding a third for safety means show a third of a smile, give a third of reasoning, drink a third of the alcohol, and for the latter, actually, if one can avoid drinking alcohol, they should. Drinking alcohol can lead to mistakes, unless it is extremely cold and the alcohol is used for warmth. And even then, one should only drink a third of their capacity and be wary of what's in the cup. Now it's summer, not to mention Suemo is young and strong, and even has the protection of Longxiang Wisdom Divine Skill. He doesn't carry wine himself, so why would he drink wine offered by this stranger? The person across narrowed his eyes slightly. appearing more imposing. "Are you afraid that there is poison in this wine?" "Yes." The man fell silent for a moment, seemingly at a loss for words. Who would be so straightforward? Embarrassedly, he retracted his hand. "Youngster, you fail to recognize a treasure. My precious wine in this gourd is wasted on you." Suemo just sneered coldly. Munching on his own flatbread, the visitor, whose origins were unknown, drank heavily in front of Suemo, devouring the roast chicken bite by bite, until chicken bones littered the floor. After drinking too much, he even started a drunken rant, getting up to curse heaven and earth, angry at the heavens for being unjust, the earth for being uneven, and the many divergent paths in the world. His tongue blossomed like lotuses, leaving Suemo wide-eyed and speechless. Where did this madman come from? But these weren't Sumo's words. The speaker was right across Suemo at this time, hands folded across his chest, holding his sword in the fold. The sword was long. Ordinary swords exceed 3 feet. But the sword of this person was a full 7 feet. The sword was long and straight. The man also stood upright, just like the sword in his hands. This person arrived swiftly. Suemo heard his movements when he was still miles away, yet suddenly he was already here, hands circling the sword, his words mocking. But Suemo could hardly disagree with him. The drunken maniac indeed looked like a madman. Even if he really was a madman, he probably wouldn't appreciate being addressed as one too. His face, therefore, he suddenly stood upright, looking towards the man holding the sword. "What did you say?" "Saying you're a madman." "You're right. Good that you know. Consider it as a reward." "What reward?" "A reward of wine." As these words ended, the wine gourd suddenly flew through the air, whistling fiercely, carrying a gust that seemed to tear through the void, heading straight for the person holding the sword. The person's eyebrows slightly raised, still embracing the sword with one hand, while the other subtly pressed down in the air. Immediately, the wine gourd spun ceaselessly 2 feet in front of him in the void, unable to advance any further. Suemo silently clutched his pancake, retreating slightly backward. Encounters on the Jianghu leading to sudden brawls were quite common. Being a bystander was fine, as long as one avoided getting splashed with blood. "I have always disliked drinking in my life. Here, take it back." The sword-bearer suddenly stamped lightly on the ground, and as his inner breath flowed, his sleeve fluttered without wind. The spinning gourd in mid-air was suddenly shot back in reverse, yet, the man, previously scattering wine like a madman, swayed and appeared in front of it, catching the wine gourd before it could hit with great force, still spun around from the momentum. He didn't panic, utilizing the movement, he swiveled and swung with his staff. Respect the drink or suffer penalty. This stick technique was bizarre, and in a flash, the sky was filled with images of the staff. Excellent staff technique. The sword-bearer's eyes lit up. Not daring to be careless, he immediately withdrew. He retreated judiciously, just 3 feet, all the staff images in the sky silenced just in front of him, a line that seemed as distant as the end of the world. At that moment, the staff technique sharply turned, focusing at one point, striking directly towards the heart. "Draw the sword." The sword-bearer exclaimed softly, and as his inner strength burst forth, the long sword in his embrace suddenly unsheathed. The 7-foot long sword turned in midair, its tip colliding with the staff. A buzzing sound was heard, as sword chi and inner strength burst forth simultaneously. Whoosh! The campfire that Suemo had lit roared and glowed brightly from the blast. Looking up again, the two in front were caught in fierce combat. The sword-bearer wielded the long sword, moving intricately and ruthlessly, while the man, previously scattering wine, handled the staff with fluid motions, flipping between left and right, his footwork elusive and deceitful, yet meticulously defensive. Sumo himself practiced the Ziyang sect martial arts passed down through his family. However, the original owner was neglectful. Although Suemo was diligent, he regretted that there wasn't enough time for cultivation. Watching the battle before him, he felt he had learned a lot in a short time. However, benefiting much didn't affect his judgment. Without any hesitation, Suemo packed his belongings and left. These two people had unclear origins and brawled for unknown reasons. It's best not to stare too long at uncertain and dangerously lively scenes, lest he inadvertently becomes another spectacle. He withdrew rapidly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Upon looking back, the light of the fire and the sounds of the skirmish were thrown miles behind. He shook his head lightly. "I intended to rest well and continue the journey early tomorrow. Yet, these two madmen stirred trouble. Forget it, I won't sleep. This brocade box is a hot potato. I better deliver it to Wang Shanglin soon." Resolved, he paused no longer and continued his journey. The night passed into the next clear morning without issues. which was a surprise to Sumo. He had suspected that last night's duel must have been connected with the brocade box. He had pondered that the night might bring more encounters. Unexpectedly, the saga had no further developments. Raising his head, he saw a town within sight. Deciding no longer to dwell on last night's events, he first opted to enter the town for some food and necessities. Words are long with stories, short without. Soon, Sumo reached the town. The sign read, Longxiang Town. Stepping inside, just as he reached the town entrance, he saw a servant looking around. Upon spotting Sumo, the servant observed him carefully for a moment and then approached with a face full of joy. "Excuse me, sir, might your surname be Su?" Chapter 6 Invitation Editor, Atlas Studios. May I ask if the gentleman's surname is Su? The servant approached Sumo, looked him over carefully for a moment, and then respectfully asked. Sumo eyed him thoughtfully and then replied with a light smile, "I am indeed Su by surname, but how did you come to know?" "Fantastic, it really is Master Su." The servant hurriedly said, "Last night, a gentleman arrived at our Longxiang building in Longxiang town, ordered a table of fine cuisine, and reserved a room of the highest class. He instructed us specifically that between tomorrow's early morning and evening, a Master Su would pass through Longxiang town. This banquet is arranged precisely for Master Su. He asked us to wait here and look for a man with sword-like eyebrows, a handsome appearance, dressed in a green robe with Ziyang embroidered on the cuffs. That would be Master Su. He repeatedly emphasized that we must not neglect you, Master Su. So, what do you say? Shall we go to Longxiang building now? It's located right at the center of Longxiang town." Sumo then asked with a smile, "Young man, may I inquire about the appearance of the gentleman who gave these instructions during yesterday? Do you remember that?" The servant hesitated for a moment, seemingly cautious. Sumo couldn't help but say with a smile and a hint of exasperation, "What is there to hesitate about? Since he ordered a fine banquet, he must be acquainted with me. I just don't know which old friend would treat me with such generosity. You should tell me, so I can remember the favor. Isn't it just a matter of returning favors in this world? If someone sends a luxurious sedan, surely I cannot fail to reciprocate." "Master speaks the truth, I have overthought it," said the servant. The servant quickly continued, "The gentleman is roughly in his 30s or 40s, with an exceptionally dignified demeanor and meticulously chosen clothing. I dare not boast, but at Longxiang building in Longxiang town, we've seen many gentlemen and wealthy families. Yet few possess such an air. His speech is neither hurried nor slow, but naturally commanding, especially those eyes. Upon a glance, they. He seemed at a loss for words for a moment, then finally said, "Just make you not dare to disobey his orders." "Oh?" Sumo raised his eyebrows. "Anything else? Besides that?" "Right, there was a mole under his ear, and he had a long beard in 3 strands. Master Su, can you recall which old friend would be so generous?" "So it was him." Sumo laughed heartily. "All right then, lead the way." The servant nodded, not daring to ask further, and led the way at the front. However, Sumo compared the man's description to the individuals he had encountered in the forest earlier. It was one from that group. With a light smile, a plan began to form in his mind. At that roadside teahouse's peculiar and bizarre death. Now, this group has set up such an arrangement in Longxiang town. Their intent was almost self-evident. Had it been earlier, Sumo would probably have taken a detour to avoid complications, but after the experience at the teahouse, he had a change of heart. The servant led the way, and shortly after, the two arrived at an inn located in the center of the town. 3 large characters were hung above Longxiang building. It was unclear how everything had been arranged last night, or what method was employed, but Sumo indeed received VIP treatment. The dining area was in the best private room on the 2nd floor, where 2 charming young ladies accompanied him. The table was set with the finest banquet, not only exquisite in ingredients but also extremely refined. Sumo, wearing a smile on his face, escorted the 2 women out of the room. He wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue who could sit untouched by allure, otherwise, he wouldn't have sent them out. However, lust can be like a razor-sharp bone scraper, especially within Jianghu, where the saying that the graveyard of heroes is often the bosom of beauty is more than just lip service. When the food and drinks were served, Sumo carefully inspected each dish. In this regard, he had ample experience. Most manuals had methods for testing whether food has been poisoned, and Sumo took his studies seriously in this area. making him something of an expert. After confirming that the food was safe, Suemo enjoyed the finest meal in the best private room at Wangxiang Town's top restaurant. However, he did not touch a drop of the so-called 30-year-aged daughter's red wine. After eating his fill, Suemo took the opportunity to rest well in the restaurant's most luxurious suite for the whole morning. It was only when it was almost noon that he got up. As soon as he was awake, there was someone waiting outside his door. A gentle knock sounded, and a voice entered the room. "Master Su as well, I hope. I seek an audience on a matter. Come in." Sumo's eyebrows rose slightly. The door opened, and a young man came in, slightly hunched and with a humble and cautious demeanor. The young man said, "Master Su, my master has extended an invitation and requests the pleasure of your company." "Oh? And may I inquire as to who your master is?" Suemo asked with a hearty laugh. "The provisions for your meal and stay today were all provided by my master." "I see. Is this a case of using kindness to seek a favor in return?" "Far be it for me to dare." The young man quickly replied, "My master has always held young rangers in the highest esteem. Master Su is already the chief of Ziyang Escort Agency at such a young age. My master greatly admires that, which is the reason behind the invitation today. Please do grant us the honor of your presence." Suemo pondered for a moment, seemingly troubled, but eventually he sighed. Receiving others' favors shortens one's own reach. The delicious meal I've had is already digested, and I can't even vomit it out if I wanted to. Having enjoyed the hospitality, it would be quite improper not to meet the host in person. So be it. Wait for me outside, I'll get ready and follow you. After all, I do have a thing or two I'd like to ask your master. Thank you, Master Su, for your kind consent. Amidst the conversation, the young man bowed deeply and then turned to leave, carefully closing the door behind him. Now alone, Suemo revealed a smile. "I thought I could dine and drink for free a few more times. Why the rush? I initially didn't pay much attention to what's inside the brocade box, but now my curiosity is piqued. Still, trying to win me over with small favors to ultimately trap me is rather underestimating me. Such plots are a dime a dozen in martial heroes' novels, aren't they?" After a brief contemplation, he still picked up his bundle, straightened his clothes, and headed out the door. Seeing Suemo emerge, the young man finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Master Su, please follow me." "Why do you look so relieved? Don't tell me you're waiting for me here openly, while secretly having surrounded this place with observers, just in case I decided to slip away without notice." The young man was startled and instinctively looked up at Suemo, but Suemo just laughed heartily. "You're quite amusing. I was only joking with you. Why do you look as if you took me seriously?" Chapter 7, Inside the Luohua Pavilion. Editor, Atlas Studios. Outside Wangxiang Town, there used to be a peach blossom forest. Each time the peach blossoms were in full bloom, the 10 miles peach blossoms were unforgettable. However, it was not the season for the peach blossoms to bloom, thus, only branches across 10 miles were left, slightly desolate. In this patch of peach trees, there was a pavilion called Luohua Pavilion. Observing the falling petals of peach blossoms and tasting the essence of life through the seasons was indeed a unique pleasure. Suemo followed that young man, who was heading towards the Luohua Pavilion in the peach blossom forest. Before they reached it, they already heard the distant and stirring tones of the zither, resembling the sound of mountains and rocks. Moving forward, they saw a middle-aged man sitting in the pavilion, deeply engrossed in playing the zither, a single ancient zither, and one burner of incense. With 3 strands of long beard fluttering in the wind, he seemed utterly carefree. That young man gestured Suemo to wait a moment and then left after saying goodbye. Suemo smiled and did not interrupt the middle-aged man's playing, just quietly listening. After a while, the piece concluded. The middle-aged man pressed his hand on the zither strings to stop the sound, as the light smoke from the incense burner lingered. He looked up at Suemo and smiled casually. "Young hero has arrived?" This old man was relieving his emotions through the zither and got carried away. "I fear I have neglected you." "Not at all, not at all." Suemo waved his hand. "It is I who unfairly enjoyed an exquisite piece, and thus gained the advantage." "Oh?" The middle-aged man's eyebrows vaguely showed delight. "Young hero is actually a connoisseur? But I wonder what you found wonderful about this piece." "Ishun," Suemo thought for a moment, then earnestly replied, "It sounds pleasant." The middle-aged man was stunned, obviously not expecting such a straightforward and superficial answer from Suemo. After a brief shock, He could not help but burst into laughter. Young hero is indeed a man who appreciates fun, far beyond the mundane. Please, have a seat. He gestured with his hand, and Suemo, giving a bow, finally entered Luohua Pavilion and sat opposite the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man poured a cup of tea for Suemo. It's nothing special, but it possesses a novelty. Some time ago, an old friend from the far north of Donghuang brought it. The north is harshly cold, not conducive for tea cultivation. Yet peculiarly, there is a rare type called Shuelihong, which thrives more as the cold deepens. Locals used Donghuang's tea-making method to brew it, and surprisingly, it turned out quite well. Young hero can give it a try. Suemo took the teacup and smiled. May I inquire about senior's honored name and surname? Ha, my apologies for my rudeness. The middle-aged man smiled lightly. My surname is Su, and in my early years, I learned a few tricks and roamed Jianghu. People in Jianghu gave me the nickname Mountain Flipping Hand. However, the turbulence of Jianghu was too rapid, and within a few years, I was mentally exhausted, hence I chose to retreat to the mountains and enjoy my solitude. So, it's Mountain Flipping Hand Senior Su, I've heard much about you. Suemo hastily gave a bow. Of course, despite his words, he did not believe a single word this man said. He had never heard of the name Mountain Flipping Hand before. Although one could say that Suemo was ignorant and failed to recognize the master in person, this man was definitely not the kind who retired to the woods to enjoy wealth. Otherwise, why would he be so busy preparing for a brocade box? The middle-aged man surnamed Su smiled lightly. You flatter me too much. My humble name is hardly worth such admiration. Despite saying so, his face showed delight, as if he truly enjoyed the praise from Suemo. Observing his words and gestures, Suemo couldn't help but admire him. Although harboring different intentions inside, this man's speech and actions, down to the smallest movement of his fingers, were impeccable. It can be said, no flaws were revealed naturally. Had it not been for seeing him with several others in the forest, Suemo would almost have believed his words. From this, it can be seen that the Jianghu is mysterious and often lies in the human heart. The dangers of the human heart are the evils of Jianghu. Young hero, having not truly experienced the vastness of Jianghu in my younger years, I have often reflected on this and felt regret. Therefore, I hold those who travel through the Jianghu in high regard. This prompted me to take the liberty of inviting you here for a chat. Please do not take offense, let me apologize first. As he finished speaking, he stood up and bowed deeply. His manner sincere, Suemo made a gesture of support. Senior is too polite. The middle-aged man surnamed Su slightly moved his eyes and then smiled. As long as young hero does not mind, come, let's have tea. Suemo picked up the teacup, pretending to drink, but paused slightly. Speaking of which, there is one thing that I really do not understand and would like to ask Senior for clarification. Oh? Let's hear it. Although my whereabouts are not a secret, I did not inform anyone about my visit here. Not only did Senior know my surname Su, but even my attire and appearance were described exactly. May I know where did you hear about me? Suemo put down his teacup and looked up at the middle-aged man. His eyes faintly seeking the truth, the middle-aged man surnamed Su did not show any surprise but simply chuckled. I knew young hero would be curious about this, but... His tone pondering, he picked up his teacup as a sign. Suemo just smiled without speaking. The middle-aged man named Su sighed softly. Well, since young hero insists on asking, I am not unwilling to answer. Just because, a day ago, by the roadside and within the forest, I personally witnessed young hero's divine might. Ha! Is this the crux of the matter? Sumo's expression suddenly changed, but he heard the middle-aged man named Su chuckle lightly. Young hero has remarkable physical strength and is also very cautious. Not like someone who is new to the Jianghu. However, the time has also about come. Do you feel your body getting weaker? Suemo frowned slightly, his expression growing darker. Impossible, I didn't drink any of the tea. Ha ha ha, being cautious about what you consume is correct, but on the Jianghu where there are many masters and million divine skills, why limit to just the contents of the cup? He pointed to the incense burner beside the ancient zither, and said with a laugh, Did you enjoy the incense? Suemo smirked, Poison in the incense? And yet you are unharmed? I had taken an antidote beforehand. The middle-aged man surnamed Su stood up, his attitude triumphant. Hu Pia Piao claims to have myriad methods. And Chef Zhou took the first step. Although I don't know how you passed Chef Zhou's test, but since you managed to come to Wangxiang town, you still can't escape from my grasp. Young man, your physical strength is truly terrifying. Even I am not fully confident facing you directly, thus, I resorted to these means to capture you. Now, you are like fish on a chopping board. If you don't want to die, you better listen to whatever I say. So it is, you're also here for the brocade box? Suemo smiled bitterly. I thought so. There's no such thing as free lunch or someone randomly inviting me for food and lodging without an ulterior motive. Now, I am bound to die, but before I die, there is one thing I do not understand and wish to die knowing. May I ask, what exactly is inside the brocade box? Chapter 8, Deshien's Armory. Editor, Atlas Studios. You are quick to see the situation, knowing that pointless resistance is meaningless. However, rest assured, as long as you obey, this old man may not necessarily kill you. The man simply smiled. As for the object in the brocade box, there's no harm in telling you, but what will you exchange for it? Suemo was startled. Now that I've ended up like this, what do I have left to keep? Yet, the next moment, he had an epiphany. You want my martial arts? Inside the forest, this person had witnessed with his own eyes Suemo breaking a blade with 2 fingers, flinging it and piercing through a person's neck, and still being able to penetrate 3 big trees in succession. Such physical strength was indeed a bit terrifying. It was natural for him to desire to possess this skill. That's why the other party used poison, but only to rob Suemo of the ability to fight back, instead of directly silencing him by killing. It's a pleasure to talk with a smart person. The man sat down again, picking up his teacup. In actuality, there's no poison in this tea. As the words fell, he took a sip and then said, So, do you agree or not? Do I even have a reason to refuse now? Suemo sighed. I don't ask that you spare my life, I only wish for a quick death. If not for our differing positions, with your temperament, I would have liked to befriend you despite the age difference. The man said this, yet fell silent again for a moment, before finally speaking up. The object inside the box is called mysterious mechanism. Suemo thought carefully. There was definitely no record of such a thing in his notes. For a moment, he was somewhat baffled, and the confusion on his face was completely genuine. You're young and inexperienced, naturally you would not have heard of it. The man said indifferently, but, you should have heard of Deshien's Armory. Sumo's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Isn't that just a legend? Going back hundreds of years, the times were different from now. There was a dynasty named Xian. The Deshien dynasty was powerful, and with its own might, it suppressed the world. Everywhere under heaven was the king's land, and everyone along the coast was the king's subject. Even the most arrogant martial artists in Jianghu and the most powerful Jianghu sects all had to bow their heads and proclaim themselves subjects under this imperial power. It is said that when Xian Tianzi unified the world back then, he personally led the troops on 7 campaigns, horses trampling Jianghu, collecting all martial arts under state control, thus establishing an enormous arsenal. This was not only filled with countless divine skill secret books but also with endless exotic treasures. Truly deserving the title of the world's greatest treasury, however, there have never been invincible masters in this world, nor eternal dynasties. Even the mighty Deshien dynasty had its day of downfall. Overnight, the royal authority crumbled. Some said this was returning Qi into Jianghu, and as a result, it kicked off centuries of conflicts in Jianghu. During these hundreds of years, many heroes rose in Jianghu, carving territories and ruling them, with ceaseless strife, through unity and division, but never again did a dynasty appear that unified the world under one rule. As a result, across the world, the martial arts flourished, but scholars were left in frustrated yearning. This was also why, back in the day when Suemo told Li Yishu, I wish brotherly a future as splendid as brocade, Li Yishu could only smile bitterly and sigh deeply. And among all this, numerous legends circulated in the world. Among the most popular ones that people yearned for was indeed the tale of Deshien's Armory, not only because of its legendary origins and documented history, but there was also a saying that spread, he who obtains Deshien, commands the world, for a time, indeed. Quite a few people were mobilized by the mere mention of it. Regrettably, after successive waves of bloody struggles, it all came to nothing in the end. Not only did no one obtain the arsenal in Deshien's Armory, or the extraordinary skills and exotic treasures within, but even the existence of Deshien's Armory itself was cast into doubt by countless question marks. As time passed, many simply came to regard it as a Jianghu legend. Yet who would have thought this brocade box would actually be involved with this matter? That explains why that young blade user was so determined to kill me that day. This matter, with its earth-shattering implications, could lead to obliteration if even a whisper escaped, ensuring not the slightest trace remained, otherwise, it would spell enormous trouble. A legend. Isn't a legend grounded in nothingness, a baseless fabrication? How could it be without reason? The middleman, surnamed Su, chuckled softly. All right, you know enough now, it's your turn. Just by mentioning De Xian's armory, you want to trap my martial arts skills? A twitch played at the corner of Sumo's mouth. Isn't that a bit too easy? I had thought you were a smart man, but it seems I overestimated you. While most of what I just told you was deceit, one thing was true. Indeed, I possess a hand technique named mountain flipping palm. Admittedly, it can't truly flip a mountain with the wave of a hand, yet crushing your bones would be effortless. With these words, he suddenly thrust out a palm, sending a fierce gust of wind barrel toward Sumo's shoulder. At this moment, he was still not intent on killing, for with Sumo's death, the martial arts would be without a destination. He sought to find that legendary De Xian's armory, and the difficulties along the way go without saying. If aided by a divine skill, success would come much easier, and as for Sumo, a fish on the chopping board has no chance of turning the tides. Unexpectedly, Sumo, who had previously slumped weakly onto the stone table, suddenly smiled and promptly rose to his feet, with a palm thrust out in kind. The two palms collided fiercely before his opponent could react. There was just a thunderous boom, and the man, caught off guard, felt an overwhelming surge of inner strength burst unreasonably into his meridians. Crushing everything in its path, or it passed, meridians broke inch by inch, within the space of a breath, coursing through his body. All his meridians were suddenly severed. The man then flew backward like a torn sack, thrown back a full 30 feet, and upon hitting the ground, his momentum unabated, he rolled farther still, only stopping after another 10 feet when obstructed by a peach tree. To the point where the peach tree shuddered non-stop, as if receiving a profound shock. Sumo looked at his palm and shook his head lightly. I overestimated you. Within the forest, his two fingers snapped the blade, his backward flick packed with astonishing force. He was unaware that this was the result of Sumo's deliberate control. And currently, without knowing the depth of his opponent's martial arts, Sumo only released 30% of his strength, yet unexpectedly, he left his foe battered as if he were non-human. In many ways, he had indeed overestimated his adversary and underestimated himself. His 13th stage great perfection Longxiang Wisdom, in terms of inner strength and physical strength, although would not dare to claim unmatched under the heavens, certainly few could stand shoulder to shoulder with it. Clearly, the man before him was not one such person. 30% of inner strength was enough to beat him like a dead dog. Chapter 9 Speculation Editor, Atlas Studios. He claimed his surname was Su, but his real name was unknown to Sumo, and after stabilizing himself, he flipped over and sat up immediately. His previously graceful and remarkable appearance was now completely distorted. Falling and rolling on the ground was naturally not gentle. His face was bruised and swollen, not to mention blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. When he opened his mouth to speak, no words came out. Instead, he spat a mouthful of fresh blood. When he looked up again, Sumo was already in front of him. This is impossible. He spoke with difficulty. Unless your inner strength is profound and has reached the transformational stage, otherwise, it is impossible for you to be indifferent to this bone-eroding fragrance. Bone-eroding fragrance? Sumo nodded. Let's not discuss the specifics of this bone-eroding fragrance or the extent of my inner strength. How are you so certain that I was stricken by the deadly poison within this fragrance? The man sitting on the ground widened his eyes almost in disbelief at what he was hearing. With a smile, Sumo said, "It's said that poison experts in the medical field are unpredictable, and a couple of entirely non-toxic things, when placed around, can form the deadliest poison in the world. Since you've said I'm cautious and careful, how could I only be careful about the substance in the cup? An ancient zither and incense burner both appear elegant in style. Yet underneath your malice, I naturally had to guard against hidden blades beneath your zither, hidden arrows in your sleeves, and poison within your incense. Truth be told, before I stepped foot into this Luohua pavilion, when I first saw that incense burner, I haven't taken another breath. In terms of inner strength, I barely have a bit of expertise. The mere skill of holding my breath, I can still maintain for a short while." The man before him turned pale in an instant. He thought of Sumo's cautiousness, but never imagined that Sumo was not just being cautious about that cup of clear tea. He was cautious in every aspect, with high martial arts and such meticulous caution. His defeat today was truly not unjust. With a bitter smile, he said, How did you know I harbored ill intent? Guess whether I'll tell you." Sumo continued with a smile. "All right, let's not talk about these pointless things. I'll ask you just one thing. Other than your group, does anyone else know about the mysterious mechanism and the matters of Dishian's armory? The man's expression became dazed, and his thoughts were clearly scrambled, not grasping the information revealed in Sumo's words, merely smiling wretchedly. If you want to kill, just kill, why the need for more words? So be it. As Sumo's voice fell, he flicked his hand and struck directly at the crown of the man's head. With a crack, the man's eyes instantly lost focus, bereft of any spark of life, and his dead body fell to the ground. At this stage, Sumo naturally showed no mercy. On one hand, he didn't feel he possessed any personal charm that would make his opponent willingly submit and serve him loyally to the death. On the other hand, in the exchange of palms just now, this man had already had all his meridians broken, and even if he was not given a swift end now, he was only struggling on his last breath, inevitably still on the path to death. And the last and most important point, the chaos had reached this stage, yet there was still no sign of movement from those hidden outside. With a sweep of his sleeve, Sumo turned and walked away. After taking a brief turn around, he already came to a stop. On the peach tree in front, a person was slantingly leaning against it, a knife stuck in their chest, the blade nailed into the trunk, and even piercing through it, so that blood dripped down drop by drop from the tip of the knife onto the ground, mixing with the soil. Sumo recognized this person. It was this young man who had brought him to Luohua Pavilion from the Wangxiang building just moments ago. This person was still jumping around lively, but now he lay dead on the spot. Not just him, having just made a round through the Taohua forest, while one couldn't say that there were bodies strewn everywhere. These people were either lying down or leaning, all arranged neatly. The only thing in common was that they were all dead. I was fighting a battle of wits with that man in Luohua Pavilion, yet outside, someone was on a killing spree. The method looks the same as the way people died in that tea house. Sumo turned around and headed back towards the Luohua Pavilion, pondering as he walked. Today's meeting was surely for them to take me down, to get the brocade box, to acquire my martial arts. However, I also took this chance to probe for secrets. Though that man didn't say much, especially at first, most of it was a web of lies. However, after being pushed to the extreme, he did speak a few truths. Chef Zhou must be the one who died in that tea house, and if nothing else, Hu Piapiao should be the only woman among them. Unless there is a man who would bear such a name, what they are coveting is the mysterious mechanism hidden inside the brocade box, for which they acted decisively and ruthlessly, not allowing the slightest oversight. However, judging from their actions, they seem to be working individually, each with their own motives. But the most important piece of information I still haven't learnt. Sumo had asked that man one last question, precisely because of Chef Zhou's death. With Chef Zhou dead, Sumo easily got past the obstacle that Chef Zhou posed. And now that he was here inside Luohua Pavilion, besides solving the biggest issue at hand, the lesser troubles lurking around had also been dealt with by someone else. Clearly, beyond this, there was another person probing into this matter. Could it be those two from last night? Sumo once again approached the body whose meridians he had shattered, and gazing at the corpse, his eyebrows slightly raised. Doesn't seem like it. One of them used a staff, and the other a sword. That swordsman, in every move and style, was sharp as an unsheathed blade, evidently exceedingly skilled with the sword. For such a person, using a knife to kill isn't entirely out of the question, but the likelihood is definitely slim. No one should underestimate a swordsman's dedication to the sword. As for the one with the staff, reeking of alcohol from head to toe, and these bodies, freshly dead, had not a hint of alcohol, it seems they have little to do with these two people. Could the one lurking in the shadows who killed Chef Zhou and the killer in this Taohua forest actually be from Wang Shanglian's camp, or could there be another reason? Speaking of which, who exactly is Wang Shanglian? Sumo's thoughts reached this point, but as he stared at that body, he suddenly remembered something. He immediately put on his deerskin gloves, squatted down, and rummaged through the body, and after a moment, his face showed delight. Now this is a real windfall. He now had a stack of silver notes in his hand, amounting to over 100 taels. To go out and kill bringing so much silver, you're asking to be killed and looted. Sumo carefully examined the silver notes before placing them into his pack for safekeeping. As for the other items carried by the person, he didn't touch them, since the poisons and antidotes weren't labeled and only distinguished by color. Sumo didn't know what they were, and taking them rashly without knowing how to use them might end up backfiring. Chapter 10, Delivery? Editor, Atlas Studios. After accepting the silver note, Sumo took one last look at the corpse and couldn't help feeling regretful. Regretful not for the person, but because when the previous few had died, he had not searched the bodies. This must have cost me a lot of money. Although it seems like the heroes traveling the Jianghu often disdain such worldly wealth, Su Mo was not that kind of person. Money is a good thing, the more the better, especially when he still had an escort agency to manage. It became even more precious. There were a total of 4 people who appeared in the forest, and now 2 are dead. The remaining male's situation is still unclear. And the female is called Hu Pia Piao. How come I've never heard of any of these people? To mingle in the Jianghu is to pursue fame and fortune. Fortune comes from all sides, more than one could want, but reputation is a signboard for those traveling the Jianghu. Although Su Mo was new to the Jianghu, he was not unprepared. He had explored all the renowned names and stories that were well known in the Jianghu. Unfortunately, whether it's the man with the mountain flipping palm in front of him or this Hu Pia Piao, he had never heard of them. Turning, he continued towards Jiming Post, leaving the Taohua forest behind. There's no communication on this mountain flipping palm guy with the other few. It seems they indeed were each fighting their own battles. However, each of these people harbors their own schemes, yet share a common front. Aren't they worried that the mysterious mechanism falls into one of their hands, and the person won't mention it to them? I guess there must be some kind of mutual restraining measures. However, these people are secretly connected and their ambitions are no small matter. As for what measures they use to check and balance each other, Su Mo couldn't figure it out in a short time, and after knowing the situation with the mysterious mechanism, Su Mo was even less willing to get entangled in this discord. Everything he did now was out of necessity. He only hoped that after delivering the item, he could smoothly disentangle himself and leave. Su Mo initially expected that the situation would become more sinister. After all, each of the original 4 people had their own methods. Now that 2 were gone, there still remained 2, though only 2 people. They contained endless possibilities. On one hand, the nature of the cooperation between these 4 people was still unclear to Su Mo. Inside Luohua Pavilion, the one who claimed to be surnamed Su certainly didn't know that Chef Zhou had died early. But did the remaining 2 know that he and that Chef Zhou had already stepped into hell? If they knew, then the tactics to come would probably be fiercer and harder to guard against. If they didn't know, then at least they would have different plans waiting for him. Especially fatal was, what was the deal with this mystery killer hiding in the dark? The target wasn't himself, yet the killer seemed to indirectly clear hurdles for him. However, the methods were ruthless, leaving him in a precarious position. And what about the old and young figures who appeared that night? Did they have anything to do with this affair? All this intertwined into a complicated mess surely ought to make the upcoming developments even more chaotic. But what Su Mo did not anticipate at all was, he actually arrived directly at Jiming Post. On this journey, there were no further incidents. No one disguised themselves in the tea house, waiting for him to fall into a trap, nor was there anyone who invited him to meal beforehand, with the intention of capturing him to extort martial arts secrets or snatch the brocade box. For the latter, Su Mo was actually quite disappointed. After all, traveling all this way, with expenses from feeding the horses and himself, it would save a lot of money if there were people offering meals wherever he went. He could eat better and sleep well. Well, if anyone did offer hospitality, surely they wouldn't let you eat chaff and swallow vegetable leaves, right? Unfortunately, such good fortune only happened to Su Mo this once. At this moment, he was already standing in front of Yuchuan Inn. After a moment of hesitation, he still stepped in. "Dear guest, welcome. Are you here to stop by or to stay the night?" As soon as he entered, the waiter greeted him with a warm smile. "Looking for someone?" Su Mo smiled. "Waiter, could you please inquire if there is a Lord Wang Shanglin staying in this inn?" "Ah." The waiter was taken aback, but still nodded. "Indeed, there is such a Lord Wang. Why don't you take a seat and have some tea, and I will go up and ask for you." "Thank you, that would be great." Su Mo was polite and sat down as guided by the waiter. A pot of clear tea was soon brought before him. He picked up the teacup to take a look and then poured a little into the cup and gently swirled it. Eventually, after discarding this tea, he poured another cup and took a sip to moisten his throat. His ears twitched slightly, and he overheard several waiters murmuring nearby, "Another one looking for that Lord Wang." Indeed. I wonder who this Lord Wang really is. That makes 2 or 3 people in the past few days. Speaking of which, one of the men who came looking for Lord Wang seemed to have a look of extreme fear when he left. What's that to say? That woman, I didn't see her come out. Later, when I went to tend to the room, I also didn't see any trace of the woman. As Su Mo sipped his tea, he listened to the whole conversation. By the time he placed his teacup down, the waiter who had gone upstairs to inquire had returned. "The guest, Lord Wang, has invited you." The waiter said with a smile, "The number 1 heavenly room, go upstairs and turn left, it's at the end of the corridor. Please feel free to go up." "Thank you." Suemo reciprocated with a bow and started ascending the stairs. In a blink of an eye, he was already standing before the door of the number 1 heavenly room, and he gently knocked, "Come in." Upon opening the door, he saw a middle-aged man holding a book, completely engrossed in its content. The other hand was holding a teacup, but he had forgotten to drink. "Are you Longxiang Lin?" Suemo looked at the man and asked. The man looked up at Suemo with a frown, seemingly displeased for being disturbed. "If I'm not, then are you?" "Ha, of course not." Suemo laughed and said, "I am Suemo, chief of Ziyang Escort Agency, entrusted by someone to bring you an item." "An item?" Wang Shanglin looked at Suemo upon hearing this. "What item?" Without hesitation, Suemo took out the brocade box and placed it on the table. Wang Shanglin's gaze was initially indifferent, but when he saw the brocade box, it changed slightly. Suddenly, he looked up at Suemo. "Who sent you with this brocade box?" "Dead." "Dead?" Wang Shanglin was stunned, putting down his book and teacup, reaching out to grab the brocade box. But the next moment, Suemo placed his hand on top of the brocade box. "What do you mean by this?" Wang Shanglin's brows furrowed as he looked at Suemo. However, Suemo was even more serious, saying each word deliberately, "Money first." Chapter 11, Beneath the Night Editor, Atlas Studios. The escort agency is no charitable hall, where is the reason to provide free service, so, no matter what kind of conspiracy or vortex this matter is entangled with, as the chief of Ziyang Escort Agency, Suemo certainly has no reason to exert effort without receiving payment. Moreover, from another perspective, the more he behaves like this, the clearer it is that he does not know what is inside the brocade box. Otherwise, how could he give up something like the mysterious mechanism, which involves a precious treasure of Deshien's armory, for mere wealth? Wang Shanglin watched Suemo, his eyes shifting. Then with a smile that was not quite a smile he said, "Do you know who I am?" "I don't know, and I don't want to know." Wang Shanglin's mouth twitched. "Then do you know what's inside this brocade box?" "The person who handed this item over to me was on the brink of death. Honestly, if he hadn't died, I absolutely would not have accepted this escort mission, but since the item has already been handed over to me, I certainly can't just take it without due process. That's why I've traveled thousands of miles to this jimming post. Bitterly handing it over to you. As for what's inside the box, someone has already lost their life for it, and I do not wish to become the next. Therefore, no matter what rare treasure it contains, it is of no concern to me, but one thing. The person said that if I deliver the item to Wang Shanglin at Yuchuan Inn and Jimming Post, there would be a generous reward. I've kept that in my heart." Suemo spoke plainly. "Now, there's no need for us to beat around the bush. Are you going to give me the silver ticket or not?" Wang Shanglin looked at Suemo for a long moment, then suddenly laughed heartily. "Good, I didn't expect someone so young to be quite astute. If you remain unscathed, you may well have a place in the Jianghu. Naturally, I will give you the silver note." As his words fell, he reached into his sleeve and fumbled around, then after a moment pulled out 3 silver notes and handed them to Suemo. "Silver notes from Du Bank, redeemable anywhere except in Donghuang. These 300 taels should be enough for this trip, right?" "Of course." Suemo grinned and reached out to take the silver notes. However, Wang Shanglin pressed his hand down, glancing at the brocade box in Sumo's hand. The implication was clear without words. "Ha ha ha, as it should be." Suemo pushed the brocade box over, and Wang Shanglin then handed over the silver notes. Money exchanged for goods. Honestly, this truly doesn't seem like the conduct of an escort. It feels more like a secretive transaction of some illicit item. Now holding the 300 taels worth of silver notes, Suemo looked at Wang Shanglin, who now had the brocade box, and smiled gently. "The transaction is complete, the deal is done, I will take my leave." Wang Shanglin simply held the brocade box as if he couldn't part with it, completely indifferent to Sumo's departure. It was only when Suemo was about to leave the room that Wang Shanglin finally spoke. "Here's a piece of advice for you. If you don't want to bring disaster upon yourself, remember to keep sealed lips about today's matter." Suemo turned his head to look at him, saying nothing more, and after exiting the room, he smoothly closed the door behind him. With the door separating them, Suemo paused for a moment, then with a thought, a panel opened up in front of him. Mission: deliver the brocade box to Wang Shanglin at Yuchuan Inn in Jiming Post. Completed. Reward: calculating. Looking at this prompt, Suemo did not breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, his brows slightly furrowed, he glanced back at the door, then turned and left. Inside the guest room, the black cloth wrapping the brocade box had been unwrapped, but the brocade box had been discarded to one side like a worn-out shoe. Wang Shanglin sat by the window, with half of it open. At this time, what he held in his hand was no longer a book, nor the cup of tea he had forgotten to drink. It was a blade. He gently stroked the edge of the blade, while his peripheral vision followed Suemo as he left the inn. He watched until Sumo's figure had gone beyond the boundaries of the inn, until he had left the street, until he had left this Jiming Post. Only then did he gently exhale. Suddenly, the other half of the window was blown open by the wind. Along with the breeze came a person. The moment this person entered, they already took a seat on the stool by the table. Reaching out, he grabbed the teacup and seemed about to drink, but he heard a snap, and the back of his hand was struck by the scabbard. The following voice came: "Pour it yourself." With no choice, the newcomer poured tea for himself and casually placed a sword on the edge of the table. The sword was very long, a full 7 feet. "So you're just going to leave like that?" "It was none of my business to begin with." "Then I'm leaving too. Move faster, and you might catch up." The swordsman was annoyed. "I'm already very fast." Clearly not fast enough. Wang Shanglin glanced outside and said, "They're here." Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" "I'm just showing some respect for the elderly." The swordsman grabbed his sword on impulse, leaped out the door, and upon landing, heard the whistle of a staff breaking the air. Looking up, he saw an old man dressed in ragged clothes, holding a wooden stick, with a red wine gourd hanging at his waist descending from above. The swordsman intended to draw his sword, but after a moment's hesitation, he instead leaped up and fled in haste. The red gourd old man glanced indistinctly at Wang Shanglin's room window before chasing in the direction the swordsman had escaped. One after the other, they quickly disappeared into the distance. That night, the two individuals Suemo unexpectedly encountered in the forest had now brought their fight to Jiming Post, and by the looks of it, the battle was far from over. After Wang Shanglin withdrew his gaze, he sighed softly, glanced at the abandoned brocade box on the side, and the corners of his mouth twitched ever so slightly, as if pondering something. Tonight was dark, windy, and the gales were strong. A figure silently leaped out of a second-floor window of the inn, tapping the ground with the tip of the foot. With another swift movement, they were already on the rooftop, running with fleet feet. Yet, without making a sound, if one closed their eyes and did not look, no matter what, they would never imagine that a person was sprinting wildly on the rooftop. Not just sprinting, but moving very fast, as if chasing the wind, yet seemingly propelled forward by the wind itself. In a few breaths, they had already left Jiming Post behind. In a matter of moments, a distance of several miles was left behind. Suddenly, he came to a stop by a lakeside. Gently exhaling a breath, flipping his hand, he took out a brocade box from his bosom. He only glanced at it before setting the brocade box aside, and with a gentle wipe over his cheek, he tore off a human skin mask, revealing a delicate and transcendental face. Undoing the hairpin, her hair cascaded down like silk and waterfalls in an instant, but at that moment, her complexion suddenly changed. "Come out." The night was silent, with only the wind whistling. After a while, a young man cracking his knuckles emerged from the darkness. "This night has just begun, and I have already been startled. How did Wang Shanglin suddenly turn into a woman? You didn't leave." The woman, looking at Suemo who appeared before her, had a look of astonishment in her eyes. 12 Too Smart Editor, Atlas Studios. Suemo certainly did not leave. How could he leave when the situation was unclear? Who knew what storm and stress would be brought back after this trip home? Although in the inn, he had seen Wang Shanglin, and after handing over the brocade box to him, indeed he had received a system prompt telling him the mission was completed. But things had gotten even weirder. The conversation between the two waiters in the inn was one strange aspect. During these days, besides himself, there were two other people who had come looking for Wang Shanglin, a man and a woman. Among those 4 people, now only 2 were still alive, a man and a woman. This inevitably led Suemo to associate these two pairs with each other. Could it be that the 2 remaining individuals among those 4 had not used any conspiracies or tricks against him precisely because they had used that time to look for Wang Shanglin? Once this speculation turned out to be true, the strangeness only multiplied. Who exactly was Wang Shanglin? Suemo didn't know. But, as the recipient of this mission, aside from himself, were other people unaware of who this man was? From what is known so far, it's very likely they knew, otherwise, why would they give up on him and go directly to Longxiang Wisdom? Yet this raises another question: why didn't they give up on him earlier, nor later, but only after 2 people had died, did they go to find Longxiang Wisdom? Why didn't they look for him before those 2 people died? Where was the hesitation? Now, from the results, after they went looking for Longxiang Wisdom, he seemed to be perfectly fine. Their visit wasn't sneaky or secretive, it was a bold and open visit. So, what exactly was the relationship between them? This left Suemo no choice but to ponder further. Before going upstairs to meet Longxiang Wisdom and handing over the brocade box, Suemo had considered a possibility. Perhaps Longxiang Wisdom was not really Longxiang Wisdom. Someone had usurped this identity, impersonating him, the purpose being to deceive him to get the brocade box. If this speculation were true, it could explain all the doubts above. However, with the mission completion notification by the system, it seemed Longxiang Wisdom really was. Longxiang Wisdom, this, originally a tangled enigma, now had become even more perplexing, as someone unwittingly dragged into this situation. Could he really go home happy and satisfied, bearing a pile of confusion? How big must his heart be? Therefore, after leaving Jiming Post, Suemo carefully checked to confirm that no one was watching him, and then secretly returned to Jiming Post once again. Longxiang Wisdom's case had great potential, so the breakthrough to clear up this matter and to truly extract himself naturally also lay with this man. Just as expected, in the deep of night, Longxiang Wisdom left his room, sprinting all the way here. His qigong was incredibly exquisite, only with the support of his inner strength was Suemo able to keep up, otherwise, he probably wouldn't have managed to follow him. What Suemo absolutely did not expect was, why did Longxiang Wisdom, who seemed totally normal, suddenly turn into a young woman? Under the night sky, the 4 eyes of 2 people met, both speechless. The confusion in Sumo's eyes gradually morphed into contemplation, and then he started to feel some regret. Similarly, the woman opposite him also sighed. I originally thought you were a clever person, but it turns out, you are too clever. Wise men naturally know they should not be caught in a vortex, nor should a gentleman stand under a collapsing wall. Yet, this excessive cleverness drew Suemo, who was supposed to leave safely, back into the midst of conflict. Suemo was indeed a clever man. Hearing the subtle melody, he understood the deeper meaning inside. Is it too late for me to leave now? I'm afraid it's too late. The woman sighed and looked around. They are already here. Are they here for you? Otherwise, are they here for you, an escort master with no fame? They are intentionally brought here by you, then you must be confident, right? I was, but not much now. Why? Naturally, because you are now involved. Perhaps, if you explain that I am just a curious passerby who does not intend to get involved. It's too late, now you've already caught their attention. There's only one way to get out unscathed. What way? Kill them all. At the moment her words fell, a water column suddenly burst from the lake behind her. As the water column surged, the person leaping out was from the water. Once he made his move, it was a star pointing, like a meteor, like a spark, reaching behind the woman in a blink of an eye. However, the woman had already turned around. With a twist of her hands, blade flashing across, there was a ringing ding sound. What should have been a sudden attack was instantly shattered under the blade. The attacker seemed not surprised, flipping both palms towards Lingkong, but before he could reach her, the woman had already disappeared. The shock was fleeting, and suddenly a chill grew on his neck. As he looked down, he saw the tip of a single blade protruding from his neck, with bright red blood about to drip, but before it could, a heavy kick from behind sent him flying to the shore. He fell to the shore and didn't even twitch before his breath ceased. The woman landed swiftly, her gaze sweeping around, but the surroundings were already silently filled with 10 people. Among them, 9 were hidden under black clothing, their eyes solemn and cold. Only one was not dressed in black. His solemn complexion mixed with a hint of joy. Suemo recognized this person. One of those 4 people used soul-killing technique. It must be the remnants of the Yu family. He spoke now, his tone excited, even somewhat commanding. Ladies and gentlemen, this remnant of the Yu family, who has luckily survived, does not appreciate the grace of heaven and lured us here using mysterious mechanism as bait, seeming to have a significant plan. Whether the mysterious mechanism is real or not is still unknown, so please be careful when you make your move. It is best to capture them alive. Yes, you make sense. The black-clothed man closest to him nodded slightly, the blade in his palm snapping forward, the blade edge revealed by half an inch. Then, please. The man clasped his fists, however, as he spoke, a flash of cold light and a sudden blade chi pierced through his neck. Instinctively, he covered his neck with his hands, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why? Why? He couldn't even finish his question, why, before falling to the ground, dead. Crime 1. I've nurtured you all these years to quietly investigate the whereabouts of mysterious mechanism. Not only have you achieved nothing, but you also fell into their trap. What use is there to keep you? Crime 2. Fooled by others, yet still thinking you could earn rewards. Too ignorant, deserving death. Crime 3. What status do you hold to teach us how to conduct our affairs? Today, you have crafted your own death. The black-clothed man's tone was solemn and cold. His gaze then shifted to the woman. Are you Longxiang? Chapter 13 in the Rain Editor, Atlas Studios. Are you Longxiang? The black-clothed man looked towards the woman and shook his head gently. Years ago, when your Yu family clan was wiped out, you, the young lady of the Yu family, were the only one who escaped. The whereabouts of the brocade box have come full circle, and despite the many years, in the end, it has inevitably fallen into your hands. Just now, that man did indeed seek his own death with reason, but he also managed to send your information to us, which is somewhat meritorious. Unfortunately, his merit does not make up for his faults. Tonight, do you plan to surrender willingly and come back with me, or do you intend to resist to the bitter end? Forcing us to cut off your limbs and take away only a tortured soul? His tone was indifferent, as if the person standing before him was neither a living being nor a master of martial arts, just like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered, not worth taking seriously at all. However, the woman called Longxiang did not speak. Instead, taking the brocade box back into her arms, she just stared unwaveringly at the other party, as if trying to discern their true identity from that masked face. In the end, she couldn't help but sigh that your I was still young, and like tonight, you came in the dead of the night, dressed in black. Upon seeing someone, you would kill. Maids, servants, disciples, my brothers and teachers in the clan, my parents, my entire Yu family of 371 people, all perished at your hands in one night. It's laughable that, over these many years, I've never really managed to discover your true identities. You ask me about my choice tonight? The answer is simple. Tonight, I want all of you to be utterly eradicated. As the woman's voice fell, her blade split the night sky, and a thunderous boom erupted as the downpour began to pour down at the moment she struck. But faster than the rain was blood. Longxiang's movements and techniques were profoundly unpredictable, but what truly shocked people was the blade in her hand. The blade moved without wind, dropped without a shadow, only epitomizing the word kill to the fullest extent. A black-clothed man opposite her hadn't even reacted when a blade had already pierced through his heart. The circulating chi snuffed out all signs of life. It really is the Yu soul-killing technique. The remaining 8 black-clothed men scattered in all directions in an instant, not even giving another glance to their fallen comrade. The black-clothed man who had spoken earlier was standing on the branch of a tree by Sumo's side, swaying with the wind. Despite the heavy rain, his voice remained clear and resounded in everyone's ears. You dare to be proud of the mere Yu soul-killing technique? We could kill the Yu family in the past. And naturally, we can kill you today as well. He flicked his wrist, and the remaining 7 black-clothed men suddenly attacked at once. In a flash, a myriad of cold stars dotted the sky, even harder to distinguish in the torrential rain. Yet with the blade light soaring through the sky, piercing the barrier of rain, it completely isolated these myriad twinkling lights at a distance of merely a foot in front of her. A brutal fight suddenly unfolded under the rain-soaked night. Suemo realized that he was indeed just an outsider. If it wasn't for the dying man in the forest who had had a brainstorm and given him the brocade box, he should not have appeared here tonight, unfortunately. Wanting to leave now was difficult. Several black-clothed men were engaging in a fierce fight with Longxiang, but the one standing on the treetop seemed to envelop Suemo with an almost imperceptible chi. Any slight movement would undoubtedly provoke thunderous fury. Sumo's mouth twitched as he sighed. What is all this about? Unable to leave for the moment, Suemo simply lost the desire to leave at all and watched the figures clashing in the rain, his brows furrowed. Longxiang's martial arts were indeed very high. Based on her moves, these men in black, with the exception of the one in the trees, definitely stood no chance against her in a one-on-one fight. However, facing multiple opponents, she ultimately fell into a disadvantage. While her martial arts and blade technique were decisive and lethal, aiming for instant kills, every time her blade was drawn, a life would surely be taken. But as the encounter dragged on, she inevitably suffered injuries. Injuries would certainly affect her movement, weakening her martial arts, and as time passed, she was gradually being overpowered. At this moment, her blade bore no blood, and no red stains were to be seen on her body. The pouring rain had washed it all away. Looking at her footsteps, each step leaving a bloody imprint, made it clear that she was not as at ease as she appeared. You used the mysterious mechanism to lure those four fools into acting rashly and snatch it all to draw us in. It's a pity. Your martial arts aren't bad, but in the end, 2 fists can't match 4 hands. So, where is the trump card that you've hidden until now? Is it this little young escort master? The treetop black-clothed man spoke again, and this time, he directly aimed his accusation at Suemo. Suemo was taken aback for a moment, quickly shaking her head. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not familiar with her. The black-clothed man was stunned, apparently not expecting Suemo to respond this way. Looking at Longxiang again, she also seemed a bit confused. Many things about tonight made sense, but Suemo, why did he seem so out of place with tonight's affairs? Him? Longxiang's eyes flashed a fierce light, as she gently wiped away the blood that had mingled with the rain at the corner of her mouth, offering a faint smile. He's just an escort master caught in the crossfire. As for what I'm relying on? She pulled out the brocade box from within her robes. The mysterious mechanism is right here. Whether true or false, you might as well take a gamble, no? As soon as her voice fell, she flung the brocade box into the air. Immediately following was a blade chi that tore through the curtain of rain. Blade chi chased after the brocade box, about to shatter it in the blink of an eye. In that instant, black-clothed men took to the air, rushing towards the brocade box. Shattering the blade chi with a swing of the hand and reaching out to grab the box. I've caught it! He exclaimed softly. However, a cold glint flashed across Longxiang's eyes, followed by a sigh, carrying an indescribable disappointment, and at that very moment, thousands of bright lights suddenly burst out from the brocade box. The man holding the box had not even landed yet but was already drenched in blood. He was lifeless even before he hit the ground. Was there even a mysterious mechanism in the brocade box? It was certainly a hidden weapon, but how it was activated and triggered at the precise moment the other person took hold of it was unknown. However, if used well, this move was incredibly dangerous. The pupils of the man atop the tree shrank. Impermanence rain needle. You little girl, what a venomous scheme. Regrettably, you have underestimated our resolve. What can you rely on now? But before the black-clothed man had finished speaking, Longxiang suddenly pointed at 3 spots on her own body, jade and stone burning together. Stop right there. The pupils of the man in the trees suddenly contracted and in an instant, he leaped into the air, his blade light slashing across the sky, heading straight for Suemo. If you don't stop, this person will die because of you. Chapter 14, The 7 Injuries. Fist Editor, Atlas Studios. Yu Soul Killing Technique. This martial art is a unique skill solely possessed by the Yu family. However, initially, it was not called the Yu Soul Killing Technique, but the Jade Shattering Killing Technique, taking the idea that one would rather have the jade shatter than the tile remain whole. It's just that the ancestors of the Yu family felt that the Jade Shattering Killing Technique was rather ominous, hence they substituted break for shatter, and eventually, the character for break was dropped for soul. Nevertheless, no matter how it changed, the strongest move of this martial art remains that opting for jade to shatter rather than the tile remain whole, jade and stone burning together. When this move is executed, inner strength is transformed into flames, using one's body as the kindle, suddenly igniting to unleash a force several times more powerful than oneself, and elevating the killing intent within the Yu soul killing technique to its utmost limit. The power that can erupt in a moment is something no one wants to confront head-on. In ancient times, the Yu family could crumble amidst the siege of these black-clothed men, mainly because they had stealthily poisoned the family's drinking water. First, thus, the Yu family was never able to unleash all their martial arts, nor could they choose jade and stone burning together to perish together with their enemies. This led to a tragic end where the entire household was annihilated. The black-clothed man atop the tree had never imagined that Longxiang, despite her young age, was already capable of executing jade and stone burning together. Even less did he expect that she, a girl in her 20s, would act with such definitive desperation. Should Longxiang truly deploy jade and stone burning together, the events of tonight would indeed become unresolvable, and the reason, in this moment, he did not stop Longxiang but instead used Suemo as a hostage. That was his brilliance. This man, experienced in Jianghu, possesses insight far beyond those of ordinary people. Longxiang is indeed resolute, but her actions tonight, whether intentionally or unintentionally, kept some distance from Suemo. These two were originally very close, but after taking action, Longxiang moved her opponent and Suemo apart, clearly intending not to drag Suemo into this chaotic affair. This is also why, initially, this black-clothed man atop the tree thought Suemo was Longxiang's backup plan. but when Yu Lingxin threw out the brocade box, activating the impermanence rain needle within, even risking her life to use jade and stone burning together directly, he understood. Yu Lingxin simply didn't want to involve the innocent, thus, the method to break this situation naturally fell on Sumo's shoulders. You don't want to involve the innocent, then just involve the innocent. If you don't want this young man to die because of you, then you should just surrender obediently. In this instant, the black-clothed man made a decision, jumped up in the air, and in midair, he was already before Sumo. This man's blade technique was decisive, arriving through the air, but it wasn't with the intent to kill, using Sumo as a hostage. What would be the point if he were killed? Thus, he wanted to capture Sumo, forcing Yu Lingxin to be hesitant. At that very moment, Yu Lingxin indeed hesitated, while the black-clothed man let out a light breath, but he failed to notice. Sumo's fist was already raised, 5 elements qi harmonize yin and yang, hurting the heart. Lungs and liver intensify, organs disperse, essence lost, mind bewildered, triple energizers extinguished, soul ascends. These are the principles of a fist technique flowing within his heart. Sumo's system was still calculating very slowly, waiting for Wang Shanglin to make a move. It wasn't until nightfall that the calculation was completed. After this calculation was completed, however, it also made Sumo realize something. His system, in fact, was quite unreasonable. Escortingly issue was supposed to be simple. There were no conspiracies or tricks halfway, between Luoxia City and Jinyang City. If taking the main road there wasn't even a mountain bandit or robber, it could be said it was a journey without any challenges or obstacles. And they simply arrived at the destination. Such an escort mission without any difficulties or obstacles still shockingly achieved the great perfection of the Longxiang wisdom. This trip has not only been through a whole bunch of messy incidents but also got entangled with a great trouble like the mysterious mechanism that could provoke worldwide disputes. However, I was only rewarded with one ultimate fist technique. 7 injuries fist. At this moment, the inner strength coursed through yin and yang, and the inner breath of Longxiang wisdom expanded, unleashing astonishing physical strength. The blade of the black-clothed man had not yet fallen when he already felt something was wrong. The rain curtain around him underwent a bizarre transformation at this instant, twisting and turning shapelessly. This was a display of inner strength affecting the air. It made the black-clothed man, who had just relaxed thinking he had tricked me, suddenly tighten his pupils. He cast an incredulous look towards Sumo, but only saw a fist. Then, it was fists everywhere. These fists, seeming even more numerous than raindrops, filled the black-clothed man's entire field of view in an instant, not only effortlessly bypassing his unfully deployed blade but also striking his chest in a flash. The myriad of punch winds coalesced into one point, yet a powerful inner strength suddenly burst inside his body. This can't be. The black-clothed man disbelievingly watched Sumo, unable to finish his sentence, already sent flying back. Streaking like a shooting star, he broke through layers of rain curtains in a blink, yet before hitting the ground, a thunderous explosion was heard, and his body directly burst apart. In an instant, the world went silent. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't believe their eyes. However, Yu Lingxin, having seen the opportunity very quickly and knowing more, immediately stopped using the jade and stone burning together technique and, in a breath's work, cut down several other soul-taken men dressed in black. The wind had not stopped, and the rain continued. Sumo lightly shook his hand and looked at Yu Lingxin. I say, you didn't do this on purpose, did you? On purpose what? Yu Lingxin breathed lightly. Sumo hesitated a bit and then shook his head. Forget it, it's nothing. Is this over now? Almost. Almost what? This thing. The last line was not said by Yu Lingxin. The speaker came out from the dark, holding a sword single-handedly, a sword very long. A full 7 feet, his other hand was dragging a corpse. The corpse died of sword wounds. Is it you? Sumo looked at the man, somewhat surprised but also not. The swordsman glanced at Yu Lingxin and sneered. You were right, they were indeed careful, while you were busy here. There were another pair of eyes, I gouged them out though, but what you did was different than what was agreed. Just a slight mishap. Yu Lingxin casually waved his hand. You still have time to chat here? Naturally, you scoundrel. Maggot attached to the bones, never leaving in peace. The swordsman, previously quite relaxed, suddenly became alert, threw the body aside, and gave Sumo a fierce glare before turning to leave. Watching him leave, Sumo seemed thoughtful and suddenly looked at Yu Lingxin. Who is that old man? Old man sure hen. Yu Lingxin looked at Sumo, slightly smiling. The blade user you killed in the forest was his disciple. Chapter 15 Turbulence in Jianghu. Editor, Atlas Studios. The blade user you killed in the woods. He was his disciple. Yu Lingxin's words pierced through the Qin Koan. It also made Su Emo realize why the old man had inexplicably found him. He couldn't help but sneer. Indeed, one shouldn't drink wine from unknown origins. That wine can actually be drunk. As long as your inner strength is profound enough, it can even be beneficial. Yu Lingxin shook her head gently. Now, has your curiosity been satisfied? It is, for now. Su Emo was actually somewhat frustrated. I won't be so curious in the future. He was not a particularly curious person by nature. It was mainly because he had become involved in this situation, and leaving without understanding the specifics would really leave loose ends. That was why he had followed to find out the truth. Who could have imagined such a scenario? Facing Yu Lingxin just now, when those black-clothed men ambushed them, Su Emo understood some things, and when he heard the conversation between the black-clothed men and Yu Lingxin, he almost understood everything. The Yu family had once been wiped out by others, leaving only Yu Lingxin. For more than 10 years, she practiced her martial arts diligently, and after achieving something, she started traveling in Jianghu to seek revenge. How this scheme was initially set up, Su Emo was not clear, but he could guess it was simple. The 4 men in the woods belonged to the same organization. Lurking in the dark of Jianghu, investigating the location of the mysterious mechanism. This was also why Su Emo had never heard of these 4 men before. People like them naturally preferred to have no fame at all. Nobody knew them, which made it easier to move in secret. Yu Lingxin used the mysterious mechanism as bait to finally lure out these 4 men, but those 4 were not her target. Her real target was the organization hiding behind those 4, her killing of Chef Zhou, and even the murder outside Taohua Forest, was not without aim. If these actions were to reach the ears of Hu Piapiao and others, coupled with some leading information, Hu Piapiao and the others might conclude that Chef Zhou and the Su from the Taohua Forest died from revenge. Who would be seeking revenge? If at this time, the information about the Yu family and Wang Shanglin was cleverly spread, it would not be difficult to reach a conclusion satisfactory to both sides. Of course, Su Mo was not privy to the specific details of this series of plot planning, but the ultimate result was that the organization learned of Yu Lingxin's existence, and indeed, they reacted upon hearing the news and sent people to assassinate her, leading to tonight's situation. It can be said that throughout the entire process, Su Mo was just an innocent bystander drawn into the affair, and the mysterious mechanism was fake. It actually contained a lethal hidden weapon. Honestly, at this moment, Su Mo felt that his curiosity was not so intense. Otherwise, if he had really opened it to take a look, wouldn't he have died even before this? As for why he let that swordsman lead away old man Shirhan to clear the way for himself, it was obviously because she needed the brocade box to help achieve her goals. Seeing her actions tonight, it seems she is ready to use the killing move inside the box to deal with the biggest trouble, but unexpectedly, he had also arrived, which made her hesitate, and in the end, she even resorted to jade and stone burning together. After all these thoughts flashed through his mind, Su Mo didn't wait for Yu Lingxin to speak and had already waved his hand. Since there's nothing here for me, I will take my leave now. Yu Lingxin quietly watched Su Mo for a while, then nodded slowly. I will handle the end of this matter properly. Remember to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, no matter how supreme your martial arts, misfortune may well come from your words. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Be careful of old man Shirhan, Shilin. Can't hold him back for long. After Yu Lingxin finished speaking, she turned around, clearly not intending to say more to Su Mo. Su Mo took the hint and truly turned to leave without lingering. The game Yu Lingxin had planned, no matter what followed, had nothing to do with him anymore. After tidying up this matter, he would be more free from it, not bringing trouble back home. In fact, if he had left immediately after the incident at Jinling Post Yuchuan Inn, there wouldn't have been any more developments. It's a pity that he knew too little at that time and couldn't rest easy, which led to tonight's unexpected complications. Su Mo left quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. Yu Lingxin then turned back to look in the direction Su Mo had left, her eyes reflecting thought before she eventually shook her head. With each step she took, she didn't go far but instead headed towards a spot in the forest. It wasn't far. There was a big tree, and she walked around the trunk to the other side, then reached out to pull on the bark. The bark was unexpectedly torn off by her. There was a hollow inside the tree, where a person was hidden. It was a woman. If Su Mo had been there, he would have recognized her instantly as the only woman among the 4, Hu Piapiao. Only at this moment, Hu Piapiao's eyes were tightly closed, with no breath or heartbeat, as if she were a dead person. Lingxiang touched her body a few times, and the seemingly dead Hu Piapiao suddenly took a deep breath and opened her eyes. It was naturally difficult to travel on a rainy night, but Suemo still moved swiftly. He was eager to leave the chaos he'd been entangled in. While hurrying along, he couldn't help but reflect, Jianghu appears calm. But underneath, there are surging undercurrents one might not notice when standing outside, but only by getting involved can one understand the gravity of it. Lingxiang's scheme, and the struggle with that unknown organization, to be honest, was just one of the many storms in Jianghu. It was a mere microcosm of the entire Jianghu. Suemo, caught up by chance, got a glimpse of the scheme, but it showed how quickly and uncontrollably storms could arise in the Jianghu. Sometimes, it's not about whether you provoke anyone or not, the storm could still reach you. When it's time for rain to fall or a woman to marry, who can stop it? So, if one wishes to survive in Jianghu, one must be prepared to be caught up in these storms. One must stand firm amidst these storms to have a foothold in Jianghu. Suemo exhaled. In the future, I should mind my own business as much as possible, not get involved in these storms, peacefully escort and complete missions, earn rewards, accumulate martial arts skills, and even if I must get involved in trouble one day, with my martial arts as reliance, at least I won't be swept away by the storms. But what about that swordsman called Qilin now? Factually speaking, the person who handed over the brocade box in the forest might not have been acting under Lingxiang's orders given her modus operandi. It could simply have been a desperate move before his death. Therefore, the fight between the blade user and him wasn't someone else's fault but a decision he made. That swordsman called Qilin, who is currently luring away old man Shirhan, in a sense, is actually taking the blame for him. But never mind him, it's not like I asked him to take the blame. Suemo ruthlessly shook off the thought and continued on his way towards Luoxia City. Chapter 16, An encounter in front of the pavilion. Shirley Pavilion. 10 miles further south from Shirley Pavilion is Luoxia City. Initially, Shirley Pavilion was merely a pavilion. In times when travel was inconvenient, a visit from a friend from afar warranted an escort for 10 miles out and an equal distance to greet them, often emphasizing the host family's regard. Thus, the pavilion was established. Sitting in the pavilion to bid farewell, one does not know how many springs and autumns will pass before the next meeting. However, people soon found a way to make a profit from this practice. After all, whether bidding farewell or welcoming for 10 miles, it was almost inevitable that one would stop for a cup of tea or a pot of liquor at the journey's end. Those with means could bring their own, but what about those without, or those who found it burdensome? After some people recognized this opportunity, they simply built taverns and tea houses next to Shirley Pavilion to make a living. Later on, as merchants passed by and Jianghu heroes stopped to rest, the business at Shirley Pavilion flourished. At this moment, Suemo was seated in one of the tea houses at Shirley Pavilion. The tea house had quite a few patrons, some resting merchants, some solitary Jianghu guests, some grouped together, engaging in lively discussions with loud laughter, others sat alone, buried in their tea drinking. Suemo had been rushing back, whether quickly or slowly, and finally returned after half a month. Seeing Shirley Pavilion meant he was almost home. Drinking a cup of tea and resting was not too late before heading back. Originally, I agreed with Uncle Fu that it would be half a month. Now, just coming back from gymming post has taken nearly half a month. With the spare time, Uncle Fu must have been worried. Suemo sipped his tea and let out a long sigh. Although I was involuntarily involved in this Lingxiang affair, regardless of the grudges between Lingxiang and that organization, at least I earned over 400 taels of silver on this escort mission, along with Mr. Su's selfless contribution. I can let Uncle Fu purchase some things when I return. The escort agency is currently empty and in dire need of restoration. Let's not talk about the distant future, at least buy a good horse first. So I won't always have to rely on my 2 legs to travel. Once the escort agency expands, we can muster troops and buy horses. Then, carriages and clothing will all be expenditures. Just relying on the current over 400 taels, it's really just a drop in the bucket. Suemo calculated in his mind and suddenly felt that the 400 silver taels in his pocket weren't as appealing. However, he was well prepared for this. Besides the 400 taels of silver, 7 injuries fist was another gain. This was an extremely dangerous martial arts. The human body is divided by the 5 elements. The heart is fire, the lungs are metal, the liver is wood, the kidneys are water, and the spleen is earth. With the addition of yin-yang qi, when all 7 are injured, all are harmed. It means to injure oneself before injuring others. However, with his great perfection stage of Longxiang wisdom protecting him, Suemo was not harmed by the 7 injuries fist. Moreover, since he directly achieved great success with 7 injuries fist, regular practice not only avoids self-harm but also benefits the internal organs. On a rainy night, the black-clothed man threatened with his blade, intending to capture Su Mo to make Yu Lingxin hesitate. Whether or not this strategy was effective, it undoubtedly gave Su Mo an opportunity to showcase his skills. He did not expect that the inner strength from Longxiang Wisdom coupled with the power of 7 injuries fist would pulverize the man on the spot. 7 injuries fist is too dangerous and should be used as little as possible unless it's a life or death situation. Being an escort in Jianghu, it's 70% about relationships and 30% about martial arts. In the future, it's still crucial to form good bonds. Although I have no reputation now, the fame accumulated by my ancestors has already been squandered. But even in mere sparring, I can still build connections. My 7 injuries fist is indeed under my control and won't take a life with a single blow, but its fierce fist strength directly targets the vital organs and can be overwhelming. Su Mo let out a wry smile, and as he looked up, his brows suddenly raised slightly. In the far distance, several fast horses were galloping toward Shirley Pavilion. Sumo's eyebrows furrowed slightly, then relaxed again. I'm just being overcautious. It's not like trouble comes knocking every time I hear the sound of hooves. Yu Lingxin needs to operate in secret, otherwise, her grand plan for revenge would be snuffed out. Therefore, I keep silent, and she must also keep her lips sealed. That night, things had gone too far. She couldn't kill me, and if I killed her, I would only attract more trouble to myself. So, in a way, if I don't want to invite disaster, I have no choice but to leave. And if she doesn't want any complications, she has to let me go. That matter is indeed in the past, so now, it can't be that I'll encounter trouble just by sitting here drinking tea. Thinking this, he felt quite at ease. However, when those fast horses arrived, Su Mo regretted not having left earlier. It's Iron Blood Escort Agency. Before the horses arrived, he already saw the flag. The enormous characters for Iron Blood immediately sparked chattering among the tea-house patrons, one of the 3 major escort agencies in Luoxia City. Iron Blood Yang Yi has indeed made a remarkable figure, forging a great enterprise from nothing. Now that the Iron Blood escort flag unfurls, who in Jianghu wouldn't show some respect? Yang Yi's martial arts are indeed impressive, it's just a shame about his taste in people. What do you mean by that? Yang Yi doesn't have a son, only a daughter, whom he treasured since childhood. Miss Yang turned out to be promising. Not only is she beautiful, but her young age belies her considerable martial arts skill, having inherited 7 parts of Yang Yi's true skills. It's a pity her match is not a worthy one. Shu, be quiet, they're here. The conversation had reached this point, incomplete, but nobody dared to continue, because those fast horses had arrived. Leading them was a young woman, beautiful and carrying a silver spear that ill-suited her delicate features. She displayed a heroic elegance as she halted her horse and dismounted. Uncle Wang, Uncle Li, thank you for your hard work this trip. Now that we've arrived home, let's dismount and have a cup of tea first. The young woman turned and spoke to the people behind her. We'll follow the young leader's orders. After those words, everyone dismounted and entered the tea house. For a moment, there were many sideways glances. Su Mo nearly wanted to bury his head in his pants, yet, in doing so, he unexpectedly stood out from the crowd. The leading woman swept the tea house with her eyes, looking for an empty seat, but her gaze fell on Su Mo, her eyes fixed on him, and she suddenly shouted, Su Mo. Sumo's mouth twitched. You recognize me, and you recognize me, but why shout so loudly? Sure enough, after hearing those 2 words Su Mo, people started peering around and muttering to each other. So that's Su Mo? Who is Su Mo? Which family's young hero is he? Why have I never heard of him? Keep it down, beware troubles brew from loose lips. But he's no young hero, he's that disreputable person. Ever since Su Mo obtained Longxiang Wisdom, his senses became extremely sharp, so even though the speakers kept their voices low, he heard them clearly and couldn't help but glare angrily at the speakers. The woman, however, had already covered ground in quick strides. And with a firm slap on Sumo's shoulder, the force came crushing down, accompanied by a refreshing laugh. Why are you here? I was glad to hear you've been diligently training recently. But why aren't you practicing today? Have you fallen back to your old ways, returning to the brothel? Chapter 17. Yang Xiaoyun. She was clearly a woman, but her manner of speaking was entirely that of Iron Blood Dragon Spear. Yang Yi, her gaze shifted, certainly containing a hint of warmth, but what dominated was an aura of grandeur emanating from her very bones. Sumo's lips twitched, feeling as though he had truly hit a streak of bad luck today. Why did he have to run into this woman of all people? The woman's name was Yang Xiaoyun. She was 2 years older than Su Mo. They had known each other since childhood, back when Iron Blood Escort Agency was far from its current state, and Ziyang Escort Agency had not yet faced its decline. Yang Yi and Su Mo's father were sworn brothers. An oft-repeated saying was naturally that close relations added to close relations. Hence, from a young age, Su Mo had an unwed wife, and that was this Yang Xiaoyun. But in regards to this marriage, whether it was before or after Su Mo's transmigration, he was quite resistant to it, mainly because Yang Xiaoyun lacked the gentleness and consideration of ordinary women, preferring martial attire over feminine adornments. She had no interest in women's work or showing tenderness and care. Just the mention of swords, spears, swords, and halberds would make her eyes glow. She was the childhood king of the streets and alleys, her pale little fists making many children bow their heads in submission, willingly offering up their candied haws. Then, Yang Xiaoyun would share them with Su Mo, both eating their fill with great relish. Of course, their relationship wasn't entirely harmonious and loving, because she was 2 years older than Su Mo and was his betrothed. Yang Xiaoyun always felt it her duty to manage her good-for-nothing future husband. Therefore, from a young age, when it came to the matter of urging him to practice martial arts, Yang Xiaoyun was even more attentive than Su Mo's parents. But when Su Mo was disobedient, Yang Xiaoyun did indeed hit him. This made Su Mo utterly fearful of Yang Xiaoyun, nearly to the point of running away at the sight of her. Later on, the Su family fell into decline. Su's father met a tragic end on Jianghu Road, his mother died of depression, and the large escort agency crumbled and fell apart. Naturally, this had a great impact on their betrothal. Furthermore, Su Mo was a thoroughly unworthy descendant, who had not striven to improve his lot, instead content to sink into depravity, continuously squandering his family's wealth. Yang Yi had no desire to let his daughter associate with such a disgraceful youth. This actually suited the original Su Mo perfectly, who indulged daily in a life of pleasure among the flowers. But when the Iron Lady heard of it, she stormed straight into the brothel, dragging him out and giving him a thorough beating in the street. The incident caused quite a stir. Throughout Luoxia City, everyone knew of the Iron Lady's fury in beating up her own husband, which turned the springtime splendor pale in comparison, and for a while, it became the talk of the town. Still recounted with relish to this day, and Su Mo's reputation spread far and wide because of this, though naturally, it was not a flattering one. Later, it was said that because of this incident, Yang Xiaoyun was severely reprimanded by Yang Yi, and father and daughter quarreled fiercely for the first time, the specifics of which even Su Mo was unable to find out. But since then, the two of them rarely saw each other. Now that Su Mo had transmigrated, he kept a low profile and seldom interacted with others. Yet unexpectedly, their next meeting would be on this occasion. When asked in public if he had any solid-state sprouts or went to the brothel again, Su Mo felt he was somewhat unable to face the situation. While he was struggling and didn't know how to respond, Yang Xiaoyun had already sat down and looked up at him. "Sit down." Su Mo had no choice but to oblige and occasionally glanced at the other escort masters of the Iron Blood Escort Agency. Everyone also nodded at him in turn. It wasn't so much out of respect, which, if it existed at all, was for the sake of Su Mo's father, nor was it disdain, for even if there was any, why would they outwardly show it and needlessly displease the young lady? Those who have fumbled their way to this point, even if their martial arts are mediocre, are at least no longer hotheads, as those who wear their emotions on their sleeves often die young in Jianghu. "Have you been well recently?" After sitting down, Yang Xiaoyun looked at Su Mo. Her tone softened by a few notches, and she seemed quite concerned. "I've been quite well." "Good, that's good." Yang Xiaoyun nodded, then put on an almost elder sister-like motherly expression and said, "I've been away from home recently, and in recent years father has entrusted me with many matters of the escort agency. I've been running around so much that I might have neglected you a bit, but don't hold it against me." "Not at all." Su Mo shook his head firmly. Yang Xiaoyun hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words, and simply slapped the table. "Waiter, bring tea." The waiter of the tea house had long been prepared and hurriedly brought over large bowls of tea upon hearing the call. Yang Xiaoyun, seizing the moment, seemed to have thought of something, and with a smile said, "I heard that you've changed a lot in recent years, frequenting the brothel less and focusing more on martial arts. This is good. The trials and tribulations of Jianghu can sharpen a person. You will inevitably have to shoulder the banner of Ziyang Escort Agency, and it's only right that you gain more experience and practice diligently. Your family has a profound martial history, and the martial arts of Ziyang sect are no trifling matter. Although there have been few disciples from our sect entering Jianghu in the past decade, it still remains a renowned name. Now that it's in your hands, you mustn't let this reputation be tarnished." Although the conversation between the two felt a bit odd, Yang Xiaoyun's words were indeed valuable. Su Mo was not someone who couldn't tell right from wrong. He nodded solemnly, of course. This response seemed to surprise Yang Xiaoyun a bit. Her gaze at Su Mo changed, as if some brightness had sprung from nothingness. She couldn't help but raise her lips slightly and smiled softly. You really are different. I knew it. Uncle Su was a remarkable hero, and you, Su Mo, are not meant to be confined. Well, if you have time, you could come and visit my family. When Uncle Su was still alive, our families often visited each other, and somehow, overnight, many things have changed. The people are still the same, the city is still the same, it seems like everything is the same, yet everything is different. I assume if you could visit more often, my father would be pleased, right? Su Mo was caught between laughter and tears. He remembered Yang Yiji, a man of few smiles and words, who, after the Su family's incident, only appeared once at the memorial service and then never set foot in the Su family's home again. People say that Yang Yiji didn't want to continue being involved with the Su family. It even restricted the interactions between Yang Xiaoyun and Su Mo. Some matchmakers even started to propose matrimonial prospects for Yang Xiaoyun, yet strangely enough, Yang Yiji has not agreed to any of them. As for the potential marriage agreement between Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun, it has also never been addressed. This left many people bewildered. Now hearing what Yang Xiaoyun said, Su Mo didn't know how to respond, so he could only manage to say, when I find the time, I will surely come to visit. Let's agree on that, then. I won't be leaving home for a while, so when you come to the escort agency, I will personally oversee your martial arts training. Chapter 18, Going Home. Su Mo instantly regretted his words after he spoke them. How could he have had a momentary lapse of judgment and agreed to visit? He wanted to say something to back out, but seeing the joy on Yang Xiaoyun's face made it difficult to retract his words. With a bitter smile, he conceded that it would have to do. When he was less busy later, he'd find time to visit and get it over with. The ensuing conversation with Yang Xiaoyun was one of searching for topics. They hadn't had many opportunities to interact over the past few years. Since Sumo's arrival in this world, besides memories of her, they really had no connection. Instead of childhood sweethearts who grew up together, they were more like familiar strangers, but it was evident that Yang Xiaoyun was deeply concerned for Su Mo. She spoke to him about her experiences traveling Jianghu and escorting cargo. Unfortunately, her storytelling was mediocre at best, her narration plain and straightforward, and the matters of the Iron Blood Escort Agency were different. From Sumo's declining Ziyang Escort Agency. Out and about, who in the Green Forest wouldn't show her some respect? Of course, this respect was for the Iron Blood Escort Agency, or rather, it was for Yang Yi. Nevertheless, with the foundation laid by Yang Yi and with Yang Xiaoyun's outstanding abilities, their journey had been quite smooth. Throughout their casual talk, Sumo's perception of Yang Xiaoyun began to change. His memories of Yang Xiaoyun leaned more toward her association with violence. Fear was often the dominant impression, but now it seemed that Yang Xiaoyun's concern for Su Mo was heartfelt and sincere, and she held high expectations for him. As for love between a man and a woman, that had yet to be seen. It was more a habit formed from growing up together, that was actually quite good. It saved a lot of trouble. While they were enjoying their tea and conversation, the sun began to set. A middle-aged man from the Iron Blood Escort Agency came over. Young leader, we can't delay any longer. We must return. Okay, Su Mo, you should come with us. That was fine by him. Su Mo was used to traveling on foot. Following the people from the Iron Blood Escort Agency back meant he would at least have a horse to ride. The escort masters of the Iron Blood Escort Agency didn't object, and two of them shared a horse so that Su Mo could have one. Thus, he went back to Luoxia City with the people from the Iron Blood Escort Agency. After entering the city gates, they went their separate ways. Remember to come and find me. Yang Xiaoyun waved and reminded Su Mo before she left. Su Mo could only agree again. Then he headed towards the Ziyang Escort Agency. The location of the Ziyang Escort Agency was not secluded. Its entrance was on one of the main roads of Luoxia City. At its busiest, the entrance would be bustling with carriages coming and going, a sight of extraordinary vivacity. But it was not yet dark, and the night market hadn't started, so the place was empty and quiet for the time being. Standing at the entrance of the escort agency, Su Mo looked up to see the signboard hanging high, inscribed with 4 bold characters, Ziyang Escort Agency. The writing was ancient, forceful, and powerful. It was said that this sign was personally sought from the Ziyang sect by an ancestral member of their family, Su Qingyu. As long as this sign remained hanging, it was believed that the Ziyang Escort Agency would always be under the protection of the Ziyang sect. Protecting one's own may have its complexities. It was unwarranted to trouble the sect with trivial matters. However, should one indeed encounter insurmountable grievances or Threats to the very survival of the entire family, the Ziyang sect would certainly not stand idly by, but such a promise was of use to Su Qingyu back then. For Su Mo, communication with the Ziyang sect was even rarer. Although there was no overt animosity, most likely the sect disdained him as a no-account descendant of the Su family, thus the plaque merely retained a nominal significance. Arriving at the front gate, he lifted the knocker and tapped. After a brief wait, a small door opened within the gate, revealing a pair of somewhat cloudy eyes. The gatekeeper seemed about to inquire, but recognizing Su Mo, his eyes immediately gleamed with surprise and delight. The young master has returned. The gate creaked open, revealing an old servant, Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu was quite old, at least in his 60s this year. Ever since Su Mo could remember, Uncle Fu had been serving at the escort agency. Rumor had it that in his younger days, he was a wretched soul saved by Su Mo's grandfather, and from then on, served diligently within the agency, serving 3 generations of the Su family. Even as Su Mo fell short, with the disciples dispersed, Uncle Fu remained steadfastly loyal by his side. Upon Su Mo's return, Uncle Fu's eyes sparkled with concealed joy, yet he carefully maintained his place, scrutinizing Su Mo for any injuries. Only after assuring himself that Su Mo was unharmed, without a missing arm or leg, did he breathe a sigh of relief. He promptly said, "Young master, please come in. Was the trip taxing? You're a few days late compared to the expected time. Just this morning I was pondering if you didn't return today. I'd go meet you at Shirley Pavilion first thing tomorrow." Su Mo chuckled bitterly. "Don't bother, you're getting on in years, remember not to overexert yourself." "How could I? In my youth, following the old master, I've slept in snow-covered fields, I'm still quite robust." Uncle Fu grinned, revealing just 3 teeth left, his face creased with folds, radiating a pride that belied his words. "Indeed, indeed. But rest assured, this bodyguard duty was short, and the journey was safe without incident. It was but the slow pace of the scholar that delayed us somewhat." "There's no use for a scholar," Uncle Fu realized with a gesture of comprehension. "It's good that you've returned safely. I'll go to the kitchen this instant to prepare some hot water for you. First, take a bath to cleanse yourself of the dust of the road. Once you're clean, we can eat." Su Mo nodded slightly but then interjected, "Uncle Fu, this is for you." As he spoke, he pulled out the silver note, as well as the 5 taels of silver given by Li Yishu. Why so much?" Uncle Fu was somewhat taken aback. "Don't worry about it. Just put it on the account." All right. True to form, Uncle Fu asked no further and pocketed the silver note and silver. Within the small, dilapidated escort agency, all matters of expenditure were now under Uncle Fu's management, even though Su Mo considered. With just the 2 of them left to depend on each other, was there any need to be so fastidious? But Uncle Fu insisted that without rules, nothing could be achieved. The agency would not always be in such a state, and principles must be established from the start. Now, absent a proper accounting room, he would take on the role temporarily until the agency blossomed, when there would naturally be accountants for the accounts, coachmen for the horses, gatekeepers for the gates, each fulfilling their own duties. Su Mo was not one to dismiss good advice and, reflecting on it, found the rationale sound and readily went along, guiding Su Mo through the gate and down the corridor to his bedroom. Uncle Fu swiftly turned and darted away, returning momentarily not with hot water but carrying a copper basin. The old man wore a full-faced smile. "Young master, wash your face first upon returning home." Chapter 19 Uncle Fu, escort masters travel Jianghu, bound by numerous rules and rituals. Among them, there is one that entails not washing one's face, mainly because frequent washing followed by exposure to wind and sun can easily lead to cracked and injured skin peeling in summer, and feeling as if the face is being sliced by daggers in the cold winter winds. Therefore, not washing the face is actually a form of protection for escort masters, and the time to wash one's face, naturally, is after returning home. This rule at Ziyang Escort Agency is treated almost like a ceremony. Completing an escort mission and washing one's face upon returning home is considered a top priority. Su Mo watched Uncle Fu's beaming smile, and couldn't help but smile warmly himself, shrugged off his outerwear, and thoroughly washed away the weariness from his face. Uncle Fu attended to him the entire time, and only after Su Mo finished washing up did he take the basin away and throw out the water with force, as if to cast away all the hardships endured along the journey. Washing up, then eating. Coming home from an escort mission calls for a good meal, tender slices of stir-fry, delectable crystal pork elbow, enticingly green vegetables, and an assortment of dishes across the table. plus Uncle Fu's special soup dumplings, which he made 5 steamers full of, allowing Su Mo to thoroughly enjoy his meal. Yet, Uncle Fu always emphasized following the rules, hence he never ate at the same table as Su Mo. While Su Mo dined, Uncle Fu stood by to attend to him. Although Su Mo had told Uncle Fu more than once that in the escort agency it was just the two of them depending on each other, and there really was no need to adhere so rigidly to this protocol. However, Uncle Fu simply wouldn't allow it. Regardless of how eloquently Su Mo argued, in persistent disagreement, the old man would act stubborn, sitting on the ground with tears and snot, apologizing to the ancestors of the Su family. Finally, Su Mo had no choice but to give in. While savoring the delicious soup dumplings, Su Mo couldn't help but mention his encounter with Yang Xiaoyun at Shirley Pavilion. Miss Yang from the Yang family, ha! Uncle Fu's eyes lit up. Speaking of which, young master, it's about time you should consider marriage. Miss Yang is truly a match for you, both elegant and beautiful. How about I take a trip to Iron Blood Escort Agency in a little while on your behalf, meet Master Yang, and propose the marriage? Su Mo was just swallowing a sip of tea and nearly sprayed it all out upon hearing this. He quickly waved his hands. Uncle Fu, please refrain, we absolutely mustn't do this. Young master, why speak of absolutes? Uncle Fu shook his head. This marriage was agreed upon while your father was still alive, and Master Yang was very happy about it at the time. Even though your father has passed, the engagement still stands. If Yang Yiji dares go back on his word, would he still have the face to be called a man? If he really does so, don't underestimate me despite my age. If I just lie down at the doors of Iron Blood Escort Agency and protest, I reckon it would give Yang Yiji a headache for 3 days. Su Mo was caught between laughter and tears, unsure of what the old man had experienced in his youth. Still lively as ever, he resembled a chunk of tough meat, exuding an air of defiance like a stubborn bachelor impervious to boiling water. Moreover, Su Mo understood Uncle Fu all too well. The old man was truly capable of doing such things. He said hastily, I'm not saying this marriage proposal does not count, nor am I saying the Yang family intends to back out. Besides, over the years, the number of suitors at the Iron Blood Escort Agency has nearly worn out their iron threshold, yet Uncle Yang has not agreed, has he? Indeed, that is true, Yang Yiji keeps his word. Uncle Fu nodded. You should know, when he and Master were young, they were sworn brothers. Countless times, Master has carried him out of deadly skirmishes in Jianghu. If he dared break his promise, even if Uncle Fu died, I would become a vengeful spirit to haunt his backbone. Su Mo could only nod repeatedly. Indeed, indeed. When do you think is the appropriate time for us to bring up this matter? Young master? Yet Uncle Fu did not let the topic rest, and instead turned to Su Mo. This matter cannot remain unresolved forever. While this old body of mine is still of some use, if you could continue the Su family line, I could even help look after young Master Xiao Xiao. Don't underestimate me, I raised you when you were young, and the lady even said I was better with children than her. This topic was veering off course, seemingly without end. He could only respond perfunctorily, Uncle Fu, this is indeed not the right time to bring this up. My behavior has been reckless in the last few years, and the talk has spread throughout Luoxia City. Although I have deeply reflected and corrected my past ways, my reputation needs to be gradually restored. Uncle Yang holds a considerable prejudice against me because of it. Even because of past promises, the marriage proposal has not been annulled, but if we propose it now, it's unlikely it will be accepted. Before Uncle Fu could become anxious at this point, Su Mo quickly continued, however, everything is moving in a good direction now. As the escort agency begins doing business again, my reputation will gradually improve. Once the escort agency flourishes and achieves fame and success, why would Uncle Yang obstruct it then? I suspect that rejecting so many suitors over the years might be his way of waiting for me to truly reform. After listening to this, Uncle Fu slightly calmed down, pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Young master, you have indeed grown up, your words are sensible and appropriate. Then, shall we follow young master's plan? Let's do that. Su Mo exhaled softly, just getting through this conversation. Future matters would be dealt with in the future, Uncle Fu still said while smiling, though that said, young master, if you happen to have some free time, you should still visit the Iron Blood Escort Agency. Understood. Su Mo nodded slightly. I've already promised Yang Xiaoyun that, during my free time, I'd drop by the Iron Blood Escort Agency. That's good. That's good. Uncle Fu nodded repeatedly. I know you prioritize martial arts now, but Miss Yang is also an expert in this field. Isolation is no long-term strategy. You young people should interact and learn from each other more, which is just like the saying. How does it go? Fearless and progressing? Perhaps that will even give rise to interesting stories in Jianghu in the future. The old man rambled on, his mind already envisioning the future renown of Suemo and Yang Xiaoyun in Jianghu. Suemo secretly sighed in relief but thought to himself that dealing with this matter was still somewhat headache-inducing. But fortunately, Yang Yiji's intentions are unclear, and nothing is set in stone yet. So there's no need to worry too much. He decided not to think further, enjoyed a satisfying meal, and then returned to his room. The journey had been truly exhausting, and although his inner strength was profound and he was physically not much affected, he was mentally exhausted. He threw himself onto the bed, and in moments, he was soundly asleep. Chapter 20 Visit. Presenting my visiting card, I stood quietly in front of the great gate, waiting. Lifting my eyes, I saw the iron blood flag fluttering, billowing in the wind. Even more striking was the calligraphy on the plaque above, vigorous as dragons and serpents, robust as iron and silver. This is the Iron Blood Escort Agency. Since my return to Luoxia City and back to the Ziyang Escort Agency, 7 whole days have passed. Throughout these 7 days, I once again embraced the blissful life of not stepping beyond my doors. Each morning I would rise early for martial arts practice, then read in my study after breakfast. An hour later, I would resume my training, continuing until lunchtime, a short rest in the afternoon, and then I'd repeat the morning's routine. My life was simple, verging on monotonous, yet I was content with this and saw nothing amiss with it. The only thing was that Uncle Fu urged me to visit the Iron Blood Escort Agency sooner. After 7 consecutive days, I finally yielded. Bringing along the visiting card Uncle Fu had prepared, arriving at the Iron Blood Escort Agency, having delivered the visiting card, the gatekeeper went in to report my arrival, and after a short while, a middle-aged man came out. Young Master Su, please follow me. His attitude was neither enthusiastic nor cold. He wore a gentle smile, like a spring breeze caressing the face. I thanked him and followed behind. After all these years, stepping into the Iron Blood Escort Agency once again brought an indescribable feeling. I couldn't help but recall Yang Xiaoyun's words at Shirley Pavilion. The people remain the same, the city remains the same, it seems everything is as it was. Yet everything has changed. However, memory is fleeting and not profound. Blown away by the summer's hot breeze, nothing remains. Turning past the screen wall, passing through a large courtyard where escort masters were diligently practicing, under the scrutinizing but curious looks of the escort masters, I then traversed several corridors to arrive before the Great Hall. Upon entering the Great Hall, the guide said, "Lord Su, please take a seat for now, the chief will be here shortly." Having said this, he clapped his hands lightly. Someone, serve tea. Immediately, maids and servants brought tea, and then everyone withdrew from the hall, leaving me alone, facing the cup of tea on the table. A moment later, I shook my head slightly, lifted the teacup, fiddled with the few leaves on the surface using the lid, and took a sip. At least they didn't resort to noxious starweed against me. I let out a wry smile. The tea was probably good, but I'm no tea connoisseur. Even if I racked my brain, the best praise I could muster would likely be just 2 words: tasty. Alas, no matter how delicious food is, eating it repeatedly dulls its flavor. No matter how good the tea is, drinking too much can make one feel bloated. After downing 4 or 5 cups, I felt a faint swaying in my belly, where the sound of sloshing water could be heard. Yet the chief, who was supposed to arrive shortly, had shown no sign of coming, making me wonder if he got lost on the journey of life. But oddly enough, I wasn't in a rush, sitting there calmly as if nothing was amiss. Another while passed, and then came the scurrying sound of footsteps from outside the hall. Turning to look, I saw Yang Xiaoyun with her flowing hair, stepping briskly into the hall. Naturally, her gaze found me instantly. "You're here." The young woman was still somewhat impetuous, her eyes sparkling with excitement, genuinely happy. "I've been waiting for you at home for a full 7 days without a peep from you. If you didn't come, I would have gone to the Ziyang Escort Agency and dragged you back myself." I smiled. Considering our agreement, I couldn't let myself become fat on false promises. To keep one's word is the conduct of a true gentleman. She looked around the hall. "Where's father?" "I haven't seen the chief." Sumo's lips curved into a half-smile, half-smirk. "Humph." Yang Xiaoyun's brows knitted slightly. "Never mind him, come with me." As she spoke, without regard to propriety between men and women, she took Sumo's hand and headed outside. Sumo hesitated for a moment, yet did not pull away. But before leaving the hall, he nodded slightly towards the depths of it. The two quickly disappeared from the front of the hall. Just then, a person emerged from the inner court. This person was tall and thin, standing tall and straight like a spear. His eyes were deep and bright, indicating profound inner strength, but at this moment, his brows were slightly furrowed, seemingly puzzled. The middle-aged man leading the way came up behind him. "Chief, this young Master Su from the Su family does not appear to be as incapable as the rumors suggest. He seems to have noticed our secret observation." Yang Yi remained silent, and after a moment closed his eyes. "When he leaves, tell him it's best not to come here when there's no business." "But now..." The middle-aged man was slightly startled, clearly hesitant. Yang Yi turned to leave, apparently with no desire to respond. But after taking 2 steps, he paused and pondered. After all, they've been childhood friends. Even if they are not destined to be together, their meeting is still precious. Let's not disturb them. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded lightly, then turned and left. The Iron Blood Escort Agency is growing increasingly powerful, truly a place where talents emerge one after another. The person who led me in today had his own style of conduct, but I wonder when Uncle Yang recruited this expert? Following Yang Xiaoyun deeper into the escort agency, Suemo casually started the conversation as if he had asked without a thought, "Oh, are you referring to Uncle Su? His name is Su Ruoshan, also known by his nickname Cloud Catcher. He's an adept from Jianghu whom Dad met in the past 2 years and has since joined our agency. Dad values him a lot and sees him as his right-hand man. Why do you suddenly ask?" Yang Xiaoyun looked towards Suemo. Suemo smiled. "Nothing much, just curious." What he was more curious about was why Yang Yi's attitude towards him was so strange, letting him enter, yet avoiding meeting him, instead secretly spying from the shadows. The reason for such a conjecture was due to Yang Xiaoyun's words earlier. The man who had let him in was highly valued by Yang Yi, and among the 2 who had been spying on him in the dark, one had a breathing rhythm distinct from ordinary people, exactly matching that of Su Ruoshan who had let him in. It was evident that he practiced a unique form of inner strength with a specific breathing technique. Yang Xiaoyun said that Yang Yi relied upon this man as his right-hand man, indicating his significant status within the Iron Blood Escort Agency. Who else, if not Yang Yi, could have followed him so closely, given such a spot? Besides, this was the Iron Blood Escort Agency, apart from the chief, who would dare to spy so openly and unchallenged. Before he could ponder further, Yang Xiaoyun's voice reached his ears. "I see. But when traveling through Jianghu, it's best not to be too curious. There are many who died mysteriously on Jianghu due to excessive curiosity. We don't meet often, so let's not talk about this. Let me test how good your martial arts skills are." "HM?" Suemo turned to look at Yang Xiaoyun, only to see her lips curve upwards. "Watch out for my move." As soon as she finished speaking, her palm struck out like a knife, slicing through the air. The move was executed crisply and decisively, and even though it was devoid of inner strength, its sharpness was exceptional. Chapter 21 Sparring. Yang Xiaoyun's family has a profound tradition of learning martial arts. His father, Yang Yiji, was enlightened and made notable achievements at a young age under the guidance of a notable master. He later took the Kumu Taoist from Miaotsang Mountain as his master. Before becoming a monk, Kumu Taoist was renowned in the martial arts world for his excellent Sanglong Bahuang Dianyun spear technique. After becoming a monk, he learned the authentic inner strength of the mystical sect. After decades of cultivating both internally and externally, he has reached a transformative realm. Yang Yiji studied the spear for 10 years and profoundly grasped its essence, thus establishing a great reputation for the Iron Blood Escort Agency. From a young age, Yang Xiaoyun was keen on martial arts and has been practicing the Sanglong Bahuang Dianyun spear since childhood, supported by the mystical sect's Deshang Xianting scripture, which is extremely formidable. At this moment, even though he has not used his inner strength and is substituting his hand for the spear, his execution of the boundless and deadly spear technique is still impressively powerful. Suemo immediately shifted his stance, reacting with the Ziyang sect movement technique. He flicked his hand and fingers as if strumming a lute, effortlessly deflecting the spear tip, which slightly startled Yang Xiaoyun. "Pretty good, so this is the great opening sun dispersal hand. I remember seeing Uncle Su use this martial art when I was a child. It's a skillful martial art that requires controlled opening and closing, and advancing and retreating. Uncle Su once told me that the essence of the great opening sun dispersal hand is encapsulated in 4 words: clumsiness hides cleverness. From the move you just displayed, you've already reached quite an impressive level. However, if you were to actually face an enemy, you would still need to employ inner strength. Otherwise, if I were wielding a silver spear and channeling the Deshang Xianting scripture, with your lower level of inner strength, you would not be able to deflect the spearhead. In that case, you would be the one getting injured. People in this world practice martial arts, often cultivating both internal and external aspects. Internal cultivation refines the energy of the dantian, and external training strengthens the muscles and skin. It takes both inner strength and techniques to unleash their fullest power. In today's world, zeal for martial arts is widespread. The path of martial arts is like a blossom of 100 flowers. Each sect's martial arts have their unique aspects. As for which sect or style can dominate, opinions vary widely. In fact, among those in Jianghu, who dares to claim they are the best in the world, even if one's name shakes the heavens, in critical moments it's still the same old saying. Victory or defeat is only known after the fight, this time escorting with 2 missions. Suemo had already received the great perfection inner strength of Longxiang Wisdom Skill, which is rare in this world. Subsequently, he acquired the extremely fierce 7 Injuries Fist. With the great achievement realm experience of 7 Injuries Fist, he often found analogous insights during the 7 days he practiced martial arts at home. In a short period of time, his Ziyang sect martial arts improved by leaps and bounds. Starting with one move, hearing Yang Xiaoyun's words, he immediately nodded, "Let's go again." He extended his arms, rushing forward, still using the great opening sun dispersal hand. "Great!" Yang Xiaoyun was even more delighted. With a sparkle in his eyes, and without retreating, he clashed fiercely with Suemo in a blink of an eye. Of course, this bout was still a friendly exchange and not a life-and-death fight. The two primarily focused on dissecting each other's moves, not using inner strength, and only lightly testing lethal techniques. After this exchange, Suemo truly appreciated the true meaning behind Uncle Fu's words. Isolating oneself at home building a cart is not a long-term plan. In martial arts, progress comes faster through exchanging insights with others. While being immersed in this match, a considerable portion of half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Suemo didn't feel anything special, but Yang Xiaoyun was already dripping with sweat. Unable to hold back any longer, she leapt into the air and flew back, extending her hand as she said, "Stop." In Sumo's mind, he had already considered what moves to make in the next 3 steps to catch his opponent off guard. Suddenly hearing this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Looking up, he could only respond with a smile mixed with tears. "Tired? You were frivolous in your younger years. How come your body hasn't been drained? Without relying on inner strength, and actively fighting for half an hour, yet still breathing easily? How did you manage this? Couldn't it be that during your visits to the brothel in the past, you learned some bizarre and unnatural dual cultivation method?" Yang Xiaoyun marveled in wonder, immediately adjusting her inner strength and evening out her breath. Sumo's mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Can't you, a lady, refrain from always bringing up those words from the brothel? And where did this dual cultivation method come from? You should read less of those sensational historical romances." Yang Xiaoyun was momentarily stunned, not expecting Suemo to retort and actually start lecturing her. She didn't get angry, just a bit unaccustomed. For a moment, she was somewhat abashed. If you don't want me to mention those words, then I won't say them anymore." Although these sensational tales often fabricate stories, they also mix in a lot of real observations. After all, the events in Jianghu are unpredictable, and you never know when you might encounter them. You make a sensible point." Suemo nodded. "However, your martial arts progress is indeed delightful, and today I've come to realize you are quite a prodigy." The great opening sun dispersal hand initially only exhibited a fraction of its power. But as we continued to spar, it became more adept. Although not yet mastery, you really have entered the room, so to speak. At this point, Yang Xiaoyun's smile was completely genuine. "It's naturally because of your corrections that I was able to advance so quickly. Then I will spar with you and feed you moves every day from now on." Suemo blanked out. How did the conversation get to this point? Just as he didn't know how to respond, he suddenly heard rapid footsteps approaching. Suemo and Yang Xiaoyun looked up to see a servant arriving, who bowed from a distance to Yang Xiaoyun. "Miss, Lord Wu has come again. How is he still not giving up?" Yang Xiaoyun slightly furrowed her brows. Suemo was somewhat curious, straining his ears temporarily. As a result, Yang Xiaoyun told him frankly, "Luoxia City belongs to the Luofeng Alliance, and the third alliance leader Wu Daoyu is the deputy city lord of Luoxia City." Who this Lord Wu is, I suppose there's no need for me to say, right? Wu Chengfeng? Suemo was startled. How could he not know this man? being a native of Luoxia City, if Suemo hadn't figured out the local matters in these 2 years, it would have been a wasted life crossing. As he understood, Wu Chengfeng was also considered a young talent, his martial arts being exceptional among his peers, and his reputation was generally good, rarely displaying any spoiled behavior. As he was thinking, he heard Yang Xiaoyun say, "Go tell him that I am not at home, and to come back in 10 years. 10 years later? Really?" Suemo was dumbfounded, only to see the servant, not at all surprised, agreeing, and then turning to leave. "Come, let's have some tea." As if it were nothing, Yang Xiaoyun pulled Suemo to sit down in the pavilion in the backyard. Chapter 22 Luofeng Alliance, is this really feasible? In the pavilion, Suemo sat down and took a sip from his teacup. It seems that today's visit didn't accomplish much, apart from drinking tea. What's not feasible about it? Yang Xiaoyun sneered. Although Wu Daoyu is the deputy city lord of Luoxia City, our Iron Blood Escort Agency is not someone to be trifled with either. Proposing a 10-year term is already giving enough face to Wu Chengfeng. If they really anger me, watch as I take up my spear, storm into Wu Mansion, and leave him with a face blooming like peach blossoms? Suemo nodded, actually believing that Yang Xiaoyun was capable of doing such a thing. The Iron Blood Escort Agency, with Yang Yiji, the Iron Blood Dragon Spear, as their banner, indeed need not fear others, but he was curious, what came over Wu Chengfeng this time? Ah, that's a long story. Yang Xiaoyun rolled up her sleeves and poured more tea for Suemo. In recent years, Luofeng Alliance has risen significantly. Initially, it was just an offensive and defensive alliance formed by the city lords of Luoxia and another city, Tianyu, to withstand the storms of Jianghu. But as time passed, the alliance's influence expanded. Smaller factions flocked to join, and even the cities of Zhengfu and Jinyang joined. With its influence now covering 4 major cities and encompassing 3 rivers and 2 bays. To the west lies Wuxing Hall, to the south, the Endless Sea, to the north, Heavenly Blade Sect, and to the east, well, there's no need to mention the bustling Dongcheng with its myriad of sects. Although the Luofeng Alliance's power is significant, they have no foothold there, thus, a somewhat stable situation has formed. While it may not be possible for them to expand further, anyone who thinks of provoking the Luofeng Alliance must consider whether their own head is hard enough. She took a sip of tea to moisten her throat after speaking so much and saw that Suemo wasn't impatient. Her mouth curled slightly as she continued. Originally, this would have resulted in peaceful coexistence. But in the past 2 years, Wei Ruan, the alliance leader of Luofeng Alliance, is getting on in years. Old and frail, he may depart this world at any time. Although he intends to step back, the position of alliance leader can't be left vacant. Among those remaining, whether it's Wu Daoyu or the other alliance hierarchs, they are all of equal fame and experience. Choosing someone to take over the flag of Luofeng Alliance is as difficult as reaching the sky. Suemo nodded. Indeed, that is a difficult situation. If it's decided rashly, no one will be convinced by the other, and it would take but a moment for the great Luofeng Alliance to crumble. That's exactly what I mean. Yang Xiaoyun smiled and glanced at Suemo. Do you understand now? Suemo was startled. Understand what? But then something came to mind. I remember Uncle Yang once thrust his dragon spear eastward, deep into 3 mountains and 7 villages, 18 gangs, not only establishing the golden signboard of Iron Blood Dragon Spear, but also strengthening many notable masters. This foundation laid the groundwork for the Iron Blood Escort Agency. Could it be that they want to take this network for themselves? Luofeng Alliance finds it very difficult to expand by force now. The natural course of action would be to blaze a new trail. Who knows which childless person gave Wu Daoyu such a foolish idea? Suggesting that his dunce of a son gets betrothed to me. By making this connection, they aim to tap into the network my father controls, in turn allowing the Luofeng Alliance to tear open a hole to the east. Yang Xiaoyun was grinding her teeth, wishing she could crush the childless one on the spot when she mentioned this. With my temperament, the first time that Wu Chengfeng appeared before me, I should have skewered him on my spear's tip and hung him on the city gate to dry for 3 days and nights. However, the Luofeng Alliance is no small matter, and I can't just put the Iron Blood Escort Agency on the line over this. After beating him a few times, he was quiet for a couple of days. But I never expected him to dare come over today and pester me. He really doesn't know how to avoid death. If you're unhappy about it, I can sneak into Wu Mansion under the cover of darkness and silently take the lad out. Those are just angry words. Suemo couldn't help but laugh and cry. Aren't you afraid of falling into someone else's trap? Oh. Yang Xiaoyun was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Regardless of how sincere her intentions truly are, there's one thing she should be aware of. Between you and me, a marriage promise exists. Uncle Yang might not have thought highly of me over the years, yet he never tore up that marriage contract. At this point, Su Mo subconsciously paused. He hadn't intended to bring this up, but now he had inadvertently mentioned it in the flow of conversation. He stole a glance at Yang Xiaoyun and saw no displeasure or any odd expression on her face, as if what Su Mo mentioned was nothing out of the ordinary. He shook his head slightly and continued, as for Wu Qingfeng's persistent pestering, whether he achieves his aim or not, there's a suspicion of spoiling one's reputation. From this, I start to feel that the person advising Wu Daoyu behind the scenes may not have good intentions. This. Yang Xiaoyun's brows furrowed. That does seem to make sense, but wouldn't Wu Daoyu be able to see through this? Who knows? Su Mo said with a smile. The schemes and machinations of these people are hard to fathom, and they may not take affairs of the young and in love to heart. Even if we step back 10,000 paces, it's possible that Wu Daoyu holds some hope. Then he's deluding himself. Yang Xiaoyun snorted coldly. Everyone in Luoxia City knows that we have been betrothed since childhood. I am your wife-to-be, it is known to all. Yet they regard me, Yang Xiaoyun, as someone who could easily change affections? Su Mo was speechless for a moment, truly sensing how Yang Xiaoyun differed from ordinary women. When it came to matters of betrothal, she didn't exhibit the usual shyness of a woman. Her demeanor and tone almost made it unclear who was marrying whom. Watching Yang Xiaoyun's changing expressions, Su Mo couldn't tell what was on her mind. What is it? He asked casually. Yang Xiaoyun took a deep breath. Father also remains silent on this matter. Could he too be harboring such a faint hope? This. A man conducting himself in the world should regard a single promise as heavy as 1,000 caddies. In past years, it was he who personally made the marriage promise. Now that Uncle Su has passed, and they were sworn brothers, at such a time, he should be caring for you even more, supporting you, teaching you to become successful. Only then does he not fail the virtue of a true man. But these recent years, his actions have become ever more incomprehensible to me. Yang Xiaoyun said this and couldn't help but sigh deeply, her eyes reflecting some indescribable disappointment. Su Mo thought for a moment and said, perhaps it's too early to speak such words. Maybe Uncle Yang has his own reasons? I hope so. He raised me as he would a son when I was young, saying that a man should act with purpose and restraint in the world, and in Jianghu, one must uphold morality and honor promises, without being deceitful. Only then can he embody unity of knowledge and action. Yang Xiaoyun shook her head slightly, then with a lift of her eyebrows, said, but if I were to kill Wu Qingfeng, or if the Iron Blood Escort Agency and that Wu Daoyu become enemies, who would benefit the most? Chapter 23. Where does it come from? That statement, in fact, already had an answer when Yang Xiaoyun asked the question. Without waiting for Su Mo to speak, Yang Xiaoyun continued, I heard something. Wei Ruan actually doesn't want to pass the position of alliance leader to anyone. Yang Xiaoyun said, Wei Ruan originally had 3 sons. His eldest son, Wei Qifeng, engaged in a fight by the Hong River and was killed and thrown into the river. Wei Ruan searched for 3 whole years but never found the body. The second son, Wei Qishong, was a pupil of the yin-yang strange guest. In order to cultivate the heaven and earth yin-yang plate, he ventured alone into the farthest north, deep into the 10,000-mile ice field. 23 years have passed since then, and he has yet to return. More likely ill-fated than not, the youngest son turned out to be a natural-born simpleton, raised at home, thought to be safe from disaster and unlikely to die so easily. Yet he choked to death on an egg. The Wei family almost lost its lineage. However, what the world doesn't know is that Wei Qifeng had a daughter before he died. Su Mo was somewhat surprised. Wei Ruan actually has a granddaughter? Although the matters of these 3 sons were treated as taboos by Wei Ruan and rarely mentioned by anyone in Luoxia City, Su Mo naturally had heard about them. However, he had never heard of this granddaughter. Not only is there a granddaughter, but this granddaughter has also been a disciple of the 3rd palace master of Lengyue Palace since she was young, learning a set of superb martial arts. She secretly returned to Luoxia City not long ago, settling in the city lord manor. Are you suggesting that this matter is orchestrated by this little princess? That's hard to say. Yang Xiaoyun shook her head slightly. being the city lord of Luoxia City and the alliance hierarch of Luophone Alliance, these are immense wealth and power. I believe no one would easily hand them over to others, right? However, involving others in this scheme for no reason is indeed vexing. The tumult of Jianghu was always such, barely within anyone's control. Su Mo sighed, exactly. Yang Xiaoyun looked at Su Mo, suddenly smiled again, but you have truly surprised me, your thoughtfulness and insight are incomparable to the past. If Uncle Su knew this from beyond, he would be consoled. At this point, both fell silent. When they resumed speaking, they returned to the topic of martial arts. Su Mo had arrived in the morning, and it was not until noon that he bid farewell and left. Yang Xiaoyun wanted to keep Su Mo for a meal before he left, but Su Mo insisted on leaving, and so he could only let it be. Finally, Yang Xiaoyun escorted Su Mo all the way to the entrance of the Iron Blood Escort Agency, repeatedly urging him to visit again when he was free, whereas the cloud catcher stood aside with words on the tip of his tongue. Yet in the end, he did not manage to express himself. In the study, amidst the curling wisps of blue smoke, Yang Yiji sat straight back behind the desk, with a book in hand. The sound of footsteps approached. It was the cloud catcher, Su Ruoshan, chief. He bowed with hands clasped. Yang Yiji's eyes did not move from the book, simply asking softly, "Has he left?" "Left?" He spoke? The young miss was with him the whole time. He didn't manage to speak. Yang Yiji nodded lightly. "Then we'll talk next time." "Yes." Su Ruoshan furrowed his brows slightly. During this time, Lord Wu of the Wu family came to visit. And then? The young lady told him to come back in 10 years. Yang Yiji's lips twitched slightly, shifting his gaze from the book to the window. "Has he left?" "He's waiting outside the escort agency gate." Only then did Yang Yiji turn to look at Su Ruoshan. Su Ruoshan stood quietly. After all, it was inevitable to meet, sooner or later, that's all it is. Go now, do not overthink the affairs of the young ones. Yes. Su Ruoshan agreed and departed. Yang Yi sat silently behind the desk for a long while before putting down the book he was holding. After leaving the Iron Blood Escort Agency, Su Mo did not go straight home. It was almost noon, so he decided to grab a bite to eat. Though Uncle Fu wasn't a picky eater, every meal he cooked for Su Mo was prepared in a rush. Uncle Fu probably expected him to have lunch at the Iron Blood Escort Agency, so Su Mo thought it might be nice to give the old man some leisure time for once. He casually found a dumpling stall and ordered a bowl of wontons. Before he could even speak, someone sat down across from him. "Are you Su Mo?" The man spoke with a tone that was neither cold nor warm, his eyes scrutinizing as he looked over. Su Mo glanced at the man, who appeared to be in his early 20s with his hair tied up with a jade crown. His appearance would have been quite good if it weren't for the unhealed bruises. Half of his eye area being blue with a contusion. What Su Mo intended to say got stuck when confronted with this man's makeup. Momentarily stunned, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Yang Xiaoyun really doesn't pull her punches." Perhaps the comment struck a chord with the man, as he subconsciously nodded and touched the bruises on his face, indeed too harsh, and aimed particularly at the face. Su Mo fell silent. Wu Chengfeng also became quiet. However, the silence didn't last long before he slapped the table. "Shopkeeper, a bowl of wontons." Then, looking at Su Mo, he said, "It's on me." "Suit yourself." Su Mo snorted lightly, indifferent. 2 bowls of wontons arrived one after another, and the two men ate in silence without further conversation. In a short while, the 2 bowls of wontons were completely finished. Wu Chengfeng was the first to stand. "Come with me." With that, he turned and walked away. Without hesitation, Su Mo turned and walked toward the escort agency. Wu Chengfeng had walked a fair distance before he realized there were no footsteps behind him. Turning his head, he saw Su Mo was nearly out of sight. Startled, he hurriedly chased after him. In several leaps, he caught up to Su Mo. "Wait for me." Su Mo stopped and turned around with a smile. "Did I forget to thank Lord Wu for his generous invitation? I told you to come with me. Did I agree? No, well, there you have it." Wu Chengfeng, furious, "Are you making a fool of me? I wouldn't dare." Su Mo shook his head. "As the son of the deputy city lord of Luoxia City, you are also considered our young city lord. How could I, merely a head of a declined escort agency, dare to make a fool of you? Good. All of Luoxia City says that you, Su Mo, are a wastrel beyond shaping, but I didn't expect you to also have guts." Wu Chengfeng burst into laughter. "Well then, I won't beat around the bush with you. Let's have a contest." If I win, you'll go to the Yang family to break off your engagement. If you win, from now on where you and Yang Xiaoyun are, I will stay back a fair distance. Su Emo looked Wu Chengfeng up and down, shook his head slightly, and said, "Goodbye." After saying that, he turned and left. Wu Chengfeng was taken aback and hurriedly reached for Sumo's shoulder. He didn't finish his sentence before he saw Sumo's shoulder tremble slightly, and a tremendous force suddenly burst forth from Sumo's shoulder, sending Wu Chengfeng flying through the air. His trajectory was so swift that the inner strength sent him straight into a restaurant by the street. Several young men were drinking and chatting when Wu Chengfeng flew through the window and happened to land at an empty seat at their table. All of them were taken aback and, on closer inspection, recognized him, surprised. "Brother Wu, where did you come from?" Wu Chengfeng. While Wu Chengfeng sat there dumbfounded, unsure of how to explain, a pair of eyes in the darkness of the street had already witnessed everything. At this moment, eyes filled with astonishment. Chapter 24 Assassination. In Sumo's eyes, Wu Chengfeng's actions were simply nonsensical. Matters like forming in-laws or cancellation of a wedding are serious issues. How could they default to a few moves in a scuffle for resolution? What's most important is, even if Suemo doesn't much approve of this marriage, if he were to call it off, it should be of his own volition, before he would proceed to do so, rather than being compelled by someone else's coercion, or under a betting fight. This is not just disrespectful towards Yang Xiaoyun, it's also an underestimation of him. Suemo, the son of the deputy city lord of Luoxia City, why does he seem like a brash youngster completely devoid of schemes? No wonder he's only capable of persistent badgering, annoyingly so. He headed towards Ziyang Escort Agency, all the while lightly shaking his head. From his conversation with Yang Xiaoyun today, it has become clear that the Iron Blood Escort Agency has now been implicated in the internal conflict of the Luophone Alliance, becoming a key factor. Some intend to make moves using the connections of Yang Yi from Iron Blood Escort Agency, as he travels eastward, while others aim to exploit Yang Xiaoyun as a breakthrough point. This obtuse Wu Chengfeng is probably being used as a pawn without realizing it. Hopefully this will make him retreat, knowing his difficulty. Solve a problem for me. And also let Yang Xiaoyun catch a breath. Just as he was thinking to continue forward, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. In order to avoid Wu Chengfeng's entanglement, he had intentionally used his inner strength to send him flying into the restaurant, while he himself turned into an alley headed towards Ziyang Escort Agency. At this moment, the narrow alley was deserted, not a person in sight, yet there was an aura of grave killing intent. As he looked up, he saw two black-clothed men descend from above, each with a short blade, aiming straight for the crown of the head. Their strikes were lethal. A flash of murderous intent appeared in Sumo's eyes, and in the flip of a hand, the great opening sun dispersal hand was unleashed accordingly. His palm sliced through the blades of the two men but suddenly gripped their wrists firmly. With the surge of inner strength, two snapping sounds were heard. Both wrists were crushed by Suemo. These two black-clothed men, their origins unknown, harbored determined intent to kill. Even so, with their wrists crushed, they did not even utter a groan. Their other hands proceeded to grab and continue their stabs with the blades, but a massive force suddenly enveloped them. While they were still upside down in midair, they were flung by Suemo, each slamming loudly against the walls of the narrow alley. This impact left them completely disoriented, feeling their insides burning furiously. However, before they could regather their composure, Sumo's palms had already struck, burying these two men's heads into the wall. Their bones shattered, they died on the spot. Yet, this wave of assassination attempts did not end there. After killing these two, Suemo did not pause. He leapt up with a push from his feet, perfectly dodging two short blades stabbing from behind. While in midair, a punch thundered out. A black-clothed man bore the brunt of it. The force penetrated his internal organs. Staggering forward, he spat a large mouthful of fresh blood, which not only drenched his mask but also splattered with fragments of his organs. The other black-clothed man, seeing his attack miss, wished to flee a great distance, but before he could engage his qingdong, he felt his neck tighten, an overwhelming force crushed down, and with a loud thud, he was smashed to the ground. Following that, the sounds of bones cracking and snapping rang out. Extreme pain pierced from his limbs into his heart. As he turned his head within that moment, his limbs were already twisted and broken by Suemo. Simultaneously, his head felt heavy, pinned under Sumo's foot. Bending down, Suemo removed the man's mask, his eyebrows lightly raising. Beneath the mask was a face riddled with scars, its appearance long since ruined. Damn! How ruthless can one be to oneself? Suemo exerted force on his foot. Open your mouth, let me take a look. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes flashed with despair, but he clenched his mouth even tighter. Not possible, right? Sumo was somewhat surprised. He applied more pressure with his foot, and the man's mouth involuntarily began to open slowly. Suddenly, a sharp object shot out of his mouth and pinned itself onto the opposite wall. Sumo inhaled a sharp breath, thought for a moment, then took out deerskin gloves from his bosom and put them on before carefully prying open the man's jaw to inspect. He then found that not only was the black-clothed man's face covered with scars, destroying his original facial features, even his tongue was gone, with only a black pouch rigged with a mechanism connected to his teeth. This vicious device could be placed in the mouth when in use and removed when not needed. At the right moment, upon opening the mouth, the mechanism would be triggered, and the hidden weapon stored inside the pouch could be forcefully launched out to take someone's life. Had Sumo not removed the man's mask and noticed his persistently clenched mouth? Detecting something amiss, he might very well have been caught off guard. With the tongue cut off at the root, seems like he can't speak anymore. Sumo sighed and without further hesitation struck the man dead with a palm. With things having gotten to this point, these people's ruthlessness had been pushed to the extreme. Under such circumstances, it hardly mattered whether Sumo had the means to torture for information or if the black-clothed man could write, even if both were possible. It's likely he would neither speak nor write anything. Moreover, such death soldiers might have already ingested poison before departing, and if their mission was exposed and they couldn't return in time, it was possible they could die from the poison taking effect. Rather than wasting time, it was better to end his life more swiftly. However, after standing up, Sumo felt wronged. He was perfectly fine. Why would these people come to kill him? Is it Wu Chengfeng seeking revenge? It doesn't seem like it. After leaving the Iron Blood Escort Agency, Wu Chengfeng was waiting for me at the door. In the time after I sent him flying with a shock, even if he had the chance to give such an order, these men would not have arrived so fast. If it's not him. Sumo shifted his train of thought. Then there are only two possibilities. One is that the group of people who were wiped out from the Yu family tracked down my roots, so they wanted to kill me to erase any information related to the mysterious mechanism. But judging from the modus operandi of these assassins, it doesn't resemble the black-clothed men that appeared that night, not appearing to be from the same group, and since Yu Lingxing dared to lure these people out using the mysterious mechanism as bait, the planning behind it would surely be flawless without leaving traces. It would be difficult for this group to find any leads from that night. The other possibility is that one who can't have sons? At this thought, Sumo stood stunned for a moment but then furrowed his brows, looking in a certain direction. Are you just going to leave like this? Previously, someone was hiding there. However, that person's concealing breath technique was extremely good. Only until these assassins suddenly appeared did that person let slip a hint of his presence. Sumo had pretended to be distracted just now to see if this person was also here to kill him. If so, he would be able to capture that moment of opportunity, striking swiftly, and thus fall into Sumo's hands. But now, the storms of Jianghu never cease, so why are there so many troubles even after returning home? He sighed deeply and without further contemplation, headed straight back to the Ziyang Escort Agency. Chapter 25, Not a blade in the palm of your hand. The assassination attempt happened, and since the target didn't die, it naturally wasn't the end. This matter is not over. One could only say it has just begun. It's just that when the subsequent events had yet to happen, the first to arrive was Yang Xiaoyun. This was not beyond Sumo's expectations, but rather it further confirmed certain things. At this moment, Yang Xiaoyun was at Ziyang Escort Agency, sitting right across from Sumo. However, she did not seem to be in a good mood. She furrowed her brows and looked at Sumo. Why didn't you tell me the first thing? Shush. Sumo glanced at Uncle Fu, who was walking over with a smile on his face, and motioned for Yang Xiaoyun to be patient. Uncle Fu doesn't know? Yang Xiaoyun was stunned and fell silent immediately. Uncle Fu came over with 2 cups of tea. Miss Yun, here, have some tea. It's nothing fancy, so don't be too critical. Not at all, Uncle Fu. Yang Xiaoyun stood up. You don't have to be so polite. I consider this place like my own home, and your courtesy actually makes me feel like an outsider. Ah, yes, yes. Uncle Fu laughed heartily. Miss Yun used to come often when she was young, running around the courtyard with our little young master. Somehow, you two suddenly got into a fight, and the young master came back crying, saying Sister Yun bullied me. Ah, it still echoes in my ears to this day. Sumo's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Yang Xiaoyun, noting her embarrassment as well. He had no choice but to say, Uncle Fu, I need to have a word with Sister Yun. All right, then I won't disturb you. I'll go prepare some delicious food. After saying so, he turned and left, his steps seemingly lighter. Yang Xiaoyun watched Uncle Fu walk away before letting out a soft sigh. In the past, Ziyang Escort Agency was bustling, but now only Uncle Fu is left. He has taken good care of 3 generations of the Su family, and even in the hardest times, he never left us. In the future, we should also ensure his well-being in his old age. Suemo nodded gently, now understanding Yang Xiaoyun a bit better. For her, the marriage arrangement made since childhood had already become a part of her life. Marrying Suemo was an inevitable event for her. This had nothing to do with affection, it was simply because in the past, her father and Sumo's father had made an agreement. An honorable man's promise carries the weight of 1,000 caddies, and this promise cannot be broken, however. After understanding this, Suemo felt even more puzzled, but when it came to pinpointing exactly what was strange, he couldn't articulate it just then. In the middle of his bemusement, Yang Xiaoyun sat back down and glared at Suemo. Tell me. What exactly happened? Didn't you already know? Suemo couldn't help but chuckle. Someone set an ambush to kill me on my way home. Then, I killed them all. You make it sound so casual. Yang Xiaoyun's eyebrows shot up, obviously trying hard to suppress her anger. That was an assassination, you nearly lost your life. Speaking of which, how did you find out? Suemo decided to change the subject. You underestimated Iron Blood Escort Agency, didn't you? Yes, now your abilities have grown, and you know how to keep a low profile. During our sparring yesterday, were you going easy on me? In the narrow alley, you killed 4 deaf soldiers. In a single breath, you repelled Wu Chengfeng. Yesterday afternoon, Wu Chengfeng sent someone with a message saying that from now on, wherever you or I may be, he would stay away. Did they explain the reason for this action clearly? By combining the locations of your confrontation and the dead, plus a little investigation, what else is there not to understand? Yang Xiaoyun said coldly and with scorn, what now? Does Hero Su, with his great martial arts prowess, intend to blame me for meddling? Sumo's mouth twitched. Wu Chengfeng was indeed a blabbermouth. However, the man did keep his word, saying he would not entangle and then acting so decisively, but it made Suemo suspect whether Wu Chengfeng had been wanting to back out for a while. After all, even if one's entire body was made of iron, how many beatings could they withstand? Seeing Yang Xiaoyun filled with indignation, he couldn't help but laugh. I knew you were exceptional with the spear, but I didn't expect that your verbal jousting is just as potent as your bright silver spear. You still dare to joke? Yang Xiaoyun stood up with a whoosh. No more jokes, no more jokes. Feeling helpless, Suemo picked up the teacup. Let's drink tea, drink tea. Humph, Yang Xiaoyun sat down angrily, picked up the teacup, and took a big gulp before saying, this mastermind behind the scenes, have you any clues? It's quite difficult to say. Suemo sighed, perhaps I'm in someone's way? It's actually not hard to guess, one only needs to consider who benefits from Sumo's death. Given Sumo's current state of being mostly unknown, the only possible reason that could warrant such deadly peril might be one. His gaze rested upon Yang Xiaoyun. Is it that bunch of barren men? Knowing that you and I are betrothed, your existence blocks Wu Chengfeng's way, so they wished you dead? Yang Xiaoyun sneered, let's go. Where to? To find Wu Chengfeng, to ask who gave Wu Daoyu such a devious idea. If he doesn't know, we'll ask Wu Daoyu. No matter how you look at it, this matter can't be separated from them. After all, we must get to the bottom of this. While talking, she reached for the silver spear with one hand and was about to drag Suemo with the other. Not so fast, not so fast. Suemo waved his hand. In this matter, it's better not to act rashly, I believe. You can still sit still? This is an emergency. Yang Xiaoyun realized she hardly recognized the man in front of her now. He had just been targeted for assassination, yet he sat there calmly drinking tea, whilst she was as anxious as if her buttocks were on fire. The fire hasn't reached the eyebrows yet. Suemo had Yang Xiaoyun sit down. Aren't I still alive? You are alive now, but if they fail to kill you once, it's very possible they will try a second time. And this second attempt will surely be harder to guard against. Besides, there are many days to play the thief, but not so many to guard against one. One misstep, and one risks losing their life. Therefore, I must be more cautious going forward. More cautious? Yang Xiaoyun was taken aback, then she bristled, Xiaomo, you mustn't treat your life as a joke. Precisely because I do not wish to gamble with my life, I mustn't act recklessly, Suemo said. At least, with the mastermind behind the scenes still hidden, any rash action not only fails to help but could also turn us into their unwitting pawns. What exactly are you thinking about this matter? As an insignificant escort of the Ziyang Escort Agency, killing me is certainly not their goal. What they truly desire is the gain they achieve through killing me. Suemo curled the corners of his mouth. I just had a fallout with Wu Chengfeng, then immediately afterward, I was nearly killed in a dark alley. If you were them, what would be your first thought? That Wu Chengfeng was responsible? Yang Xiaoyun's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Exactly. That is the normal train of thought. But they miscalculated one thing. They thought my martial arts were lacking, hence sending 4 death soldiers, assuming I would die swiftly and neatly. However, unexpectedly, I survived. I survived, and thus learned something. Suemo picked up the teapot and poured another cup of tea for Yang Xiaoyun. True. I had a confrontation with Wu Chengfeng, but the death soldiers came too quickly, it couldn't be his doing. So then, is there someone behind the scenes trying to frame and blame? Or perhaps someone else is attempting to reap the benefits of a fisherman? The Luofeng Alliance hierarch has a total of 8 members, 2 in each of the 4 major cities. Aside from the alliance leader Wei Ruan, the other 7 are all eyeing the position of alliance leader, seeing each other as thorns in their sides. Moreover, a master from Lengyue Palace is a potential rival. If she were interested in the position of alliance leader, who knows what she could do? Wu Daoyu wants to ally with the Iron Blood Escort Agency. And whether or not it succeeds, others would not wish to see it happen. Thus, the possibilities for this incident were manifold. Suemo is in someone without temper, being targeted for assassination and still able to sit and drink tea calmly, mainly. To retaliate, one must at least know who struck them, right? To retaliate blindly, thinking oneself awe-inspiring, while in reality, simply becoming another's blade in the palm. Chapter 26. When the child grows up, he no longer follows his father's dictates. After Suemo leisurely stated his point of view, Yang Xiaoyun finally calmed down a little. In fact, Yang Xiaoyun might not have lacked such considerations herself in the past. But as the saying goes, concern leads to chaos. Since she was young, she had regarded Suemo as family. Naturally, when matters involved Suemo, especially such a dangerous assassination, she couldn't help but become discomposed. You are indeed making sense. This is an oversight on my part. I only thought about Wu Chengfeng and the treacherous person behind him, fixating on the petty grievances of the younger generation, yet I forgot to consider the possibility that this might be related to the struggle for the alliance leader position within the Phoenix Alliance. But, isn't it too dangerous to wait for them to make another move? Actually, the success of these 2 assassination attempts is still uncertain. If I had been truly powerless to resist during the first assassination attempt and died at their hands, then so be it. But now I'm not dead, so the situation remains unresolved. And with that being the case, he paused slightly at this point. What? Yang Xiaoyun looked at him, trying to see what else he might be thinking. Suemo pondered for a moment and then said, Actually, there's something I'm quite curious about. They seem so eager to kill me, as if by killing me they could directly disrupt the alliance between Wu Daoyu and Uncle Yang. But the question is, up till now, has Uncle Yang taken a stance on this matter? In recent years, my father has been secretive, always acting covertly and never making things clear to me. We father and daughter have spoken less in a few months than I've spoken with you in a single day. How would I know what he thinks about this matter? Yang Xiaoyun's words carried a hint of resentment. Remembering her expectation of Yang Yi's unity of knowledge and action from yesterday, it was not hard to understand. Suemo nodded gently. Let's set this matter aside for now. If our speculation is true, do you think the person they truly wish to deal with would sit idly by and just watch the flowers bloom and fade away? The ultimate goal of those who want to kill you, no matter who lurks behind the scenes, is probably to prevent Wu Daogo's plans from succeeding. This matter seems a direct stab aimed at Wu Daoyu. Yang Xiaoyun nodded and let out a soft sigh. And yet I'm the one who gets stabbed. Do you also know? Yang Xiaoyun glared at Suemo in annoyance. But speaking of which, no matter who the person behind the scenes is, they are now constrained. Suemo nodded lightly, with a smile. Doesn't that make things more interesting? So what do you think we should do now? Of course, we should stabilize our own position. Su Mo said with a smile, the more they want you to do something, the less you should do it. Rather than acting blindly, it's better to sit and watch the chaos unfold. Otherwise, even if we could really wipe out the entire Phoenix Alliance, even if it were possible, can one truly rely on martial prowess and act violently with impunity? In Jianghu, martial arts are important, but one cannot act recklessly and arrogantly, especially since Su Mo is involved with running an escort agency. To ensure the escort agency thrives financially, actions must be measured and methodical. To initiate a bloodbath at the slightest disagreement is only to demonstrate the valor of the common brute and is not a long-term strategy. In fact, in Jianghu, those who only rely on martial arts to act violently often do not meet good ends either. They are labeled as heretics and are hunted and killed by the orthodox factions, or they become unwitting pawns in the hands of others. Taking pride in their own ignorance, by the time the true intentions come to light, it's usually too late for regrets. You can indeed keep cool. You didn't seem to have such good chi cultivation skill in the past. People are forged through pressure. It was meant as a joke, but when he looked up, he saw a gaze filled with pity from Yang Xiaoyun. He wished he could slap himself. To him, the comment was a joke, but how could Yang Xiaoyun fully understand that, speaking those words, who knows what Yang Xiaoyun might think? Just as he was about to divert the topic, he saw Yang Xiaoyun suddenly slap the table. So be it, then I won't go back during this time. What? Su Mo suddenly looked up at Yang Xiaoyun. What do you mean? No matter who the person behind the scenes is, whether or not they're pulling strings, and regardless of how each action might affect everything else, and whether Wu Daoyu has made any decisions, all of that has nothing to do with me. To me, none of this is as important as your life. How could I possibly go home and sleep peacefully if this matter isn't settled? Yang Xiaoyun said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course, I should stay by your side to protect you. Uncle Yang won't agree. I'm not a 3-year-old child. Have you not heard the saying? What saying? A grown child cannot be dictated by their father. Su Mo realized he not only had never heard this saying, but he also had never said it with such righteousness. He frowned deeply for a moment. Sister Xiaoyun, this might not be appropriate. Although we are engaged, after all, we are not yet married. If you end up staying at Ziyang Escort Agency, this could damage your reputation. What's so important about that? A mere reputation is worthless compared to your life. Yang Xiaoyun casually waved her hand. Besides, we are going to be husband and wife eventually. The fact that I have been betrothed to you since I was a child is known by the whole Luoxia city. The women of the Yang family do not marry twice, so this decision does not harm my reputation. This. Su Mo clenched his teeth, truly not knowing what to say, but then he saw Yang Xiaoyun staring at him without blinking. Su Mo subconsciously touched his face, making sure there was no tea stain. What's wrong? I want to take a good look at you. Yang Xiaoyun looked at Su Mo. I've watched you grow up since we were kids, but I didn't expect that after 2 years of rarely seeing each other, when we meet again, you would have changed so much. How have I changed? In the past, you were frivolous and indecisive, like mud that can't stick to the wall. Yang Xiaoyun said with a smile, don't be angry when I say this. In fact, I wasn't exactly pleased with our engagement at first. But still, I couldn't break that promise. Therefore, I was prepared to support you for a lifetime. This. Su Mo shook his head. If they truly got married and lived together, it wouldn't be possible for someone to always support the other. If it was indeed like that, life would be too exhausting. But now, it's different. Yang Xiaoyun looked at Su Mo. You seem to have become reliable. Facing an assassination, you remained calm and collected, with well-thought-out plans that even I could not match. Among the younger generation, Wu Chengfeng is considered skilled. However, you shrugged your shoulders and sent him flying straight into the restaurant. Such inner strength is indeed astonishing. Xiao Mo, what's the story with your inner strength? How did it improve so dramatically? This woman really lived up to the reputation of a female hero. When the conversation turned to martial arts, her eyes lit up again and she stood up excitedly. Come on, let's have another go. Yesterday, I thought your inner strength was shallow and didn't dare to use it when exchanging moves, mainly because I was worried about accidentally injuring you if we couldn't hold back in time. Now that your inner strength is exceptional, let's fight another round. While she was talking, she pulled Suemo to spar. Suemo didn't know whether to laugh or cry at that moment, and right then, Uncle Fu came from afar, smiling broadly. You must be hungry by now, right? I've prepared the food. Come and have a meal. Chapter 27, Incoming Escort. Uncle Fu really put thought into this midday meal. In the past, when the two families were close friends, Yang Xiaoyun had often eaten at Ziyang Escort Agency. Uncle Fu knew exactly what she liked and disliked. This table was almost entirely catered to Yang Xiaoyun's tastes. Yang Xiaoyun couldn't stop praising, continuously complimenting Uncle Fu's impressive cooking skills. Uncle Fu, with a broad grin showing his teeth but not his eyes, spoke from behind Suemo. Miss Yun, if you like it, you should come more often. I'll cook delicious food for you. Aha. Yang Xiaoyun nodded repeatedly. Uncle Fu, there's no need for next time. For the coming period, I plan to stay at Ziyang Escort Agency and not leave. Ah? Uncle Fu was startled and instinctively glanced at Suemo. Suemo coughed once. Sister Yun, we should discuss this matter further. Discuss what? Why does everything need to be discussed at length? Can you not just be straightforward? Yang Xiaoyun glared at Suemo. Sumo's mouth twitched, and he looked to Uncle Fu for help, only to see Uncle Fu turning around and walking away. Suemo was taken aback. Uncle Fu, where are you going? To tidy up a room for Miss Yun. How could a traitor appear amidst this major crisis? Suemo looked helplessly at Yang Xiaoyun, who grinned and said, let's eat. Before the meal was finished, Uncle Fu had returned from outside. Young master, there's someone outside asking to see you. Do you know them? He claims his surname is Ji, has an unfamiliar face, and seems to have a matter to discuss. Suemo was startled and nodded slightly. Let him wait in the living room, I'll be right there. All right. Uncle Fu agreed and turned to leave. Yang Xiaoyun and Suemo exchanged glances, both discerning the meaning in each other's eyes. In these uncertain times, we need to be cautious with unfamiliar visitors. Yang Xiaoyun cautioned. Suemo nodded. I'll go take a look first. I'll go with you. After thinking for a moment, Suemo didn't refuse. Both set down their utensils, tidied up a bit, and then headed to the living room. Naturally, Ziyang Escort Agency's living room couldn't compare to that of Iron Blood Escort Agency. It was simply and modestly furnished, and even the tea wasn't of high quality. The visitor, dressed in gray and of ordinary appearance, was sitting sedately, sipping tea. Next to him on the table, there was a case placed. After Suemo and Yang Xiaoyun arrived in the living room, the man heard their footsteps and had just stood up, but upon seeing them, he was taken aback. May I ask who you both are? Yang Xiaoyun almost laughed out loud. Visiting someone's house yet asking for the host's names? How can there be such logic under the heavens? Suemo smiled. I am Suemo, the chief of the Ziyang Escort Agency. The man was stunned, then instinctively clasped his fist. I have long admired you. Although he said he admired him, his expression suggested that even he himself didn't believe it. However, he quickly recovered his composure. Please don't mind. I just didn't expect the chief of the Ziyang Escort Agency to be so young. Oh, right, I am Ji Shuhua. I have had the honor of meeting Chief Su. Suemo rolled these three words in his mind, and already knew who this person was, smiling slightly. So it is Yi Chi Qian Shou Ji Shuhua in person. My apologies for any disrespect. Friends of Jianghu flatter me, you make me laugh. Ji Shuhua's face was full of smiles, although he said it in jest. Sumo's words clearly hit the right spot. This Yi Chi Qian Shou Ji Shuhua had a somewhat renowned name in Jianghu. Although his martial arts were average, he was known for one trait, his love of making friends. This man was not picky about his friends, he befriended people from all walks of life, and when friends faced difficulties, he would never skimp on lending a hand. This earned him the nickname Yi Chi Qian Shou. After a bit of polite conversation, they took their seats as host and guest, and Suemo then asked, where does Hero Ji come from? He did not ask why the visitor had come or say anything like no one visits without a reason, as that could seem overbearing. Since it was their first meeting, it was proper to leave some decorum. Asking where do you come from also implicitly included the question of what he was here for. To tell the truth, this trip was entrusted to me by someone. Ji Shuhua smiled, straightforwardly, and this abrupt visit is because there is an escort to deliver. Oh? Suemo glanced at the case beside Ji Shuhua, pondered for a moment and said, may I know who entrusted this? A friend of mine. Ji Shuhua said, this man is not well known, and likes to keep a low profile, hence he does not wish his name to be frequently mentioned. Please excuse this, Chief Su. Suemo raised his eyebrows and did not speak. Then he heard Ji Shuhua continue, though my friend does not have an outer reputation, he is profoundly skilled in metal forging and has several close acquaintances. Someone recently entrusted him to forge a weapon. After the weapon was completed, no one came to collect it, I was just passing by and he shared this matter with me. Since Chief Su knows of my humble reputation, you must understand that I often meddle in others' affairs, especially when it involves my friend. I cannot just ignore it. I initially thought of delivering the weapon myself, but after arriving in Luoxia City, I encountered another matter which made carrying this item inconvenient. Losing it by carelessness would be even more regretful. Thus, I thought of asking an escort agency to deliver it on my behalf. I had thought of asking Iron Blood, Yangwei, or Heavenly Gate as they are large and prestigious, but their fees are quite steep. Being a wanderer of Jianghu, I don't carry much money. After much consideration, I then learned of the Ziyang Escort Agency. Though it was really abrupt for me to come like this, I hope Chief Su could help take on this delivery job. His words streamed smoothly, though the friend's identity was never disclosed, yet the whole story was made clear. Suemo pondered for a moment, while Yang Xiaoyan gently shook her head at him. Suemo glanced at her, smiled, and then said to Ji Shuhua, "Since it is so, may I take a look at the entrusted item? Chief Su, please see." As his words fell, he gently tapped the case, which zoomed towards Suemo. Suemo smiled silently, watching as the case reached him and with a flick of his hand, made the entire case spin in midair a few times before steadily landing in his palm. Ji Shuhua sighed a breath of relief, stood up, and clasped his fist. "Please don't be offended, Chief Su. As the chief is so young and the matter being so crucial, I felt compelled to test you. But I did not expect that despite your young age, your martial arts are exceptional, which is truly admirable." Ji Shuhua here offers sincere apologies. As he finished speaking, he bowed deeply, which was indeed crisp. Chapter 28 Dragon Roar in the Box. In the Jianghu, one must acknowledge their mistakes. Ji Shuhua does this exceptionally well. Suemo surely understands now why this man can make so many friends, tactful in testing waters, and does not feign ignorance afterwards, directly offering apologies. It is said that you don't hit a smiling face, even if somewhat annoyed. Such gestures tend to dissipate the irritation. Suemo waved his hand. "How can Hero Ji say such things? I am young and inexperienced, and the Ziyang Escort Agency is not well known. It is only natural to have reservations. Please, have a seat quickly. Thank you, Lord Su, for not taking it to heart." Ji Shuhua smiled, indeed taking a seat again. Suemo then turned his gaze to the case in his hand, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that the opening was at the top end. He set the case on the ground and with a tap, a sound akin to a dragon's roar echoed, the aura of sharpness fully revealed. Suemo took a closer look, and there was indeed a sword inside the case. The sword had not yet been unsheathed, but already it was incredibly sharp and astonishing. "What is this?" He looked at Ji Shuhua. "This sword is named Dragon Roar." Ji Shuhua spoke. "At the time of its forging, the sharpness was too fierce, so my friend had to craft this case to contain it. He jokingly calls it Dragon Roar in the Box." A twitch formed at the corner of Sumo's mouth, not sure why, but what first came to his mind was an image from a video game. He immediately shook his head, admiring. "Indeed, a fine sword. Hero Ji's friend is certainly a master, worthy of respect." Ji Shuhua laughed heartily. "That's true, and I've always believed it. However, he always says that his skill is not yet perfect, that if his mastery reached perfection, why would the sword be too sharp to contain? Why the need for Dragon Roar in the Box?" Suemo raised his eyebrows, indeed becoming truly interested in this friend Ji Shuhua mentioned, but this was obviously not the time to inquire. As Ji had made it clear before that his friend preferred to keep a low profile and disliked having his name mentioned by others, as Ji was known for his integrity and loyalty, he would naturally keep his friend's secret. Changing the topic, "May I know where this sword is to be delivered?" "Yulio Manor." Ji Shuhua uttered these 4 words. Yang Xiaoyan was startled. Since she had entered this living room, she had always followed Sumo's lead, never overstepping her bounds, quietly observing Sumo's actions. Now, she couldn't help but speak. "Could it be the Yulio Manor by Yujing Lake on Yuqing Mountain?" "Precisely. The lady is very astute." Ji Shuhua said. "This sword was forged at the request of the manor master of Yulio Manor. Yu Lu Sword Heart Lu Sui Phone. On Yuqing Mountain, there's Yujing Lake, and by its shores, Yulio Manor. the manor master, Lu Suifeng, is indeed a remarkable individual. In the past, Lu's ancestors chose the site by Yujing Lake and built a sizable manor, hoped to gain fame in the Jianghu with the unique divine rainbow heart-seeking sword, with 81 forms. Unexpectedly, upon entering the Jianghu, defeat followed defeat, and ultimately, he died in depression. The younger generation reflected deeply on their pain. Practiced their swordsmanship diligently for 20 years before venturing out again, yet still faced more defeats than successes, gaining no notable reputation. Even so, Yulio Manor had been passed down, although their reputation was mediocre, becoming an inconsequential embellishment in the Jianghu. They remained part of it. Such a history continued until Lu Suifeng emerged. Lu Suifeng was both talented and stubborn, even more persevering and diligent. At the age of 5, he began to practice martial arts day and night, and by the mere age of 10, he had already reached the apex of his family's sword technique with nothing more to learn. It is said that necessity breeds invention, and invention leads to understanding. Understanding, then, begets mastery. Having mastered his family's sword technique, he should have sought to innovate, finding inspiration from the unfamiliar. But this Lu Suifeng was different. Once he reached the peak, he changed the technique. The divine rainbow heart-seeking sword, originally consisting of 81 moves, was altered by him into 49 moves. After that, he ventured into Jianghu, encountering both victories and defeats, but a momentum of change had begun. 3 years later, he returned to Yulio Manor and, with dedicated seclusion, modified the 49 moves to 32. When he re-entered Jianghu, his victories far outweighed his defeats. Another 7 years of seclusion followed, after which he claimed to have transformed the original 81 moves of the divine rainbow heart-seeking sword into just 16. Unfortunately, the full spectrum of the 16-move divine rainbow heart-seeking sword has been witnessed by none, for since then, the vast majority in Jianghu could not withstand 10 of his strikes without defeat. This man spent nearly 20 years refining the sword art, and in the end, he achieved a supreme sword skill. From that point on, the name Yulu Sword Heart resonated through Jianghu. Yulio Manor's reputation soared because of it, and it was then that he took on the role of Manor Master of Yulio Manor. However, this man had no interest in dominating Jianghu. Aside from his dedication to perfecting his swordsmanship, all he wanted was to win honor for Yulio Manor. Once that honor was won, he seemed content to sit in Yulio Manor, rather indifferent to the disputes of Jianghu. Even so, his fame and influence continued to grow. Even the Luofeng alliance would not easily provoke him. Yet, it came as a surprise that Ji Shuo's mission was to deliver an item to him. Suemo lightly tapped his fingers on the chair. As Yang Xiaoyan's expression became somewhat complex, Ji Shuo then spoke. I'm truly strapped for cash, hence I'd like to offer 100 taels of silver ticket to implore Su, the chief of the escort, to undertake this mission. If Su, the chief of the escort, is willing, I will present it immediately. As he spoke, he produced a brand new silver note from Du Bank from within his clothing. It looked as though he had just exchanged it. Suemo couldn't help but find this somewhat amusing, as he glanced at a prompt before him. Mission: deliver Dragon Roar in the box to Lu Sword Heart Lu Suifeng at Yujing Lake by Yuqing Mountain Yulio Manor. Accept the mission. After a brief contemplation, he made his choice with a thought, selecting, accept. He then laughed heartily. If Hiroji places his trust in me, it would be rude to refuse. I, Suemo, will take on this escort mission. Upon hearing this, Ji Shuhua breathed a great sigh of relief. Thank you, Su, the chief of the escort. In business, one doesn't push away trade. Hiroji thanks me, but I must also thank Hiroji for his patronage. After a few laughs and finalizing the details of the escort mission, enshrining them in a written contract, Ji Shuhua took his leave. The Dragon Roar in the box remained at Ziyang Escort Agency. Along with the 100 taels silver note, Ji Shuhua may be magnanimous and open-hearted, yet he also possesses an indescribable cunning. He gives up the entire escort fee without worrying about being swindled. Could it be he's confident because the sword is intended for Yulu Sword Heart? Yang Xiaoyun, watching Ji Shuhua depart, quietly chuckled to Suemo. Suemo gently shook his head. He is well connected, traveling across the vastness from Nanhai to the farthest reaches, dealing with all sorts of people. Yet he continues to thrive. How could such a man be as simple as he appears? That too is true. Yang Xiaoyun nodded slightly, then looked at Suemo. Don't you think you accepted this escort mission too hastily? Chapter 29, Blocking the Way. It's still the same table of uneaten food. Once the matter at hand was resolved, one still needed to continue eating. Uncle Fu, however, had been out of sight since earlier, obviously having gone to clean up Yang Xiaoyun's room. Suemo devoured his meal with a bowl in hand, placing beside him the dragon roar in the box. Yang Xiaoyun glanced at him but seemed to have lost her appetite. Su Mo looked at her and smiled slightly. Are you worried about the strangeness of this escort mission? Not long after you were almost assassinated, this escort task comes along. Ji Shu Hua indeed spoke correctly. Iron Blood, Yangwei, and Heavenly Gate, these three major escort agencies have large enterprises and demand high fees. Yet, if this mission were given to Lu Suifeng, even if it were done for free, he would likely accept it. Yang Xiaoyun put down her chopsticks. Ever since Lu Suifeng emerged from seclusion 3 years ago, he has been famous throughout martial arts with his 16 forms of Heavenly Rainbow Heartsword. However, in recent years, he has kept a low profile and seldom ventured into Jianghu. If we could forge a relationship with him through this, it would be worth more than 10,000 gold. Indeed. Su Mo nodded. Therefore, no matter how I think about it, he shouldn't have chosen Ziyang Escort Agency. This. Yang Xiaoyun hurriedly said, I'm not saying that Ziyang Escort Agency is not good. The decline is a reality. We're just discussing facts. It's not like I'm that delicate. Aha. What is glass? Su Mo thought for a moment. Silicate non-metallic materials? Yang Xiaoyun was completely baffled. Each of these words made sense on their own but combined together seemed utterly foreign to her. Never mind, it's not important. Su Mo waved his hand. This escort task is indeed a bit strange. But the sword that Lu Suifeng asked to be forged doesn't seem fake. If anything, it suggests someone in the dark deliberately facilitating this affair. Since you thought of this, why did you still accept it? Yang Xiaoyun was taken aback. It's an interesting opportunity. One that cannot be wasted. Su Mo continued, waiting idly at home, I have no idea when it might end. On the other hand, Uncle Fu lacks martial arts skills and would certainly be endangered if we truly encountered danger. Although I am confident, I can't guarantee absolute safety for him. Now that I'm drawing these troubles out, their focus will be solely on me. Moreover, killing me might not even be their aim, so naturally, they won't go out of their way to hurt Uncle Fu. Apart from drawing out the danger to bring an end to matters, Su Mo had another reason he did not voice. During yesterday's assassination, apart from the 4 assassins, there was yet another person hidden in the shadows. Friend or foe, if an enemy, they might come in contact during this journey, which would present a fine opportunity for a breakthrough. If a friend, then all the better. In any case, this escort mission served as a touchstone, and perhaps all uncertainties would find their answers. Having contemplated this, Su Mo turned to Yang Xiaoyun after a brief pause. However, just to be on the safe side, Sister Xiaoyun, I would like to ask for your help in looking after Uncle Fu while I'm away. No way. Yang Xiaoyun shook her head without even thinking. Su Mo was taken aback and had a suddenly uneasy premonition. As expected, Yang Xiaoyun then spoke with a serious tone, I'll accompany you on this escort mission. Su Mo blinked. This mission is dangerous. It's precisely because it's dangerous that I must accompany you. What about Uncle Fu? I will make arrangements. Uncle Yang won't agree. A grown child can't be dictated by their father. Sumo's mouth twitched involuntarily. Finding himself a bit at a loss with this woman, he wished he could speak harshly and dissuade her. But he felt she would probably just respond with even greater ferocity. Unfortunately, the other party was entirely well-meaning, with every intention made for one's own consideration. In such a situation, how could one drive them away? He sighed right then and there. All right. Have it your way. What do you mean, have it your way? Yang Xiaoyun was quite dissatisfied with this comment. It's as if taking me along is a burden. Well then, our hero Su is indeed highly skilled in martial arts, so he looks down on a weak woman like me, doesn't he? Perish the thought. Su Mo hastened with a bow. Who dares to say you're a weak woman? I'll be the first to disagree. That's the right attitude. The decision was already made, so there was no need for further discussion. After both of them had eaten their fill, they began their preparations within Ziyang Escort Agency. Traveling in Jianghu was not as simple as just stepping out. Going with empty hands is tantamount to seeking one's own death. The small bundle was laid out, and carrying some emergency detoxification pills was essential. An emergency set of clothes was necessary, and the often mentioned deerskin gloves. The methods of poisoning in Jianghu are varied, and no one dares to say that touching an unknown substance with bare hands would not result in poisoning. Therefore, if it's possible to prepare, then one should prepare as much as possible. Besides, It's better to carry fewer silvers and more silver notes, as notes are easier to hide. While too much silver is conspicuous, wealth arouses greed, it is the easiest to attract trouble. Once everything was ready, the two decided to get a good night's sleep in Ziyang Escort Agency that evening and set out on horseback early tomorrow morning. However, in the meantime, they each did one more thing. On one hand, Yang Xiaoyun arranged for people to secretly protect Uncle Fu, and on the other hand, she had to send a letter to Yang Yiji, as she couldn't just leave without saying goodbye. Suemo thought to himself that this meant Yang Yiji would show up at Ziyang Escort Agency tonight to confront and accuse them, but unexpected, the night passed without incident, and all was well. As for Suemo, whatever he went out to do, and whoever he met, he kept strictly to himself. Upon his return, his face showed no change whatsoever, as if he had just gone out for a short stroll, and by the next morning, after they had eaten breakfast and said goodbye to Uncle Fu, they set out on their journey. Yang Yiji still did not appear. This made Suemo even more puzzled about what exactly Yang Yiji was thinking. No wonder Yang Xiaoyun had some complaints about her own father. Indeed, he seemed a bit unreliable. As a result, just as the two were about to leave the city gate, they saw someone. Su Ruoshan stood tall before the city gate, his face a bitter smile. Young leader, where might you be heading? Uncle Su, I already sent a letter to my father last night, explaining everything. I request that Uncle Su let us pass without delaying our pressing matters, Yang Xiaoyun said. Although she referred to uncle, her tone was clearly not polite. And there might have been anger in her heart. She had sent a letter to her own father, and instead of coming himself, Yang Yiji sent Su Ruoshan to block her way, which didn't seem reasonable at all. Su Ruoshan sighed, said nothing more to Yang Xiaoyun, but turned to Suemo with a light smile. Lord Su, although you and our young leader are engaged, times change, and whether this matter is settled remains a topic for debate. Now, without notifying our chief, you wish to take the young leader away. This doesn't seem quite appropriate, does it? Suemo actually nodded, feeling that Su Ruoshan made some sense, but Yang Xiaoyun could no longer suppress her anger. If you have something to say, let my father come and say it. Young leader, the chief went out yesterday afternoon, and where he has gone is unknown to us. I did see the letter you sent, though I dared not peek at its content. I knew it must involve Lord Su. That is why I rashly stopped you. Young leader, although I do not know your plans with Lord Su, I only wish to remind you to think 3 times before acting. HM? Are you teaching me what to do? I dare not. What if I must go no matter what? Yang Xiaoyun's hand moved towards the silver spear on her back. Su Ruoshan sighed, if that's the case? Lord Su, my apologies, I just wish to ask you to wait a moment. As his words fell, the tip of his foot moved. And instantly, as if separating light from shadow, he was airborne, arriving in front of Suemo, his hand reaching out with a palm aimed at his shoulder. He hadn't intended to be lethal, he only sought to injure Suemo to prevent him from leaving the city, but also harbored an intent to test him. Within the narrow alley, killing 4 men, was it really this down and out, worthless Suemo who had struck? But all that was seen was Suemo letting out a light sigh, raising his hand and flipping out a palm. With a thunderous clash, their palms met. Su Ruoshan's body shuddered violently, and within the merit of a moment, he was sent flying backward. Chapter 30 Heaven and Earth Great Secret. Su Ruoshan came quickly, and left even faster, but Suemo had already been merciful. Otherwise, taking his life with that palm strike would have been as easy as reaching into a bag, yet even so, Su Ruoshan had to tumble several times in midair before he narrowly managed to land. His feet touched the ground, but he couldn't stand steady, retreating 3 zhang away, barely steadying himself. His face was a mask of shock and confusion. My apologies. Suemo clasped his fists and strode away. Yang Xiaoyun was certainly full of astonishment, but she followed suit. Su Ruoshan wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his face changed, and he instinctively clutched at his chest. Feeling oppressive discomfort and a faint sweetness in his throat, a clear sign of having sustained an internal injury. What profound inner strength! This young master of the Su family is truly not as the outside world speaks of him. He inhaled sharply, daring not to pursue any further. After a moment of silent contemplation, he stomped his foot and turned back to Iron Blood Escort Agency. Inside Luoxia City, there is a large estate. Within the estate, a secret chamber. A middle-aged man sat cross-legged. In front of him on the tea table, 2 cups of clear tea were spilled. However, there was nobody sitting opposite him, yet voices emerged, coming from behind a screen. They are on their way. I know. Are you sure of it? I presume there's some chance of success. You're playing a dangerous game. The emphasis in the voice from behind the screen grew stronger. The seated middle-aged man merely smiled gently and poured himself more tea. Aren't you curious to try those new trinkets from the endless sea? The person behind the screen didn't speak, but there was a subtle presence of murderous intent spreading. The middle-aged man continued, although it's risky, it is indeed the right move. Once they leave, the opportunity arises, not only visible to you and me. There was still no response from the person behind the screen, but the murderous intent intensified. So much so that the air in the entire secret chamber became thick, almost suffocating. The hand of the man drinking tea also slightly paused due to this. Then he heard the person behind the screen finally speak, but remember this well. Please, do tell. If Suemo encounters the slightest mishap, I will ensure that not a single soul of the Luophone Alliance will find peace. As those words fell, a fierce internal breath surged within the secret chamber, and when he looked up again, the person behind the screen was already gone. The middle-aged man, holding the teacup, paused several times before he sighed gently. I'm not getting any younger. How is it that my temper is even less steady than the younger people? He intended to continue drinking his tea, but after a moment of contemplation, he set it down again. He gently tapped on the table surface and murmured to himself, Suemo, Suemo. Following behind Suemo, after leaving Luoxia City, Yang Xiaoyun kept her eyes glued on him. Suemo felt goosebumps all over from being stared at. When are you going to stop watching me? People say, a man can be judged anew after being away for just 3 days. As for you, I feel like I need to replace my eyeballs, she said. Yang Xiaoyun clicked her tongue. Su Ruoxian is not someone to mess with. That title of cloud catcher isn't for nothing. His martial arts abilities are incomparably greater than those of Wu Chengfeng. And yet, you still repelled him with a single palm strike. Where exactly does your inner strength come from? Ah. That's a long story. Suemo sighed. It happened one day as I was strolling down the street when I suddenly encountered an old beggar who dragged me into a corner, insisting I had exceptional roots and was a once-in-a-lifetime martial arts genius. He was determined to sell me a martial arts secret manual, saying that if I achieved anything significant, the responsibility to save the collapsing martial arts world would fall on my shoulders. 3 question marks rolled through Yang Xiaoyun's eyes, but she didn't forget to tease, a Jianghu swindler, right? That's what I thought too. Suemo nodded. Logically, I should have just walked away. But that old man grabbed me and wouldn't let me go. He then took out several secret books for me to choose from. Seeing him in shabby clothes and appearing emaciated, I couldn't help but pity him. I thought he might be trying to make a living. The world is dangerous, life is hard, plus thinking about my own situation, I felt a bit of empathy. If one day I ended up in such a situation, wouldn't I also hope for a hot meal to eat? Perhaps I was feeling tender-hearted at that moment, so I casually chose a secret book and bought it for 10 cents. Yang Xiaoyun found this quite understandable, but she was also slightly displeased with what you said. Would I just let you fall into destitution? When you squandered your family fortune, I wanted to knock you out and take you away. But father wouldn't allow it. These past years, you've turned over a new leaf, and didn't give me a chance to do so. But you should know that unless I die, I won't let you be left wandering the streets. Yang Xiaoyun's words were not an oath, but they were more persuasive than any promise. Suemo looked at her and almost forgot how to continue his fabrications. Fortunately, Yang Xiaoyun remained curious about the subject. So, what secret book did you buy? That secret book. It's called the Heaven and Earth Great Secret. This, Heaven and Earth Great Secret? Something so mystical? How would I know? Suemo shook his head. However, the introduction to this martial arts is impressive. It says that all martial arts in the world are contained within it, as vast as the sea that embraces all streams, can be considered an outline for all martial arts in the world. Isn't that just a bunch of hot air? I don't have a clue either, but below this preface, there's a statement explaining that the comprehension of this martial arts depends entirely on the practitioner's talent and comprehension. The higher the comprehension and the better the roots, the more likely one is to grasp the absolute skills. And throughout the text, not a single word about martial arts is mentioned. The odd thing is, once I finished reading these words, the book turned to dust. After that, the contents of the book kept lingering in my mind. Over time, it actually became something extraordinary. I really comprehended a set of inner strength, a set of fist technique, and my martial arts abilities advanced rapidly. Yang Xiaoyun was stunned, but she didn't accuse Suemo of making things up. She simply marveled. The end of the world is so far, Jianghu is so vast and immeasurable. Indeed, there are always people better than oneself, mountains beyond mountains. Your extraordinary encounter is truly incredible. That divine beggar who taught you this martial arts must also be a peerless master who wanders the Jianghu. Seeing her expression, Suemo stealthily breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his story was a bit too over the top. However, Yang Xiaoyun wasn't the type to think the world was only as big as what she's seen, mistaking her own limited perspective as the whole truth. Instead, she was more in awe of the wonders of Jianghu. Of course, she believed wholeheartedly because it was Suemo who told her so. After contemplating for a moment, he asked in a low voice, "Sister Yun, would you like to learn the heaven and earth great secret in the 2 sets of martial arts that I've comprehended? This is your fate, how could I take it for myself? Besides, the Sanlong Bahuang Dianyun spear of the Yang family. Even if I practiced it my whole life, I may not be able to reach the pinnacle. How could I be so greedy? However, if you are willing, we can spar more often." Yang Xiaoyun looked at Suemo. "I also advise you not to bite off more than you can chew. The path of martial arts is as vast as a boundless ocean, it is better to value quality over quantity. And you must never speak of this heaven and earth great secret to a third person, or else it might bring disaster upon us, remember this well." Suemo nodded eagerly, but he was actually relieved inside. After this, any martial arts he obtained from escort missions could be traced back to having an origin, what's more, without him having to remind Yang Xiaoyun to keep their conversation secret. She was the one who commanded it, saving him quite a bit of effort. Chapter 31 Yizhuang, from Luoxia City to Yuqing Mountain, the journey is not a short one. After Suemo returned home a while ago, he brought back over 400 taels of silver, which allowed Uncle Fu to pick out 2 good horses in the city. Even if one were to travel day and night at full speed, this stretch of road would take at least half a month to traverse. If one were to travel by day and rest at night, and encounter some delays along the way, one would need to prepare for a month's journey at the least. A few days into the trip, it was smooth sailing, apart from occasionally encountering some robbers on the path. There were no major incidents. As for those robbers, they fled as soon as they saw the bright silver spear in Yang Xiaoyun's hand. Some who recognized them came over to greet and curiously asked why Yang Xiaoyun had not led a team with flying banners. After knowing that this trip was just accompanying the Ziyang Escort Agency, they all looked at Suemo with strange expressions. However, with Yang Xiaoyun's reputation preceding them, they naturally wouldn't make things difficult, thus they were allowed to pass through smoothly. As for the lurking danger hidden in the dark, there was no trace of it. On this particular day, the two were nearing Funyo Mountain. This area was desolate with rare human activity, yet it was an inevitable route to Yuqing Mountain. No matter which way one detoured, it would only add unnecessary distance. The two of them intended to quickly pass through Funyo Mountain's territory, but unexpectedly, a heavy rain caught them off guard. The people were not bothered, but the slippery road in the rain could cause the horses to fall, which would truly be distressing. Left with no choice, they had to seek shelter from the rain. However, this region had once been the site of continuous fierce battles and disputes in Jianghu, resulting in many deaths. The ordinary people living here, to avoid getting caught in the crossfire, had to flee and scatter in all directions. Later on, it was continuously rumored that too many people had died in this area, and that the unappeased spirits of the deceased lingered in the human world, causing misfortune. Regardless of whether the rumors were true, the existence of such tales indeed deterred people from returning to reside here. Now, due to years of neglect and disrepair, this place was mostly dilapidated buildings and ruins. Finding a piece of tile to shield oneself from the elements was not an easy task. Fortunately, a little further ahead, they spotted a relatively intact building hidden among the trees. However, when they approached it, Suemo and Yang Xiaoyun paused momentarily. Yizhuang? Such places are generally used to store coffins. For those who die in foreign lands and wish to return to their roots, they often send a letter or a verbal message before death, asking their families to come and retrieve their bodies for burial. But in the meantime, these bodies cannot be interred, nor can they be laid to rest just anywhere. They would be taken to Yizhuang for temporary placement. However, there are also people who die too suddenly to send a message back. After death, their bodies would also be placed in Yizhuang for a while. If no one claims them after a long period, they would ultimately be buried in mass graves. Unexpectedly, even though no one lived around Funyo Mountain anymore, this Yizhuang was still relatively intact. Yet at this moment, the sight inevitably made one's heart feel heavy. However, Suemo and Yang Xiaoyun, both skilled in martial arts and traveling Jianghu, did not believe in ghosts and spirits. Thus, although they found it somewhat unexpected, they did not take it too seriously. They simply led the horses into Yizhuang. Yizhuang was not small, and there was a porch at the entrance. Half of the porch was collapsed, but it was still just passable. Past the porch was a courtyard overgrown with weeds, battered by the rain, leaning in all directions. It was clear that this charitable hospice had not been taken care of for a long time. On both sides of the courtyard were the east and west wings, but both were empty. The roof tiles above were incomplete, with many leaks. It was not suitable for people to stay, but horses could be barely accommodated. The main hall in the center was originally a shrine, with an offering table and plaques, but now the table was also dilapidated, and the plaques were askew and covered with dust. On one side of the main hall, there were several coffins. However, due to the spaciousness, it didn't feel cramped but rather gave off an eerie and desolate vibe. Yang Xiaoyun went to the backyard to take a look and found that all the rooms there had collapsed. The two simply dismantled some broken wood and set up a spot in the middle of the main hall, lit a fire, and warmed up the dry food they had bought when passing through the market town earlier, making do with a meal, after being well fed and watered. The sky outside had also darkened. Suemo stretched his limbs and came to the front of the main hall. How long will this rain last? This rain came suddenly, it won't last long. It should stop tonight. But if we want to leave, we'll still have to wait until tomorrow. It's inconvenient to travel at night, especially with the roads being wet and slippery. It seems that tonight we can only make do for a stay within this hospice. Suemo smiled lightly. Old rules, you rest first, and you take over in the second half of the night. All right. Yang Xiaoyun did not hesitate at all. When two people are out and about, they must be careful in strange environments. This hospice is remote, which is quite reassuring, but there are also dangerous opponents lurking in the dark. Who knows when they will jump out and cause trouble? Therefore, during the day they travel, and at night the two of them always take turns to rest, whether in the wilderness or within an inn in a town. It is the same, Yang Xiaoyun said. Rest and rested. Over the years of traveling, she had trained herself to do so. Time waits for no one, and people like them can't afford to indulge in drowsiness. In crucial times, if you can't sleep, a small moment will pass in the blink of an eye. Therefore, this time she closed her eyes, able to fall asleep as soon as she said. Soft snores arose quickly, entwining with the sound of the rain outside in the quiet hospice. Suemo, however, sat cross-legged and silently circulated his inner strength. The Longxiang wisdom he obtained was at the state of great perfection. On the day he obtained it, he had already converged all his inner strength and made it his own. Since then, he's been able to use it as naturally as moving his arms, with no failure. He was now silently cultivating the inner strength of the Ziyang sect. It is named the Bright Sun Heart Technique. This inner strength does not count as the peak within the Ziyang sect but is certainly not ordinary. It cannot be compared with the sect's divine skill, the 9 purple fierce sun burning sky technique. But it has its unique aspects. Because of the Longxiang wisdom, the meridians and acupoints within his body were almost all opened. When his inner strength circulated, the cultivation speed of this Bright Sun Heart Technique was fast. Originally, he was only at the 3rd level of cultivation, but now he was only one step away from the 9th level of perfection. His ears twitched lightly, and Suemo suddenly opened his eyes. At this time it was deep into the night, yet unexpectedly a fierce wind began outside the window, howling violently. The horses placed in the side rooms also emitted a series of tense neighing sounds. The air seemed to faintly carry a sound. Listening attentively, it turned out to be a series of faint crying sounds. The voices were heart-wrenching, overlapping, coming together like a curtain. At first, it sounded as if it was in the far distance, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed to reach beside the ear, intrusively drilling into the head. Sumo's eyes flashed slightly, but he remained composed and spoke softly. I wonder which master would be here pretending to be a god, playing such a joke with us two who are just wandering martial artists at the bottom of Jianghu. His voice was not loud, yet it was propelled with inner strength. In an instant, the surrounding ghostly cries were all silenced. Chapter 32. The Traveler. On a solitary stormy night, a chill was inevitable amid the loud noises. Yang Xiaoyun had already opened her eyes early when the fierce wind was howling, silver spear in hand, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Suemo did not wait for any response, but swept his eyes over the several coffins, then glanced at Yang Xiaoyun. It's not them. Yang Xiaoyun whispered, if it were them, they definitely wouldn't make such a preemptive noise. As he spoke, he flipped to his feet and slightly cupped his fist, saying, my sister and I are merely passing by, sought shelter here at Yizhuang due to the sudden storm. Tomorrow morning, as soon as the wind ceases and the rain stops, we will leave immediately and will not impose further. While Suemo talked, Yang Xiaoyun carefully observed the surroundings. ready to react promptly to any disturbances. However, nothing happened, no breathing sounds, no footsteps, no heartbeat. No sound at all, only the increasingly intense sound of the rain outside, while inside the main hall of Yizhuang, there was an eerie and mysterious chill. This silence did not last long, for suddenly, the sound of horseshoes came from outside the gate. After a moment, they had arrived. Similarly, two riders on fast horses, after reaching the entrance of Yizhuang, dismounted one after another and led their horses into the courtyard. Su Mo heard a woman's somewhat nervous voice asking, "Senior brother, could there be ghosts inside Yizhuang?" Her voice struggled to carry over the storm, causing it to sound loud yet somewhat intermittent. The man responded loudly, "In Jianghu, where is there talk of ghosts and spirits? If there really were ghosts, who would dare fight in Jianghu? If I killed you today and you came back as a ghost for revenge tomorrow, when I die and become an evil ghost, I'd be entangled with you endlessly, without resolution." As he spoke, he had already reached the front of the main hall and looked up to see Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun. He was slightly startled, his expression somewhat unnatural as if he were taken aback. However, upon seeing the dying fire on the ground, he finally relaxed and cupped his fist, saying, "Travelers caught in a sudden storm, within this area, only this place seems fit for temporary shelter, but I don't know if our friends inside could grant us this convenience?" In Jianghu, inconveniences are common, especially under such circumstances. Giving convenience to others is giving convenience to oneself. Moreover, Yizhuang did not belong to Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun. Who were they to turn people away? But that ghostly crying sound earlier was eerie and had vanished strangely, hence while speaking, there was inevitably a bit of hesitation. "We too are indeed convenient, but I'm not sure what the original people of Yizhuang would think." The man frowned slightly, peering around. "I don't know where they might be. For the moment, I don't know either." Su Mo gave a wry smile. "Regardless, if the two of you aren't worried about inviting trouble, you're welcome to come in and take shelter from the rain." This remark sounded vague, causing the man's expression to darken momentarily. Thinking that Su Mo was simply making excuses to prevent them from seeking shelter, he immediately shook his head and, followed by the young woman, entered the gate. The two individuals were not very old. The man appeared to be around 20, and the young woman only about 17 or 18. Not particularly beautiful, but her eyes were spirited. Upon entering Yizhuang, they seemed quite concerned about the coffins, and although they tried not to look, their glances inevitably swept over them before quickly looking away. Both of them were soaked, and the man said, "Junior sister, let's use our inner strength to expel the cold. I'll protect you while you do so." Hearing those words, the junior sister instinctively glanced at the coffins, then turned her gaze to Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun. Then she whispered, "Thank you, senior brother." As her words fell, she sat down cross-legged, silently channeling her inner strength to dispel the cold and dry her clothes. The senior brother sat beside the junior sister, his eyes seemingly not on Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun, but the corners of his eyes tried his best to keep them within his field of vision. Obviously, Sumo's earlier refusal had sparked some suspicion in his heart, consequently making him slightly wary. Sumo could only give a wry smile but did not bother to look further. Relighting the fire, he brought more brightness within Yizhuang. Then Yang Xiaoyan's low voice came to his ears. "Judging by the two's physique, footwork technique, and attire, they should be Luoxing sect disciples." Luoxing sect, Su Mo initially felt unfamiliar, but after recalling carefully, he remembered the specifics of this sect. Luoxing sect was a sect known for its hidden weapons. However, it had a narrow lineage and did not widely open its mountain gate to accept numerous disciples. Disciples were often directly descended from one lineage, or only two disciples were accepted to inherit the mantle. Their ultimate skill, star-flicking finger, was indeed renowned. The reason Su Mo was not very familiar with this sect was because Luoxing sect was situated extremely far from Luoxia city. Moreover, Luoxing sect disciples seldom ventured into Jianghu, therefore leaving minimal information behind. How did they end up here? Su Mo was somewhat curious now, but quickly suppressed his curiosity. The last time he was too curious, he got involved in trouble that he should not have been involved in, albeit he dealt with the potential loose ends that might arise from the situation. If he had feigned ignorance, it would not have led to unexpected complications at the end. At this time, why bother about others? Doing well on his own matters was enough. Moreover, instead of pondering the purpose of these two individuals, it would be better to figure out the source of the sound he heard earlier. However, since the arrival of the Luoxing sect brother and sister, that sound had not occurred again. After exchanging a glance with Yang Xiaoyun, she shut her eyes again. Inside Yizhuang, the situation split into two. On one side were the siblings from Luoxing sect, and on the other were Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun, each minding their own business. The eerie wailing sound did not sound again. And in the latter part of the night, Yang Xiaoyun naturally opened her eyes, taking Su Mo's place. Su Mo swapped places with her, and upon checking the other side, the senior brother was sitting cross-legged. The junior sister, who was initially fearful of the coffins, was now sound asleep, leaning against a coffin. Su Mo slightly raised his eyebrows, only to see the senior brother suddenly lift his head and glare at him. Su Mo's mouth twitched, and he sat back, no longer interacting. Time passed by, and the outside torrential rain gradually subsided. From the initial downpour to a lingering drizzle, the inside of Yizhuang remained utterly silent. Suddenly, the coffin which the Luoxing sect junior sister leaned against slightly moved. Silently, as if someone inside was pushing against it, the coffin lid barely lifted, revealing a thin crack. Chapter 33 In Mountain Ghost Lord. Rain threads linger outside the window. Within the hall of Yizhuang, silence reigns. But at this moment, the coffin the Luoxing sect sister was leaning on suddenly moved, silently, as if someone inside the coffin was pushing. The lid of the coffin inexplicably cracked open a sliver. Following that, a dry, withered hand emerged from within the gap. The hand was a ghastly greenish-black, as if it belonged to a desiccated corpse, its long, curved nails faintly emitting a cold, bluish gleam. As its fingers spread, they slowly reached out for the young girl's neck. The girl remained blissfully unaware, with her senior brother only on the alert for the living, never considering the possibility of something emerging from the coffin behind them, completely oblivious to what was transpiring at their backs. Just as the girl's throat was about to be grasped by that hand, a flash of silver light suddenly illuminated the void. The sound of a dragon's roar rose grandly, and the intense killing intent seemed to drag one instantly into the midst of some ancient battlefield. The brother from Luoxing sect's face changed, completely unprepared for the woman who had been holding the silver spear to suddenly strike, and such a fierce strike it was, Sanglong Bahuang Dianyan spear. He recognized it instantly, but dared not, and could not, meet it head-on, for by the time he realized the nature of the attack, the spear tip had already flashed past his cheek. All he could do was shout loudly, "Sister, be careful!" His shout was to warn his sister about the silver spear. However, after he shouted, he was stunned, for he then saw the desiccated hand reaching for his sister, saw the spear approach with surprise and haste, and now, terror overwhelmed him. Yet, the silver spear was already upon them. Its target was not his sister, but the arm of the withered hand. This strike, if the hand still insisted on grabbing, would see the arm certainly pierced by the spear in one swift move to defeat the enemy by rescuing Zhao. Indeed, the hand decisively abandoned its original motion, with fingers encompassing, directly brushing towards Yang Xiaoyun's bright silver spear. The origin of that hand was unknown, its nails seemingly made of metal, and with a twist of its 5 fingers, it actually made contact with the spear tip of Yang Xiaoyun, producing a sonorous clang of metal, and sparks scattered in all directions. A single hand and a silver spear, within this small space, executed 3 to 5 moves in the blink of an eye. The sister from Luoxing sect had by now fully awakened. Even though she was inexperienced and lacked vigilance in the Jianghu, not waking up at this point would mean her vigilance was not just low, it was completely negative. Yet having woken up, she did not dare to make the slightest move. Beside her, the hand and the silver spear clashed, swift as lightning. Any slight misstep could mean death under the threatening sharpness. But then they heard Yang Xiaoyan's light shout, "Got you!" With a roll of her silver spear, spinning and heading straight for that hand, the hand, with its fingers spread wide in hollow palm, had no time to change its move and had to meet it with brute strength. Then came the sound of a ding, and the moment the spear tip touched the hand, a massive force spread instantly. The sister from Luoxing sect bore the brunt, the gale tossing her around in disarray. The coffin was shoved nearly 10 feet away from its original spot. With blood flowing from the hand, vivid and glaring, the bright silver spear, however, was drawn back instantly, swiftly passing through Yang Xiaoyan's hand, as she caught the spearhead under her arm, the spear shaft hanging behind her, still quivering, first pretending to be a god, then attacking with hidden weapons. "My honored opponent, doesn't this lack a bit of grace?" Yang Xiaoyan's voice was cold as she quickly flicked her wrist, stabilizing the trembling spear with the butt slammed against the ground. "Excellent Sanglong Bahuang Dianyan spear. Little girl, your martial arts are well trained." A strange, cackling voice emerged from the coffin, as the hand suddenly withdrew into the coffin. Then rose up out of thin air, flipping over and bringing with it a howling gust of wind. "This lord and the Iron Blood Escort Agency are not enemies. I had no desire to make things difficult for you, otherwise, just now you would have perished under the 10,000 ghosts devouring soul." Unexpectedly, despite being so young and only having practiced tumbling and basic moves for a few days, you dare to meddle in my affairs. Now, even if Yang Yizhi himself were to come, you would still be dead without a chance for life. As these words were spoken, the sound of ghostly wails suddenly became loud and chaotic, seemingly infiltrating from every direction. At the same time, the coffin rushed forward with a loud whoosh. And a palm reached out from it, splitting from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and multiplying until it filled the sky. Within an instant, the sky was full of ghostly hands, covering all of Yang Xiaoyun's vital points. The wails of fierce ghosts filled her ears, while ghost hands filled the sky in front of her. However, Yang Xiaoyun remained undaunted, and she even burst into laughter. So it's the mysterious thousand shadow hand? I was wondering who this master could be? Turns out it's the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord. But shouldn't you have died a long time ago? Holding the silver spear, she stood tall and proud. As the ghost hands approached, the sound of a dragon roar spontaneously echoed. And true chi condensed, swirling around the silver spear in her hand. She moved forward instead of retreating, the spear tipped like a dragon head, thrusting and colliding with the myriad ghost hands. The Yin Mountain Ghost Lord? Upon hearing such a title, the face of the junior sister from Longxiang sect flashed with fright. Although she had no idea who the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord was, the name was terrifying enough to suggest no ordinary person. For a moment, she looked at Yang Xiaoyun with eyes full of concern and subconsciously turned to seek help from her senior brother. Her senior brother, however, was somewhat stunned, while the junior sister had no knowledge of the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord. He could not claim the same ignorance. Yin Mountain stood in the southwest of Dongwang, shrouded in shadows and miasmas year-round, a place rumored to be haunted. There were even experts who cultivated perverse martial arts and called themselves ghostly, deliberately mystifying the art. This Yin Mountain Ghost Lord claimed to have cultivated the Ghost Sect treasure book, the mystical scripture, and named himself the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord. The martial arts techniques recorded in the mystical scripture were all strange and ruthless, favoring unorthodox and venomous methods. Furthermore, the scripture had the power to make one appear lifeless, like the dead. This was the reason why. Previously, Su Mo and the others had not discovered the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord hiding inside the coffin. Ever since this person entered Jianghu, he had been using this scripture to commit evil deeds, scorned by those on the righteous path. However, 10 years prior, he had murdered ordinary civilians nearly by the hundred at Shilingchen family manor to practice his skills, eventually angering the martial world's righteous path. In the end, several entities joined forces to besiege and kill him. But how could it be that right now, he suddenly appeared within this Yizhuang? What's more crucial is that even if he was the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord, Longxiang sect had never had any enmity with this person. Even if he had been lucky enough not to die back then, he shouldn't be seeking trouble with them here. How come it sounded like from his words just now, he specifically came for him and his junior sister? As this thought crossed his mind, he saw his junior sister looking at him with an anxious face. He immediately nodded his head, his palm already clutching several hidden weapons, ready to launch an attack while comforting his junior sister. Junior sister, don't panic. Look, her companion is still calm and composed. The junior sister was startled, glancing at Su Mo, who was still sitting by the pillar all this time. She couldn't help stomping her feet. Your companion is in a life and death struggle. And yet you can still sit there unmoved? Is your heart made of iron? Su Mo looked at the girl somewhat astonished and with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. I would like to help, but if I were to intervene now, the first one to hit me would be my own companion. Can't you see she's actually enjoying this? Chapter 34 Breaking the Coffin. Yang Xiaoyun was indeed very happy. This girl had been different from others since she was young, with a natural love for martial arts and extraordinary talent. From her childhood, she competed fiercely and would respond with a good beating when confronted with something unpleasant. Such a temperament naturally attracted trouble, but all these troubles were settled by her own silver spear, so much so that no one amongst the younger generation of Luoxia City dared to compete with her. Previously, she appraised Wu Chengfeng as a skilled martial artist among the younger generation, yet, she never put herself in the same category as this younger generation. That would be bullying. In recent years, she had actually been without a worthy opponent, not because she really had beaten everyone in Luoxia City without a match, but because there were no young fighters worth challenging, and while she wanted to challenge more senior and experienced martial artists, she couldn't act recklessly. Jianghu was a tangled mess, with martial arts prowess as the foundation, but social intricacies form a complex web. How could she, affiliated with the Iron Blood Escort Agency, allow her temperament to recklessly make enemies for her own agency, challenging those seniors? If she lost, people would commend her for her courage and be happy for the daring progress of the younger generation. Even the worst outcome would be just to comment that she had overestimated her own abilities. But what if she won by a move or a half? Who knows what kind of enmity and trouble that would invite it. Therefore, with no matches for the younger generation to fight or compete against, she intended to go out on escorts, travel across Jianghu, and seek out skilled opponents. Sadly, the Iron Blood Escort Agency has a great reputation. When she went out, all the various clans and sects would show her some respect. Some even treated her as a junior, not only refraining from robbing her escort but instead generously hosting her to solidify their relationship with the Iron Blood Escort Agency. Over the years, not only had she failed to achieve her original purpose, but her temperament had also been much refined, yet unexpectedly, traveling as the young leader of the Iron Blood Escort Agency, where few dared to provoke her, she encountered an opponent just a few days after setting out. Sumo, this was like scratching an itch. How could she not fight to her heart's content and make the most of this serendipitous adventure? The Canlong Bawang Dianyun spear was unleashed magnificently, and the Dishang Xinting scripture within her flowed continuously. In just a short while, her forehead was steaming hot, and she felt even more exhilarated amidst the fierce battle. However, after about 40 or 50 exchanges, Yang Xiaoyun began to feel somewhat puzzled. The Yin Mountain Ghost Lord has such a great reputation, so how come his skills are not as robust as I imagined? Suddenly, she felt a chill spreading up from her silver spear, and with a tap of her foot, she swung the spear, using her inner strength to drive back this strange chill, only to see that coffin suddenly start making a thunderous noise. In just moments, it charged towards her like a massive rolling stone. Such a powerful and heavy force could not be blocked head-on. Yang Xiaoyun withdrew quickly, allowing the coffin to brush past her, immediately followed by a strange and shrill laugh from within it. What a member of the Iron Blood Escort Agency, what a Canlong Bawang Dianyun spear. Had it not been for my severe injuries, how could I rest without defeating you? Your generosity today is duly noted, and there will be a payback someday. As the voice faded, the coffin had reached the entrance of the main hall, about to fly out, but just then, there stood a person at the entrance of the main hall. That person didn't speak, but the punch wind rose, and a drizzle began to whirl as if gaining momentum for the punch. In a flash, a myriad of punch shadows fluttered through the air, converging to a point in front of the coffin, enveloping the drizzle and arriving at the coffin in the blink of an eye. Go back! The Yin Mountain Ghost Lord inside the coffin noticed the punch too late and could only grit his teeth, exerting 120% of his inner strength to clash with it head-on. Boom! With a muffled explosion, the standoff lasted no more than a breath's time before the coffin was sent back in exactly the way it had come out. Yang Xiaoyun and the Luoxing sect brothers and sisters couldn't help but gather around to see off the departing coffin, only to be taken aback when it suddenly returned. They hurriedly stepped aside to dodge, then they saw the coffin crash with a thunderous noise directly into the ancestral tablet rack in Yizhuang, honoring some unknown person. The wall was shattered by the tremendous force, and the coffin buried itself 1/3 deep into the wall. After a slight pause of only a breath or two, a crackling sound was heard, and the end of the coffin facing Yang Xiaoyun and the others burst open like petals, with wood shavings flying. Think you could come and go as you please, fight whenever you want? Where in the world are things that easy? At this moment, the person speaking at the doorway stepped into the main hall. It was none other than Sumo. Yang Xiaoyun was too caught up in the moment to see clearly, but Sumo could. She knew that the person in the coffin, whether he was the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord or not, could only reach a stalemate with Yang Xiaoyun given his current abilities. Aside from Yang Xiaoyun on Sumo's side, even without counting herself, there were the Luoxing sect siblings, both ready to jump into action. Realizing that the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord couldn't win in a few moves, naturally, the best strategy was to find a way to escape. Hence, after speaking a single sentence to that Luoxing sect sister, Sumo was already prepared and waiting here to punch him back. Trickling down from the damaged coffin was a stream of blood. Yang Xiaoyun stood with her spear, tilted her head, and glanced, dead? That's when the unexpected happened. A chilling aura suddenly emerged, and a shadow leapt out of the coffin. In an instant, the shadow split in two, darting left and right like meteor flashes, each heading straight for Yizhuang's windows. One shadow stretched out a hand, reaching to capture the Luoxing sect sister. Stop! Amidst the roar, a flurry of flying flowers were swiftly launched. Star-flicking finger? The shadow laughed haughtily. You have not mastered it. With a ting, the flying flower was knocked away, embedding itself in the beam of Yizhuang, one hand deflecting the flying flower hidden weapon. The other had already grabbed the Luoxing sect sister, and in the midst of fleeing toward the window, but upon looking up, a silver glint approached, wrapped in a vast and murderous aura. It was the Canlong Bawang Dianyun spear. You! The shadow was stunned, and at this second, it was too late to use the captured Luoxing sect sister as a hostage. In a split-second decision, the shadow pushed hard, sending the person he had captured flying back out. I return her to you to kill. With this vicious move, the Luoxing sect sister was now hurtling toward the tip of Yang Xiaoyun's spear. The Luoxing sect brother was instantly filled with rage but did not expect that Yang Xiaoyun, whose martial arts allowed for effortless control of her moves, would quickly tilt her spear to switch from stabbing to sweeping. At the same time, with her other hand, she reached out and pulled the Luoxing sect sister into her embrace. Chapter 35, Retaining People. Crash. The silver spear clashed against the shadow, but the shadow had no intention of lingering in battle, using the momentum to turn around and sprinted towards the main entrance of Yizhuang. Having failed in its move, and with no other desires, the only thought at the moment was to escape. Originally, he thought that since Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun had one person come to stop him, the other must be stopping the other's shadow, but upon looking up again, he saw a hand already approaching him. How outrageous! He looked shocked, hands sealed as if to block, attempting to replicate his earlier move, but unexpectedly, the opponent struck with great force. And upon contact, his arms felt as if crushed by a massive boulder, scattering to each side. That hand flicked its fingers, swiftly brushing over the acupoints on his chest like heavenly pool, Shenfeng, and Zhongting. The extreme yang inner strength of the bright sun heart technique followed the fingers into his body, sending him flying backwards. He crashed down to the ground, unable to move an inch further, yet he couldn't help but angrily utter, "Why would you?" His voice trailed off, unable to continue, as a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Why not chase after the other one? Sumo's lips twitched slightly, pointing to a corner with his finger. Why should I chase after a corpse? The mystical scripture indeed had the capability to feign death. During the operation of this martial arts, it could chill the blood and stop breathing, making one appear as a dead person. However, this technique was limited to moments of stillness. Once in motion, the movement would dissipate the effect, unless this martial arts was cultivated to its ultimate pinnacle. However, regarding the Kurandine Mountain Ghost Lord, not to mention his long-standing severe injuries, even if he were uninjured, mastering the mystical scripture to the highest level would hardly be an easy feat. When the shadow appeared just now, it was a single shadow, which instantaneously split in two. Throwing the other shadow out, attempting to use this critical moment to escape to safety without the other party giving it much thought. Unfortunately, had he truly only wished to preserve his own life without causing further complications or attempting to capture the disciple from the Luoxing sect, he might have really had a chance to escape. After all, that moment did cause some astonishment, and with his extraordinary qigong and sole focus on escaping, stopping him would not have been easy. Nevertheless, he ultimately couldn't reconcile with it, wanting to kidnap that young disciple from the Luoxing sect. Originally, this would not have been too reprehensible. If there were only the two people from the Luoxing sect, he might have truly been able to succeed and leave. Regrettably, this gave Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun time to distinguish reality from deception, although it was a very short time, requiring a decision to be made in an instant. But both Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun, not ordinary successors of Jiang Hu, not only discerned the truth in that brief moment but also made decisive choices, one to save, the other to capture, seamlessly executed. Ultimately, this led to him losing his last chance to escape. Forcibly detained within Yizhuang, "Lady, you can let go of me now." Yang Xiaoyun spoke at this time, addressing the disciple in her arms from Luoxing sect. The disciple, coming to her senses, hastily nodded and extracted herself from her embrace, slightly embarrassed. Thank you for saving me." Yang Xiaoyun simply nodded, not saying much, but quietly let down her guard. Although saving her led to holding the girl, as the saying goes, harboring intentions to harm others is not acceptable, yet keeping vigilance is necessary. As for what exactly happened tonight, clarity is yet to be seen. These siblings from the Luoxing sect are complete strangers to each other. Saving people was out of the righteousness of Jiang Hu, yet caution is needed in case this was a double trap. Therefore, although they rescued the person, they secretly guarded against whether the Luoxing sect sister would take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Such precaution might seem distrustful, but when living in Jianghu, merely having a heroic heart for rescuing others without sufficient vigilance and alertness can hardly last long. Thank you both for your rescue." The Luoxing sect brother also quickly spoke, forcing his tone but still revealing some fright. "I am Cheng Feiyu from the Luoxing sect. This is my sister Lu Jingjing. Just now, we might have offended you. Fortunately, you disregarded our past actions and generously saved my sister. We are truly grateful." "That's too kind of you." Yang Xiaoyun shook her head. "I am Yang Xiaoyun from the Iron Blood Escort Agency of Luoxia City, and this is Su Mo from Ziyang Escort Agency." "Xiao Mo?" She looked up and saw Suemo looking at the coffin. Suemo turned back with a smile, reached into the coffin, and dragged out 2 corpses. This. Everyone was stunned. Then Suemo went to the corner and retrieved another body. 3 bodies were laid out in a row, plus the one whose acupoints were sealed and couldn't move, making a total of 4 people. Each had a stature like that of a child of 3 to 5 years old, their complexions eerily blue-black, their hands withered, fingernails extremely long. This mystical scripture is indeed bizarre. How did they change themselves to be neither human nor ghost? Suemo glanced at the one whose acupoints were sealed, unable to move, this esteemed predecessor from the Een Mountain Ghost sect. Well, not just one. How about you tell us, how did you manage to pretend to be a god and play the ghost? The Een Mountain Ghost Lord never showed his true face since he entered the path. Initially, it wasn't about putting oneself in the coffin. Descriptions from those who had seen him mentioned that he was exceptionally tall and extremely thin, with myriad arms and legs, and his face was covered with white cloth, obscuring his features. That's why initially, Suemo and Yang Xiaoyun didn't recognize this Een Mountain Ghost Lord. One reason was that the person had been dead for many years. Temporarily unthinkable, and on the other hand, his distinctive stature was different from this person playing tricks in a coffin. As for 10,000 ghosts devouring soul, while the title may sound terrifying and capable of unsettling minds, it's merely a mysterious sound skill. Similar martial arts, albeit not many, are not rare in Jianghu. Yang Xiaoyun knew a few, such as death-defying demon sound and Avicii hell types of bizarre sound skills. Among others, people from the ghost sect, if they can't handle these 2 techniques, would be embarrassed to greet others outside, much less use them to bluff as spirits or ghosts. Only, it was unexpected that this Een Mountain Ghost Lord, in this aspect of pretending to be a god, turned out to be uniquely inventive, hiding many schemes. After all, who would have thought that this Een Mountain Ghost Lord was not just one person? But there were actually 4 people, at this moment, not to mention Sumo's curiosity. Even Yang Xiaoyun and the siblings from Longxiang's sect were curiously observing the captured Een Mountain Ghost Lord. One of them, that person's face turned dark. How dare you, just kill if you want to kill, why the excess talk? Suemo nodded. If that's the case, let me send the predecessor on his way. As soon as his words fell, he raised his palm intending to shatter the man's top of the skull. Cheng Feiyu hadn't expected Suemo to kill without hesitation, and hurriedly intervened. Brother Su, wait, I have something to ask. Chapter 36, Legacy of the Name. Cheng Feiyu indeed has a belly full of confusion. Why would his fellow disciples, having little to do with Jianghu, let alone make enemies, yet the Een Mountain Ghost Lord has a clear target, bent on dealing with his fellow disciples? But where did such reasoning come from? Even if one traced back 10 years ago, those who besieged him included Yulio Manor's Manor Master Lu Suifeng and Master Tsangming among a group of righteous path experts. The Longxiang sect did not even participate, not to mention providing vocal support. No matter how you look at it, there should be no grudges with the Een Mountain Ghost Lord. At this moment, why suddenly inflict harm? What is the reason behind it? Without clarifying this matter, how could one be at peace? Sumo's palm halted, stopping half an inch before the Een Mountain Ghost Lord's crown. The palm hadn't fallen yet, but the vigorous wind was fierce. Not only did it blow the few remaining strands of hair on the Een Mountain Ghost Lord's head to sway in the wild wind, but the dissipation also startled Cheng Feiyu and Lu Jingjing. Then shall we first ask? Suemo glanced at Yang Xiaoyun. Yang Xiaoyun nodded her head, then asked before killing, leaving no loose ends. Good. Suemo nodded, gave Cheng Feiyu a glance. Brother Cheng, please do as you wish. Thank you. Cheng Feiyu bowed in thanks, then approached the Een Mountain Ghost Lord. May I ask, Senior? Then don't ask. Before Cheng Feiyu could finish his sentence, the Een Mountain Ghost Lord rebuffed him, sneering continuously. If not for my old injuries being incurable, today my martial arts strength not even 1/10 remaining, otherwise, with my mystical true energy alone, I could make you struggle between life and death. Now, having made one careless move and fallen into the hands of you lowlifes, there's not much left to say. Do whatever you want with my body, I will comply. But if you want me to open my mouth, to tell all without reserve. At this point, he suddenly let out a cackling laugh. That's not impossible. Cheng Feiyu listened, baffled. The beginning of these words sounded tough. How come they suddenly turned pliable? But he hurriedly asked, what do you want? Kneel and kowtow a few times to me, call me grandpa a few times, then find me a few pretty girls to enjoy, and I might consider it. Cheng Feiyu, for a moment, blushed with embarrassment, speechless. Although he had more Jianghu experience than his junior sister, he was not the match for this kind of battle-hardened figure of Jianghu. He wanted to curse angrily, but found his own limited vocabulary was evidently not sufficient to contend with the person before him. But he heard Suemo chuckle. Senior speaks with malice. Are you so eager for death? A hint of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the Een Mountain Ghost Lord. Only to sneer again. Boy, you've come to pay respects to your grandpa as well? Suemo did not get angry, just stood beside Cheng Feiyu, looked at the bodies on the ground, and sighed. Senior Een Mountain Ghost Lord, you were considered top-notch in Jianghu. Once famous in martial arts, so imposing. Yet I did not expect that your real self would be such. Brat, you're courting death. The Een Mountain Ghost Lord's most taboo was when others made remarks about his physique. There's an old saying that one should not expose shortcoming when insulting, nor hit the face when fighting. Suemo did not just expose shortcomings, he also slapped hard on the face. Senior, today, you are probably unable to kill us. Suemo waved his hand. Verbal skirmishes are truly dull. I see that Brother Cheng today will likely not be able to ask anything conclusive. In that case, we might as well send Senior on his way. Humph, if you truly do so, I'll give you credit for having a bit of Jianghu's bold spirit. The Een Mountain Ghost Lord sneered, with a trace of admiration in his tone, but unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, he heard Suemo say, however, Senior was illustrious in life, one shouldn't fade away unknown in death. How about this? Once Senior dies, I'll sever your limbs and hang your corpse above the beams of this room, then hang a plaque on your chest that says, let's write, Een Mountain Ghost Lord confesses his numerous atrocities hung here as a warning to the world. I wonder what Senior thinks of this idea. Senior's awe-inspiring reputation was unmatched during his lifetime. If things proceed like this after death, I fear his fame will resound even louder in manifold. Sumo's words were not kind, yet each and every one was like a knife, brutally stabbing at Een Mountain Ghost Lord. His complexion darkened to an iron blue, twisted with rage. Impudent brat, how dare you? What can you do to me? Sumo's smile was brimming with amusement. Don't you insult the dead? Have you no fear of retribution? How interesting, with esteemed seniors like you setting an example, what should I fear? The Een Mountain Ghost Lord had already committed numerous atrocities. The martial arts recorded in the mystical scripture were not only bizarre and ruthless but also required the sacrifice of living humans during practice. If anyone should fear retribution, naturally, it would be the Een Mountain Ghost Lord first. Silenced by Sumo's words, the Een Mountain Ghost Lord was left speechless. Suemo then smiled. If the senior has nothing more to say, then it is time for this junior to send you on your way. After saying this, he prepared to make a move. Wait a moment. The Een Mountain Ghost Lord's face contorted. He was not afraid of death. Having been involved in Jianghu to this point, he could not say he was indifferent to life and death. But he had certainly seen through it and detached himself from it significantly. But what he truly cared about was his posthumous reputation. During his life, he terrorized the world and left behind a notorious name, living not entirely in vain. But if his legacy were to be mocked, that indeed would be a restlessness in death. He took a deep breath at once. Fine, I'll speak. My goal was not to kill those two juniors from the Luoxing sect, but to capture that girl among your company. As for why, I do not know even myself. This statement left several people exchanging puzzled looks. Cheng Feiyu asked, has my younger martial sister offended you, senior? Never. Or has my Luoxing sect wronged your excellency? That neither. So what issue has led us to forge this unknown grudge against the senior? Humph, you and I have no fate from distant days, nor grievances in recent ones, without any connection at all. Preposterous. Cheng Feiyu burst out angrily. With no grievances or grudges, why do you seek to capture my younger martial sister? It is simply by someone else's request. At this point, the Een Mountain Ghost Lord concealed nothing, recounting the matter frankly and in detail. It turns out that the Ghost Lord of Een Mountain did not originally consist of only 4 people but actually 5 brothers. Being innately impaired, they were abandoned at a young age and thereafter struggled to survive. Enduring much bullying, later, by a twist of fate, they came to Een Mountain, where they found the mystical scripture, a rare evil technique in the world, and thus cultivated formidable martial arts. Experiences of their youth led to their twisted hearts. They disregarded the laws of the world, engaged in wrongdoing, unleashing their past grievances and also cultivating their powers to strengthen themselves. This also resulted in a siege they faced 10 years ago. At that time, it was won. Of them who had been transfixed by the Yu Lu sword Heart Lu Suweifeng's sword, the remaining 4 brothers fell off a cliff and by sheer luck did not die. Although Lu Suweifeng's divine rainbow heart-seeking sword had not yet reached great success at the time, it was already not to be underestimated. A strand of sword chi loitered in their bodies, spreading to this day, not healing even after 10 years. Since then, the 4 had found a place to heal and had not appeared in Jianghu for 10 years. Unexpectedly, just a few months ago, someone found them. Chapter 37 Talking Without Trusting. Who is this man, and whence he came? Even the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord knows not, yet his martial arts are so profound that even the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord, had he not been grievously injured in bygone years, would admit he is no match. After a bout, he thought to close his eyes and await death, but unexpectedly, not only did he survive, he was offered a chance. A chance to purge the sword chi from their bodies. You believe him just because he spoke of a chance? Suemo couldn't help but interject upon hearing this. Humph, even a youngster like you with limited experience should have heard of the poison dragon pill, sneered the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord. Poison dragon pill? The 3 words instantly transformed the expressions of everyone present. Yang Xiaoyun's brows furrowed. Is it the healing holy item known as the poison dragon pill, which was said to cure all injuries under heaven, concocted by the poison dragon son, famed for his unparalleled medical skill and poison skill, from over 100 potent toxins? Humph, indeed it is that very item. Upon hearing this, the people present understood why the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord, who had not been seen in Jianghu for a decade while concealing his injuries to heal, would suddenly risk roaming the Jianghu. If it is indeed the poison dragon pill, not only could it heal the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord's internal injuries, it might even help him advance further, all because the poison dragon son was a truly remarkable figure in the past, a master of both medical and poison skills. Where his poison skill is used, it permeates with the breeze into the night, with rain silently nourishing, and in an instant, he could poison 100 people. Some say if he wished, he could easily claim the lives of an entire city's populace overnight. But what truly delighted the masses was his medical skill, despite the fear. His poison skill inspired, he was not cruel. On the contrary, he liked to bestow medical aid and often offered free treatments to the public while roaming the Jianghu, even when a Jianghu master was injured. If they encountered him, he would not turn them away, nor did he follow any protocols such as 3 cases treated, 3 refused. He always helped if he could, and thus, despite his terrifying poison skill, he was considered an upstanding member of the righteous path of Jianghu. Sadly, no one knows why he later faded into obscurity. There were various rumors about him in Jianghu. Some said he retired from Jianghu and no longer involved himself in worldly affairs, others guessed he healed the wrong person and was killed for it. Even more speculative was the rumor that he found the way to immortality through his understanding of poison and medicine, and thus retreated into mountains and desolate lands in search of the path to become an immortal. No matter which rumor, it was undeniable that he truly possessed the skill to bring the dead back to life and mend broken bones. Therefore, the elixirs he left behind were wildly sought after by the Jianghu people. Among these, the 3 poison pills were held in the highest esteem, and the poison dragon pill was one of them. It was a true rarity, worth its weight in gold, and not something one could come by easily. Continuing his story, the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord spoke. That day, the man simply revealed the poison dragon pill, its authenticity still unknown, only telling them that if they wanted the pill to save their lives, they should gather on the 5th of June at the Seeking Mysterious Valley in Fenhui Mountain. After speaking, the man turned and left without waiting for the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord's response. After long consideration, the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord decided to take the risk, but little did he expect that on the 5th of June, the Seeking Mysterious Valley of Fenhui Mountain would be a meeting place for a congregation of villains. Yet no one knows who that person really is. To have gathered a group of barbaric and vicious figures from the evil paths of Jianghu, the Ruta monk, Taoist Shixin, Yang Zhongjuan. Any one of them is a force not to be underestimated in Donghuang. Whosoever leaked the information would be relentlessly pursued and blockaded by those of the righteous path, who would not rest until they are killed. That person has rallied such a group of demons and monsters surely for no small scheme. However, amidst their discussion, they did not disclose the details, merely mentioning that they were to accomplish a grand task. It requires collective effort from all to succeed, and once the deed is complete, from then on, they no longer need to live in fear of the righteous path's shadow, fretfully and restlessly. Ha! But we brothers don't buy that. If it wasn't for the poison dragon pill, who would bother with such a thieving scoundrel? The Yin Mountain Ghost Lord sneered coldly. Afterward, he assigned tasks to each one of us, and the task given to me, as you now know, He promised me that as long as I bring this little one from the Luoxing sect back, the poisoned dragon pill would be handed to me. But unexpectedly, troubles arose out of nowhere, with the two of you younglings emerging and sabotaging my grand plan. It really is a matter of timing and fate. At this point, the speech finally came to an end, albeit the amount of information revealed by this speech was indeed considerable. Suemo glanced at Cheng Feiyu. Brother Chang, do you have anything else to ask? No, no more. Cheng Feiyu quickly shook his head, his mind still processing those names, the Ruta monk, Taoist Chirshin, Yang Zhongjuan, each and every one of them a giant scourge on the evil path, with countless lives on their hands. Who exactly possesses such immense divine powers to have gathered so many in one place, and what is this grand scheme they are plotting? As he was thinking, he heard the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord speak. Young man, I have told you everything truthfully. I hope you will honor your promise and not go back on your word, lest you disgrace our corpses. Of course. Suemo nodded. There's one more thing. The Yin Mountain Ghost Lord looked at the three corpses beside him, a tint of sadness flashing in his eyes. In life, my brothers and I shared the same coffin, in death, the same grave. If you are willing, you can bury us together. If not, could you place us all in the same coffin? Walking the path of Huangquan Road together, hand in hand, is better than a lonely journey for one. That's even less troublesome. There are coffins available right here in Yijuan, very convenient. Haha, good. The Yin Mountain Ghost Lord laughed heartily. Come on. Without hesitation, Sumo's hand swung in a reversing palm strike right against his crown, and with a surge of inner strength, the crown shattered instantaneously. The Yin Mountain Ghost Lord's head slumped, devoid of any signs of life. Seeing this, Yang Xiaoyun let out a gentle sigh. Although the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord was not a figure of the righteous path and his hands are stained with blood debts, the depth of brotherhood he showed is indeed precious. Hearing this, Suemo glanced at Yang Xiaoyun thoughtfully and nodded in agreement. Then, he went deep into the backyard, found an empty coffin, and put all four corpses of the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord into it. By then, the rain outside had already stopped. Suemo, carrying the coffin with one hand, brought it out to the courtyard. He took a piece of charcoal fire, threw it onto the coffin, and with a sweep of his hand, a mighty blaze roared into being. This. Lu Jingjing was taken aback, wanting to speak, but Cheng Feiyu stopped her. Lu Jingjing subconsciously lowered her head. But you said that you wouldn't dishonor the corpses. But seeing that Yang Xiaoyun also remained silent. After a moment, she closed her mouth, and at that moment, from within the raging flames, a scream suddenly emerged. You broke your word and set fire to our corpses. Chapter 38 Invitation. The sudden rainstorm of the summer night had just ceased. Within the yard of Yijuan, flames soared to the sky. Instead of dispelling the gloom, the leaping sparks made the funeral parlor all the more bizarre and eccentric. However, amidst this strangeness, a voice roared in anger. You broke your promise and set my corpse ablaze. The enraged voice resounded as the coffin lid, ablaze under the boost of Sumo's inner strength, suddenly shattered, and a fiery figure with a small stature burst forth. Amidst its roars, it brandished its claws, desperately trying to extinguish the flames on its body. He's not dead. Lu Jingjing was startled and instinctively hid behind her senior brother. Cheng Feiyu was also greatly shocked. He was clearly dead, so how did setting him on fire end up reviving him? His first thought was to rush and save the person, but then he thought, save what the hell, this was the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord. He wanted to fake his death and escape, but he hadn't expected Suemo to actually light a fire. It was also a stroke of luck from the heavens that the rain had stopped just in time. Otherwise, if the fire hadn't started, wouldn't he have been fooled and slipped away? As this crossed his mind, Cheng Feiyu felt a cold sweat all over. What kind of person was the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord? If he escaped and they thought he was dead, completely unguarded, who knows how they would die upon his return? Thinking of this, he felt some gratitude for Sumo's unintentional act. However, upon glancing at Suemo, he noticed a smile on Sumo's lips, showing no surprise at all. Even Yang Xiaoyun didn't seem too surprised, only shaking her head slightly, as expected. There was a contingency plan. You actually knew? Cheng Feiyu couldn't help but speak up. How could a person who cherishes brotherhood so dearly throw away his brother's corpse at a critical moment? Abandoning it as if it were an old shoe, just to save his own skin? Suemo sighed. It was Sister Xiaoyun who reminded me, or else I might not have thought of this possibility. I was speaking without thinking, but it was your actions afterward that made me realize. Yang Xiaoyun smiled. Jiang Hu is insidious and unpredictable. Your quick wits are truly admirable. Suemo did not speak, just watched as the Een Mountain Ghost Lord's struggles grew weaker. He had been severely injured, or else he wouldn't have needed to feign death to escape. At this moment, although he had the strength to struggle out of the coffin, he no longer had the power to fight for his life. He couldn't even extinguish the flames on his body. At this point, perhaps it was the Ghost Lord's excessive shock and anger, or pain had clouded his mind, because otherwise, with the yard full of mud and water, he might have managed to prolong his life for a short while, but now, the sound of his struggles kept diminishing, until he was ultimately burned alive. Suemo and the others didn't move until the Een Mountain Ghost Lord turned into charred remains and the several corpses inside the coffin were all reduced to ashes. Only then did Suemo step forward, carefully inspecting the charred skeleton, his brow slightly raising. The heavenly spirit remains intact. His palm strike was absolutely certain to not go wrong, so the one that sprang up could not be the one he had killed with a single palm. The more deeply one contemplated this incident, the more it could not help but evoke a sense of awe. Yang Xiaoyun sighed, "Let's leave it be for now, after it cools down we can bury it, so that they truly die together." Only then did several people return to the main hall of Yizhuang, Cheng Feiyu, endlessly expressing gratitude with his junior sister by his side. Eventually Lu Jingjing, still shaken, glanced at the charred corpse in the courtyard. He's not still alive, is he? In the martial world of Jianghu, numerous martial arts flourish, each with its own mastery. Yet some martial arts, despite causing fatal injuries, do not necessarily lead to their practitioners' deaths. I know of a martial art called Yin Yang Immortal Order. This martial art requires two people to practice together, one cultivating Yin and the other cultivating Yang. It includes a key principle, known as Yin does not depart from Yang, Yang does not depart from Yin. As long as Yin and Yang stay together, their vital energies connect and flow, initiating Yin-Yang conversion, thereby sustaining their life force. The exaggeration lies here. With this uninterrupted vital energy, without separating Yin from Yang, even if one's head is severed, they would not die immediately. Instead, they could pick up their head and flee, and given time, they could even reattach their severed head. Yang Xiaoyun spoke casually while looking at the fire. Is there really such a martial art? Wouldn't that make them invincible? Lu Jingjing was speechless with shock. In this world, is there truly such a thing as invincible martial arts? Yang Xiaoyun sighed. The Yin Yang Immortal Order is indeed formidable, but there are two methods to kill such a person, and should either be employed, their death is certain. The first is to completely separate these two individuals. Since Yin does not depart from Yang, Yang does not depart from Yin, their energy circulation also has a limit. Once out of this limit, the energies can no longer merge, and if you kill at this time, death is inevitable for them. Furthermore, if one of the practitioners of the Yin Yang Immortal Order dies, the other would also instantly lose their cultivation and die. The other method is to use overwhelmingly powerful martial arts to sever the vital energy connection between the two, thus achieving the same effect as the method mentioned above. However, achieving either of these 2 points is extremely difficult, yet not impossible. The mystical scripture may possess the ability to suspend animation like turtle breath, but it is certainly not an undefeatable demon or ghost. Burnt to such a state, it is impossible to survive. Lu Jingjing listened quietly, observing her mind seemingly wandering or possibly considering something else. As she appeared a bit dazed, Suemo then asked Cheng Feiyu, "Brother Chang, forgive my presumption in speaking so intently despite our superficial acquaintance." "Not at all," replied Cheng Feiyu. At this moment, why would Cheng Feiyu harbor any resentment towards Suemo? Saving a life is like being reborn. Not only did he and his junior sister owe Suemo a tremendous favor that night, but even the Luoxing sect had to be grateful to him. Cheng Feiyu immediately said, "If Brother Su has any instructions for me, please simply speak them." "You speak too formally." Suemo shook his head. "Tonight's event is somewhat peculiar. And whether the words of the Een Mountain Ghost Lord can be trusted, even by a third, is uncertain. However, there is something I feel you both must consider carefully. The upcoming journey may not go smoothly. With the Een Mountain Ghost Lord ahead, it is necessary to be vigilant and prepared. Since the Een Mountain Ghost Lord has singled them out by name, even if his words contain a mix of truth and falsehood, the possibility of a threat still exists. If treated entirely as a falsehood, who knows what might happen next?" For a moment, Cheng Feiyu also looked helpless. "This is something unexpected. My junior sister and I simply set out because we received an invitation. Originally, the invitation was sent to our master. However, our master has not involved himself in the affairs of Jianghu for a long time, too reluctant to travel through Jianghu. Since Jingjing and I have completed our training, we should naturally experience and be tested by Jianghu. That's why we were sent on this trip. We did not expect to be targeted like this. Invitation. Yang Xiaoyun glanced at Cheng Feiyu. If the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord was waiting here, then he must know their itinerary, and since the Luoxing sect rarely emerges in Jianghu, one would be curious as to how the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord possessed such divine skills to intercept these two siblings. Unexpectedly, there was an invitation involved? If the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord was aware of this invitation, then deducing their movements wouldn't be anything extraordinary. Chapter 39 Precautions Before It Rains. Cheng Feiyu, though inexperienced in the ways of Jianghu, was by no means a fool. At this moment, he realized the problem and took out an invitation from his bosom, handing it to Su Mo. Please take a look, Brother Su. Su Mo pondered briefly before accepting it. The matter at hand no longer just involved the Luoxing sect alone. If what the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord said was true, no one on the righteous path of Jianghu could stay out of it. Those who escort in Jianghu belong to the martial arts lineage, and they might also be affected. Upon opening the invitation, he read through it at a glance, his eyebrows slightly raised. The first line of the invitation read, "For Brother Lu's perusal." With this, Su Mo couldn't help but steal a glance at Lu Jingjing. The content that followed read, "Lately, there have been whispers of disturbances in Jianghu, potentially leading to chaos. Those of us on the righteous path must prepare early, with the tender buds and soft pistils of spring, brewing a pot of spring tea. Thus, I invite Brother Lu and other fellow Jianghu comrades to discuss and enjoy tea." The signature at the end was, "Songming from Xuanji Valley, Songming Taoist?" Sumo's eyebrows raised slightly again. 10 years ago, it was Lu Suifeng of Yulio Manor and this Sangming Taoist from Xuanji Valley who led the siege against the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord, and it seemed from the invitation that not only the Luoxing sect was invited. However, it was still unknown who else might have received this invitation aside from the Luoxing sect. Yang Xiaoyun also looked over the invitation, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. This matter seems to be no small affair. In my opinion, Brother Chang would do well to take his junior sister back to the Luoxing sect first. Cheng Feiyu was clearly lost in thought. After pondering for a long while, he shook his head slightly. If there indeed is an issue with this invitation, I'm afraid it could stir up a storm. Whether the words of the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord are true or not is hard to discern. However, if there is any possibility, we must guard against those evil fiends. Therefore, my junior sister and I cannot return to the Luoxing sect just yet. After reaching the next town, we will write a letter explaining the situation to our sect. My junior sister and I will then disguise ourselves and investigate Xuanji Valley to uncover the truth. If there indeed is an issue, our sect can intervene, forming alliances, and hence, those evil demons might not prevail. Yang Xiaoyun, appreciating his words, nodded lightly. Well said, Brother Chang, such vigilance befits a true gentleman. Unfortunately, we both still have urgent matters to attend to, and thus can't help in this matter. Although that's what she said, considering that this escort mission was to Yulio Manor, upon meeting Lu Suifeng, speaking about this matter could possibly bring about a new twist. Yet, with important escort tasks and unseen troubles lurking, it was not convenient to divulge this now. Additionally, it was unknown whether Sangming Taoist also invited Lu's Sword Heart from Yulio Manor. At this thought, she subconsciously glanced at Su Mo, only to find Su Mo was also looking at her. Despite Cheng Feiyu's slight disappointment upon hearing this, given that both Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun, despite their young age, possessed exceptional martial arts skills and could certainly be of great help, but the life-saving favor they owed from earlier tonight was too great, and he dared not ask too much. Thus, though slightly disappointed, he showed understanding. Thereafter, no further words were spoken. They arranged 2 people for the night watch, allowing the other 2 to rest. That night until dawn no further words were exchanged, and as the sky barely began to brighten, everyone had already gotten up. First, they simply heated some food to eat and drink, and afterwards, the 4 of them together buried the bodies of those from Yin Mountain Ghost Lord on the spot. In Jianghu, it is common to see bodies lying unburied by the roadside. However, if time permits, even for mortal enemies, they would not necessarily leave their bodies exposed to the wilderness. If burial is possible, a pit would still be dug to lay the deceased to rest. This could be considered one of the few tender mercies in the cold world of Jianghu. After everything was done, the 4 of them set off on horseback together, but the road was slippery, so they dared not gallop wildly. The sound of horse hooves clattered, but they leisurely rode for an entire morning before finally arriving at the next town. In this town, Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun bid farewell with cupped hands to the brother and sister from Luoxing sect. Lu Jingjing seemed somewhat reluctant to part, holding Yang Xiaoyun's hand and incessantly asking her to visit Luoxing sect if she ever had free time, so she could repay the life-saving grace. After many polite responses by Yang Xiaoyun, the matter was finally settled, and she watched as the two siblings found an inn to temporarily settle down. Then she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning her head, she saw Su Mo looking at her with a strange expression, which made her a bit puzzled. "Is there something wrong with me?" "Nothing, just that Sister Yun's valiant spirit is no less than any man's." Su Mo smiled. Yang Xiaoyun chuckled dryly, suddenly her expression turning odd. "Are you saying I lack feminine charm?" "Ah. I meant no such thing." Yang Xiaoyun gave Su Mo a sidelong glance, not picking up the conversation, but instead softly asked, "What do you think about this matter? There's too much we don't understand, too many truths and lies difficult to distinguish. Ultimately, I am more worried about Xuanji Valley." Su Mo sighed softly. Taoist Sangming is highly esteemed, although not quite an overarching figure like the North Star, he is nonetheless of great significance. Back when Lu Suifeng's swordsmanship was not yet perfected, he was still more prominent than him. If the invitation from Cheng Feiyu and the others truly came from Xuanji Valley, thinking of the worst, it could mean Xuanji Valley has met with misfortune. Yang Xiaoyun nodded slightly. "There's another possibility." Su Mo looked at her, someone impersonating. "Exactly." Yang Xiaoyun nodded. "Someone using the name of Taoist Sangming from Xuanji Valley, drawing many sects to Xuanji Valley, but then having people ambushed and captured along the way. What do you think? What could it be for?" "No matter what it is for, the plot will certainly not be small." "That's true. If this is real, we probably cannot keep ourselves out of it. I must write a letter to Iron Blood Escort Agency right away, so father can have some understanding of this affair, to avoid being caught off guard by another's schemes down the line." Yang Xiaoyun left some words unsaid. When the two had left Luoxia City that day, and Su Ruoxian had come to block their path, he had already mentioned it. The chief had already left the agency to an unknown destination yesterday afternoon, if he had still not returned. Could he have gone to Xuanji Valley too? This possibility was purely Yang Xiaoyun's speculation, based entirely on intuition, naturally not something she would voice out loud, but it could not help feeling urgent. Su Mo nodded slightly. "In that case, let us split up. You write and send the letter, I will buy provisions." "Eh?" Yang Xiaoyun arched her eyebrows, initially not wanting to agree, but after observing Su Mo's expression, as if having realized something, finally nodded lightly. "If that's the case, then let's meet at the town's exit." "All right." Chapter 40. Borrowing a sword. The two of them parted ways on this street. Without delving into Yang Xiaoyun's side of the story, focusing on Su Mo, he bought some baked cakes and cooked food, casually strolling the streets for a while. This area, likely due to its proximity to Funyo Mountain, had a somewhat desolate and rundown feel to it. The streets weren't particularly crowded with people. In the town, the rooms couldn't be described as 9 empty out of 10, but they were mostly vacant nonetheless. Su Mo walked through the alleys and suddenly stopped. "Your Excellency has been following me since I entered this town, but for what purpose?" He turned around, and there stood a person behind him. This person was not very old, with a poor and disheveled appearance, eyes dull and sleepy. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, he lifted his head and looked at Su Mo, or more precisely, at the sword box on Su Mo's back, and said in a weary tone, "I want to borrow the sword." "Borrow the sword?" Su Mo raised an eyebrow. Since he had entered the town, he had felt a subtle aura enveloping him, as if present yet absent. Though it didn't contain any murderous intent or malice, it had the feeling of a thorn in his back. It was as if someone was sneaking behind him with a sword aimed at his neck, yet they never struck. Thus, he used the pretext to separate from Yang Xiaoyun and wandered to this deserted area. His intention was to draw out this person. No matter their purpose, it was a good opportunity to act when no one else was around. Unexpectedly, the person behind him did not launch a surprise attack. Instead, they followed him openly. Seeing this, Su Mo also asked openly. Unexpectedly, this was the response he received. "Correct." The person nodded, continuing to look at the case behind Su Mo. "Inside there lies a fine sword." "You are mistaken." Su Mo's mouth twitched, thinking of leaving. "I am not mistaken." The person shook his head. "I may not be well versed in many things, but when it comes to the topic of swords, scarcely anything escapes my eyes. I would like to borrow your sword." "If you are willing?" "Willing or not willing, what should I say?" Suemo smirked, however. The man looked at Suemo with a peculiar gaze, seemingly puzzled as to why Suemo would say such a thing. Then he said in a matter-of-fact tone, "If you're willing, I'll borrow it. If you're not, I won't." "This conversation is dead," Suemo laughed lightly. "Then I am unwilling." "Oh." The man nodded, said nothing further, and showed no intention of making a move. He seemed to have not a shred of motivation in him. It even gave Suemo the feeling that if there was a bed offered to him now, this person would lie down without a second thought, and sleep until the world turns dark. However, Suemo found himself in a dilemma. If it came to fighting, this person showed no intention of initiating. If it didn't come to fighting, how many could turn their back and walk away in such a situation, exposing themselves? But Sumo's dilemma didn't last long. "Then I shall leave." "Yes." The man nodded slightly. Suemo indeed turned around and left. The man lifted his foot to proceed but suddenly halted. The lack of energy in his face became more evident. He even yawned hugely. He rubbed his face and turned his gaze to a roof on one side. There stood a person, holding a silver spear, tall and upright, a solemn aura invisibly enveloping him fully. Should he step forward, a myriad of killing techniques would descend from the heavens. So, he sighed, did not continue moving forward, but instead, sat down, curled up, leaned against a wall's base, his head resting against the wall, and just like that, he closed his eyes. Even though Yang Xiaoyun believes she has more experience adventuring in Jianghu than Suemo, she never expected to encounter such a person. After a brief silence, seeing that Suemo had reached the mouth of the alley, she turned and left. In just a moment, the two had reached the exit of the small town. They exchanged glances, and Suemo twitched the corner of his mouth. Oddball. Weird business. Yang Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. From the moment they parted ways, they had an understanding. Suemo wouldn't casually suggest splitting up unless there was a reason behind it. Although Yang Xiaoyun hadn't noticed that person's presence, she immediately cooperated. Still, during this time, she took the opportunity to write a letter, sending it out through the unique communication method of the Iron Blood Escort Agency. Then she hurried to meet up with Suemo. In their eyes, the timing was just right. Indeed, Yang Xiaoyun arrived neither too early nor too late. It was perfectly timed. However, the enemy they anticipated didn't show up. Instead, it was an oddball. The oddball showed no intention of initiating a fight, so there was no need for them to strike. They promptly stopped talking and rode off again. By their calculations, they would arrive at Suta just before nightfall if they started their travels now. This was also the reason why they didn't rest here tonight. The journey that followed went smoothly. There were no disruptions on the road, and no complications when they arrived at the Suta Inn. But when they woke up, there was a man sitting at the entrance of the inn. The man was dressed in tattered clothes, looking downtrodden and disheveled, yet, paradoxically, he possessed an extraordinary aura. If one had to describe this aura, it was such that with just one glance, one could discern him from an ordinary beggar. This man was not a beggar, no matter how destitute or despondent he appeared. With a steamed bun in hand, Suemo slurping white porridge with pickles, his gaze couldn't help but drift towards the man. The man also looked towards Suemo, then let out a big yawn. "Want something to eat?" Suemo asked. The man was silent and after a moment shook his head. Suemo asked, "Not hungry?" The man honestly replied, "Hungry." "Then why not eat?" "If I eat your food, I'd feel embarrassed to ask you for a favor of borrowing your sword." Suemo and Yang Xiaoyun exchanged a glance. The man indeed had principles, but even with principles, the sword couldn't be borrowed. "This sword isn't mine. If you want to borrow or buy a sword, look elsewhere. I only want this one. That's not mine." "Then I'll wait." "Wait for what?" "For you to deliver it to its owner." "And then?" "Then ask him to lend me the sword." Suemo laughed. Oddball, indeed a peculiar fellow. This stubborn nature was somewhat amusing and frustrating, but not entirely unlikable. However, liking him doesn't mean favoring his presence, especially when they didn't want someone following them. So, after finishing breakfast, he paid no further attention to this man, and directly rode off with Yang Xiaoyun. Unexpectedly, for the following few days, the man stuck around like a stubborn plaster. During the day, no matter how far Suemo and Yang Xiaoyun traveled, by the next morning, he would inevitably appear nearby. Suemo tried to chase him off, to beat him, and he would run far away, only to reappear like a ghost the next day, repeating this cycle endlessly. Chapter 41:7 Extremes Hall. Having such a person relentlessly following behind, no matter how one looks, it's bound to make one uncomfortable, but shaking them off is truly not easy. No matter how Suemo and Yang Xiaoyun disguise themselves or hide, this person always manages to find them like a cat that has smelled fish. While it is annoying, they are at a loss for what to do with him for the time being. After All, whether it's Su Mo or Yang Xiaoyun. They can indeed be ruthless towards evil people, however, facing someone who neither fights back nor talks back, who just wants to borrow a sword, and not even forcibly. They couldn't really just slap him dead, right? After such a deadlock for several days, this night, Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun were delayed by a minor incident on the road. Missing the chance to stay at Sutu, they had no choice but to spend the night in the open by the roadside. Beside the campfire, the two sat opposite each other, gazing into the deep night. Yang Xiaoyun spoke softly, "We're only half a month away from Yuqing Mountain. They still haven't made any move. Perhaps they're not prepared yet." Su Mo poked at the campfire with a stick. "I suspect they'd rather not confront us directly, fearing that they won't return. If I were them, I'd probably think of another method." "Oh?" Yang Xiaoyun's eyes brightened. "If it were you, what kind of method would you use?" "That's not easy to say." Su Mo pondered for a moment. "For instance, stirring up some trouble. Fishing in troubled waters? Fishing in troubled waters?" Yang Xiaoyun's brows raised lightly, then she suddenly looked towards the darkness. "Is it that person?" "It's not." Su Mo shook his head. The night was silent and deep. It was some time before any sound of a person came through the shadows. A figure emerged only just then, swiftly approaching them. This person looked travel-worn, as if they had come a long distance. Upon reaching the firelight, he first stopped and took several breaths, then turned his gaze to Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun, with a slight bow and a hearty smile. "Fellow travelers, I come here seeking a bit of firelight to find shelter for the time being. I wonder if it'd be convenient for you too?" "It's not convenient." Su Mo immediately shook his head. Yang Xiaoyun glanced thoughtfully at Su Mo and lowered her head, casually gripping the silver spear beside her. The newcomer seemed befuddled, not expecting such a response from Su Mo. He stood still for the moment, a bit shocked. After a brief self-deprecating laugh, "I mean no harm, I only wish to warm myself by the fire, please." "Sir." His words were cut short when suddenly a cold laugh was heard not far away. "How laughable, they've already said no, and you're still shamelessly lingering." The voice was clear and cold, subtly threatening. The face of the person who had just arrived changed suddenly. "You've come so quickly." Without hesitation, he immediately turned to Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun, bowing slightly. "My apologies for the intrusion, goodbye." After speaking, he sprung into the air, showing impressive qigong. However, he did not expect that just as he left the circle of firelight, he would emit an extremely angry and shocked groan. "You." The sentence was never completed. How he flew away was exactly how he flew back. His figure crashed down beside the fire, covered in blood. He had been pierced through by a sword. From the darkness on both sides, a person emerged from each, one of them holding a long sword, dripping blood. The other one simply shook their head, sighing as they walked forward. "I knew your qigong was good, so of course I would not be unprepared. Having tracked you this far, you don't think I was just doing it for fun, do you? You. How unreasonable." The man on the ground was ghostly pale, his lifeblood draining away, his true chi erratic, struggling even to speak smoothly, but now he couldn't help but glance at Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun, angrily saying to the two, each should take responsibility for their deeds. "Today I ended up here by chance encounter with these two, but I didn't expect it to lead to trouble. You may kill me, but do not implicate others." "Others?" The two glanced at Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun, shaking their heads slightly. "In the situation today, who among us is an outsider? Having come upon this scene, who can keep themselves entirely uninvolved? If blame must be assigned, then first, blame their ill fortune, and second, blame you for bringing disaster upon them." After saying this, he seemed unwilling to say much more, simply flicking his hand lightly. "Just kill them all." The tone was nonchalant, as if he was not discussing murder, but rather a trivial task. The one with the longsword showed no expression. The flash of the blade signaling the intent to kill, Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun exchanged a glance, both corners of their eyes showing helplessness. Just as the swordsman was about to commit murder, the sound of the air being parted swiftly arrived in unison, and in the blink of an eye, the once quiet forest now had over a dozen additional figures. After these dozen or so figures landed, one stepped forward, eyes quickly sweeping over everyone present, the man who'd been ready to kill as easily as slaughtering chickens instantly changed his demeanor. "Subordinate pays respect to the swordmaster. I did not expect this issue to require the personal attention of the swordmaster. It is my incompetence. I ask the swordmaster to mete out punishment. Indeed, punishment is due." The sword master coldly glanced at him. You were supposed to retrieve the lost item, yet you quickly resort to killing. The reputation of 7 Extremes Hall is being ruined by people like you. 7 Extremes Hall, Su Mo, and Yang Xiaoyun exchanged looks. Their expressions carried a hint of strangeness. 7 Extremes Hall was, relatively speaking, a somewhat peculiar organization. To call it a sect would not be quite accurate, though there is an inheritance within. It's not in the format of master-disciple transmission, rather, it operates on a merit-based inheritance system, where each task done for 7 Extremes Hall accumulates merits recorded in the Book of Contributions, which can then be exchanged for the internal inheritance. 7 Extremes Hall claims to excel in 7 arts: fist, spear, whip, hammer, knife, sword, and chiga, corresponding to 7 sets of martial arts and likewise to 7 types of weapons. Each of these 7 weapons is managed by one person. The Great Hall Master of 7 Extremes Hall, Feng Wusheng, governs from above. The 7 weapon masters stand below 1, but above 10,000, hence, this organization is less a sect and more a gang, yet, it does not interfere in any gang conflicts, so there is no clash with the Luofeng alliance, content in its place between the cracks of sects and gangs. Additionally, in recent years, 7 Extremes Hall has garnered an unsavory reputation. Despite presenting itself as a reputable sect, rumors suggest that its tactics have become more ruthless, earning a level of disdain from the Jianghu's righteous path. That much seems to be true today. Just witnessing the previous man's readiness to kill, one can see that 7 Extremes Hall holds human life cheaply. Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun had not expected to encounter 7 Extremes Hall in this territory. While they were pondering this, they heard the kneeling man exclaim, "Your subordinate deserves death 1,000 times over." Yet I ask the swordmaster to see clearly, the stolen item is no trifle and concerns secrets that cannot allow any survivors. Silence. The swordmaster was suddenly furious, pointing a finger. Our 7 Extremes Hall is a staple of Jianghu. How can we engage in such murders and silencing of voices? If you speak another word, placing no value on human life, I will be the first to take your life. Chapter 42, Sword Borrower. The swordmaster spoke righteously and sternly, silencing the man with no chance to retort. He then turned to Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun, and, bowing slightly, said, "Both of you have been startled. Today's incident is due to the lax control of our 7 Extremes Hall. Please do not take it to heart." Certainly not. Neither Su Mo nor Yang Xiaoyun felt it appropriate to continue sitting there. To avoid seeming arrogant, and promptly stood up, returning the gesture with a bow. However, they saw the sword master's eyes darting about, suddenly fixating on the sword box beside Su Mo. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. What is this object? Why is it in your possession? Su Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. What are you implying, sword master? What am I implying? You know perfectly well. The sword master suddenly switched his earlier demeanor, becoming aggressively confrontational, his sharpness fully revealed. This item belongs to our 7 Extremes Hall, and was stolen by this person. He stretched out his hand to point at the man on the ground, who was agape and seemingly in disbelief of his own ears. Yet the swordmaster looked coldly at Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun. I initially thought you two were unwittingly caught up in this. However, it seems that you are in cahoots with this individual. It looks like we've caught you red-handed. There's no need to say more. Now, do you comply and come with me back to 7 Extremes Hall, or do I have to force you? Bullshit. The man on the ground tried to rise, but failed, and instead sat up straight, pointing at the swordmaster and furiously cursed. Do you still have the nerve to call yourself a reputable sect? Framing and lying freely as if it's child's play. Such actions, how are they any different from the evil paths? Who are you? A thief, to spout nonsense here? The man, with his words stuck in his throat, his face red with anger, finally managed to squeeze out, even thieves have principles. A thief is a thief, a bandit is a bandit. The swordmaster coldly retorted and then looked at Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun. You two don't seem like despicable people. If you've been deceived by villains due to your youth, it's understandable you've gone astray. If you're willing to accompany me back to 7 Extremes Hall, there's still room for leniency. Otherwise. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Su Mo could not help but burst into laughter. What a 7 Extremes Hall, such deeds truly opened my eyes tonight. Sword Master. You wouldn't happen to take me for a 3-year-old child? Probably not even 3. Yang Xiaoyun gently shook his head. If it were a 3-year-old child, at least they would understand one thing. What's that? Suemo glanced at Yang Xiaoyun. When you're in another's territory, whatever they say goes. If they call a deer a horse, you must agree. Life and death are in their hands. Where is there room for you to speak? Fair point. Suemo nodded repeatedly, then looked at the swordmaster. Swordmaster, I too have a piece of advice for you. Though you aren't a benevolent person, you don't seem foolish enough to let greed cloud your judgment. The item behind me. I won't even mention that it has nothing to do with you, but are you not afraid of calling trouble upon yourself and involuntarily bringing disaster upon the entire Seven Extremes Hall? Very well. The swordmaster exclaimed, pointing his finger, it seems you are unyielding. As those words fell, the clanging sound of swords being drawn rang incessantly. The Seven Extremes Hall disciples drew their swords, menace filled the air, pointing towards Suemo and Yang Xiaoyun. Yang Xiaoyun smiled calmly, about to step forward, but then a voice came from not too far away, stop it, both of you. The voice sounded somewhat lethargic, as if speaking a few more words would exhaust the speaker to death. So after saying 2 words, there was a small pause before the next 2 words were uttered weakly. However, the person speaking was evidently lethargic, yet their voice clearly reached everyone's ears. As the people of Seven Extremes Hall slightly startled, Swordmaster's eyes flickered and he spotted that person. That person stood on the boundary between shadow and light, appearing disheveled, covered in dirt, his face displaying drowsiness, seemingly not having slept for quite some time. Having said his piece, he then opened his mouth wide and yawned enormously, then he nodded his head, emphasizing his words slightly. Stop. Where did this troublemaker come from? Swordmaster's brows furrowed slightly as he glanced at the person. Are you also with them? Then you might as well come with us. I'm not going. The man shook his head. Swordmaster, upon hearing this, laughed in rage. You don't have a choice. As soon as he spoke, a Seven Extremes Hall disciple leaped forward, his longsword pointed straight at the man's forehead. Although Swordmaster spoke arrogantly, he still maintained caution toward this unknown and inexplicable person, sending his subordinate to probe. If a single sword strike kills him, then there would be no mystery. If not, at least it would reveal some of his abilities. Yet, what was seen was a flash of the sword light, and a body lay horizontal on the ground. It was not the sleepy-eyed, plaster-like man, but rather the Seven Extremes Hall disciple. The longsword was certainly in hand, and the attack had been fully executed. However, inexplicably, the longsword had already ended up in the palm of the sleepy-eyed man, its blade piercing through the eyebrow of the Seven Extremes Hall disciple. With a flick of the sword light, it was drawn out from the eyebrow, and blood spilled on the ground, yet the expression of the man holding the longsword remained sleepy and listless. Without even a glance at the corpse, he looked at the sword in his hand. The next moment, a second emotion emerged on his face besides fatigue. Disgust. Shoddy sword. The sword itself was not shoddy, but as the words left his mouth, the fine sword became a shoddy one. All because, accompanying his words was the movement of his fingers, a snap of the fingers, and the blade made a Kong sound, snapping into 2 pieces. This skill of breaking a sword with 2 fingers was nothing extraordinary, but the means of snatching the sword and killing with it earlier were somewhat startling. Swordmaster's gaze fluctuated uncertainly. Who might you be? Sword borrower. As the man spoke, he positioned himself between Swordmaster and Suemo and Yang Xiaoyun, with his back to them and facing Swordmaster. I need to borrow a sword from them. They were about to deliver this sword to someone else, and before it reaches its intended recipient, it should not fall into the hands of someone with ulterior motives. Yeah, I'm referring to you. Swordmaster's lips twitched. Are you meddling in the affairs of Seven Extremes Hall? What is that? The sword borrower seemed somewhat confused. Swordmaster was taken aback. What? I'm asking. What is Seven Extremes Hall? After finishing his question, the sword borrower shook his head again and yawned a great yawn. Never mind, it's not important. Swordmaster's face turned alternately pale and flushed, grinding his teeth in anger. Fine. The Jianghu is a deep place, filled with many who fear not death. If so, do not blame me today for unleashing slaughter.
Chapter 43, Handover. The situation before their eyes was not only beyond the sword master of the Seven Extremes Hall's expectation, it was also beyond Suemo and Yang Xiaoyun's predictions. However, after they exchanged glances, they did not hesitate and immediately retreated. The thief, on the ground, who had stolen something from the Seven Extremes Hall, was also retreating, already injured. He could not even crawl upright, only desperately dragging his arms backwards, trying to escape. The battle before him, young Xiaoyun, being kind-hearted, saw his struggle and simply reached out with her spear, giving him a hand. The man looked back at young Xiaoyun, hurriedly thanked her. "Thank you." Grasping the spear shaft, young Xiaoyun casually flicked it and the man weighing over 100 jin was tossed to the other side as if weightless. As young Xiaoyun stood with her spear ready, a fight had already broken out over there. However, with just one look, young Xiaoyun scoffed coldly, "What a sword master!" It was then the sword master had unexpectedly retreated behind everyone. His disciples formed an array to meet the enemy, encircling the sword borrower. Suemo was seeing this method of using an array to face enemies on Jianghu for the first time and couldn't help but be curious. What array is this? This is the secret of the middle sword hall of the Seven Extremes Hall. The small earth evil Xian Kun sword formation. Small? Suemo thought for a moment. With 36 heavenly aurori and 72 earth evils, where does small come from? Because both the sword technique and the array are incomplete. Young Xiaoyun said, "Among the people of the Sword Hall from Seven Extremes Hall, there was an elder who, by chance many years ago, broke into a secret place. Inside, he found a sword manual of the Earth Evil's 72 swords. Unfortunately, there was another person with him at that time, and both of them were enemies. Naturally, they fought fiercely over this sword manual, and in the end, it was torn in two, each taking away the first 36 swords. It's said that this predecessor from the sword hall was also unlucky. Having taken away half the sword manual and severely injured, he was ambushed and robbed of the sword manual. Although he managed to fend off the attacker, he ended up losing another 18 swords, leaving only 18 in the end. After returning to the Seven Extremes Hall, he secluded himself to heal his wounds and devoted himself to the diligent study of the 18 remnants of the swords, eventually understanding and creating a set of Earth Evil Xian Kun sword technique. This set of swordsmanship was also considered extraordinary. It's only a pity that compared to the original 72 swords of the Earth Evil, it lacked as many as 54 swords. After all, it fell short. He was not reconciled and continued to refine these 18 swords. Although he could not complete the set, he created the Earth Evil Xian Kun sword formation. 18 people form the array, with hidden sharpness under unique mechanisms. Since then, it has become a core skill of the sword hall. However, when thinking of the original, there was always dissatisfaction in his heart. Thus, he prefixed the Earth Evil Xian Kun sword formation with small, as a way to not forget the resentment of the past. It also carries the intention to encourage future disciples to complete this array formation. After all, the Iron Blood Escort Agency was well experienced, and Yang Yizhi had a wealth of Jianghu experience. These matters were all told to young Xiaoyun as stories. At this moment, as he spoke at length, he couldn't help but sneer again. It's just a pity that in recent years, the Seven Extremes Hall has become less and less formidable. The disciples performing this sword array, I'm afraid, have long forgotten the grudge of their predecessor. Suemo nodded slightly, but his eyes never left the battle circle. But he saw that the sword borrower, of unknown origin, had an extraordinary level of martial arts. Although he had no sword in hand, he moved effortlessly through the blade edges. As if walking on flat ground, the small Earth Evil Xian Kun sword formation was by no means ordinary, yet it seemed lackluster before this man. Suddenly, with a casual grab, one of the Seven Extremes Hall disciples inexplicably lost their sword. In a moment, they were petrified. Just when they thought they were about to close their eyes and wait for death, they heard the sword borrower spit out in disgust, "Trash sword." After saying that, just like before, he used the same method and with a ting, the sword blade was broken. Thereafter, the sword borrower was seen deftly grabbing and locking onto swords either by seizing or capturing them. While the disciples of Seven Extremes Hall were still stunned. They found their hands to be completely empty. The long swords that were originally in the palm had astonishingly all fallen into the hands of the sword borrower. With both hands wielding the swords, he casually tossed them upwards into the midair. In an instant, a dozen long swords flickered in the sky. The sword borrower looked up and suddenly let out a long sigh, then with both sleeves waving, an invisible sword chi suddenly arrived, followed by a continuous clinking sound. One after another, the sound echoed, and the sky full of long swords were now all broken, surrounding the sword borrower as they fell to the ground, a ground full of scrap metal, none fit to be called a sword. With the loss of the long swords, the small earth evil Xian Kun sword formation was naturally broken. Intimidated by the sword borrower's method and momentum, the disciples of Seven Extremes Hall dared not take a step forward for a moment. The sword borrower then glanced at the sword master. "Where is your sword?" Upon hearing this, the sword master subconsciously guarded his own sword, his facial expression uncertain and changing. "Who exactly are you? Did I not say it? I am a person who borrows swords." The sword borrower spoke softly. Who would believe such nonsense? The sword master questioned himself. Even though he had extensive experience in Jianghu, none of the sword experts he knew in terms of appearance or martial arts matched the figure before him. His brow was furrowed tightly as he hesitated. However, glancing at Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun, he finally let out a sigh. All right, today I shall give you face, and not trouble these two juniors who have misspoken. Goodbye." As he finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, the disciples of Seven Extremes Hall immediately turned to leave. "Hold on." Su Mo suddenly spoke up. "What do you intend to do?" Coldness flashed in the eyes of the sword master. Su Mo gently shook his head. "Although we too are new to Jianghu and cannot be considered significant figures, when escorting goods, one should be kind to everyone. However, your actions today, calling a deer a horse, inverting right and wrong. If it weren't for this sword borrower aiding us today, if it had been an ordinary person, wouldn't they be at your mercy to falsely accuse? Now that your scheme has failed, you think you can just leave. Where in this world are there such good things? Sword master, if you do not give us an explanation for this matter, I'm afraid it won't be justified, right? Bold Junior, you certainly have courage. What kind of explanation do you want?" The sword master's expression turned grim, his gaze intensely directed at Su Mo. "That depends on what the senior is willing to give." "My life. If you have the ability, come and take it." The sword master, though wary of the sword borrower, did not have such considerations for Su Mo. His aura was overwhelming, as if he stood above all else. Yang Xiaoyun gave Su Mo a glance, her eyebrows gently raised. Su Mo, however, smiled faintly. Such magnanimity from the senior, then I, the junior, dare not neglect. With those words, Su Mo stepped forward. In a few strides, he had passed the sword borrower, who glanced at Su Mo before shaking his head slightly and moving aside to lean against a tree trunk, tilting his head as if he intended to sleep there. Chapter 44. Accepting the invitation and taking the command, sword borrower acted thusly, but the sword master watched with reassurance. He didn't know much about Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun. Not even their names. He came here today for another reason. His previous actions were not aimless. The sword borrower's disruption led him to consider withdrawal. Now facing Su Mo directly, he was not alarmed. After all, judging by Sumo's age, a young man in his 20s, even if he had been training since he was in the womb, what significant achievements could he possibly have? There might be some from prestigious sects or noble families, young and yet possessing extraordinary skills. However, such people would not be obscure and unknown, nor would they appear here. Therefore, when Sumo approached him to confront the issue, the sword master knew today's matter would take another turn. And this turn of events, he was pleased to see. Taking a deep breath, he signaled with his eyes, causing the 7 Extremes Hall disciples to all step forward at once. Sumo glanced around and sighed, "Sword Master, this is not the manner of a nobleman, nor does it demonstrate the grace of a senior in Jianghu. I am the Sword Master of 7 Extremes Hall, a position of high honor, not someone a nameless youngster like you can challenge at will. You ask for an explanation from me, and I shall give you one. However, if you can't even approach me, you will not obtain that explanation." The sword master's mouth curved into a cold smirk. "But it's a pity for someone as young as you to die like this. I still have a piece of advice for you. Come back to 7 Extremes Hall with me, and we'll settle this matter once and for all. Why needlessly waste your life at such a young age over a momentary delusion?" "Well said, 7 Extremes Hall, well said, Sword Master." Sumo nodded slightly, and in the midst of talking, 2 7 Extremes Hall disciples had already moved to his left and right, one targeting a vital point in Sumo's chest and the other covering him with palm strikes aimed at the waist and lower body. 7 Extremes Hall claims to be prestigious, yet the techniques its disciples deploy are hardly brilliant. They are vicious and ruthless, chilling to the bone. Sumo no longer spoke. He stepped out, swung his hand, and as the person on his left threw a punch, it collided with Sumo's own punch. A cracking sound was heard, and the 7 Extremes Hall disciples' fist shattered, blood spurting as Sumo's punch landed squarely on his chest. Without movement, the body shook violently, blood exploded from his back, and he fell dead on the scene. Meanwhile, the person on the left still hadn't grasped what had happened. When he saw Sumo's foot approaching, his right hand attacking while his left hand was defensive. Instinctively, he tried to block Sumo's kick. However, without any effort, Sumo shattered his defense, shattering it into nothingness, followed by another kick that struck his leg. A snapping sound rang out, his leg broke instantly, he lost his balance, and naturally, his attack faltered. He fell to his knees with a thud, preparing to meet his end, but Sumo simply strode away. Along the way, any 7 Extremes Hall disciple who attempted to intercept him was either injured or killed upon contact, notwithstanding even a single exchange. Sumo's techniques differed vastly from those of the sword borrower. The sword borrower had a mysterious and skillful movement technique, easily maneuvering through the small earth evil Xian Kun sword formation as if walking on flat ground, as natural as if he were in his own backyard. His demeanor was carefree, and if it wasn't for his obviously sleepy characteristic, it might have been even more enjoyable to watch. But as for Sumo, his presence was like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus, with swings and hits, whether hammering or sweeping, slapping or smashing. His techniques, though intricate, were simplified to the essence, never using one move too many, never taking one step extra. Yet with each move and technique, shrieks of agony echoed all around. Sumo stepped forward to the sound of these wails, approaching the sword master, 7 Extremes Hall. Disciples were either dead or injured, none able to stand. Sumo looked at the sword master, whose expression was changing unpredictably, and smiled gently. "Sword master, I have been invited here to take your life." "How dare you?" The sword master, from his high position, even amidst his shock and rage, had no intention of simply waiting for death. with a tremor of his arms, his sleeves billowed without wind and sharp sword chi formed from nowhere. His long sword was still sheathed behind him, yet his fingers formed a sword, and between them, swirled sword chi filled the air, his fingertips executing exquisite sword techniques, unfortunately. These exquisite sword techniques, when used against Suemo, were as futile as winking at a blind man. Suemo casually grabbed his 2 fingers in his palm, where he covered them with inner strength, completely disregarding the enveloping sword chi, and with a light twist. A crisp snap was heard. Ah! The sword master couldn't help but scream out in pain as his 2 fingers were forcibly broken. How could it not hurt? How frivolous! Suemo gently shook his head. Sword master, please go ahead. I will personally visit the 7 Extremes Hall headquarters another day, to meet the great hall master Feng Wuxiang and explain everything clearly. Perhaps then, I will also demand an explanation. After saying this, a palm covered with inner strength had already struck down. The sword master in his dreams never anticipated falling here. One of his hands was seized by Suemo, while the other tried to channel all his inner strength in an attempt to block Sumo's palm. However, the overwhelming force directly pressed his palm backwards. The first to touch his crown was his own hand. Thud, a muffled sound, and the sword master collapsed onto the ground, kneeling, the light in his eyes scattered, life extinguished. After performing this deed, Suemo glanced at the sword on the sword master's back, thought for a moment, slightly shifted his body, and gently drew the sword from its sheath. No mechanism that he had anticipated occurred. What he drew was a broken sword. Oh! Suemo suddenly realized, no wonder the sword master never unsheathed his sword at any time. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but drawing it was of no avail. A broken sword in the hands of a master might still wield some power, but the sword master was clearly not such a master. What's more, for the sword hall's sword master to have a broken sword if brought into a battle would reveal his weaknesses, hence until his death, the sword master had never unsheathed his sword. In a moment of thought, the broken sword in his hands suddenly flew out, not because someone else drew it away using inner strength, but because he himself threw it. The broken sword whistled through the air, eventually landing in front of someone, and that person, at this moment, was secretly crawling on the ground, trying to sneak away unnoticed. This person was the thief the sword master had previously pursued. Ahead was the sword's gleam, his face now devoid of the earlier righteous fury he shared with Suemo in denouncing the 7 Extremes Hall. Utterly pale and lifeless, Sumo's gentle voice then came to his ears. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 45. The reason. Sumo's voice was not stern, nor was it unrelentingly harsh. It was gentle, as if it were a casual greeting between friends. However, this casual greeting contrasted starkly with the ghastly screams on the ground. The man had no choice but to stop in his tracks and turn back to look at Suemo. His face was ashen, completely drained of color. Suemo looked at him and smiled. Ever since you arrived here, I knew something was off. Although you arrived first, I clearly heard that the other 2 arrived almost simultaneously with you. Still, once you showed up, they each concealed themselves to the left and right. They keep claiming you stole their things, yet they refuse to mention what those things are. When the sword master from 7 Extremes Hall arrived, upon seeing the sword box behind me, he immediately insisted that it was the item you had stolen. Retreating 10,000 steps, I could guess that this sword master from 7 Extremes Hall, upon seeing my item, sensed its uniqueness, and wanted to claim it for himself. However, the previous dealings between you all are obscure, aren't they? Suemo squatted down, still smiling as he said, the injuries on your body seem quite real. Pity that the more you do, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. Regarding all your mystical deception, I do have a guess, but right now, I'd prefer to first hear what you have to say. His tone was warm, as though he were having a heart-to-heart with an old friend. After giving Su Mo a cautious glance, the man began to narrate. The sword master had encountered a swordsman before, and for some reason, they suddenly came to blows. The result was that the swordsman was extremely fierce, and with a single strike, he managed to snap the sword master's personal sword. The sword hall holds the Qingyang sword. The sword master is only charged with managing and using it. If the Qingyang sword were to be damaged in the slightest, the sword master would bear substantial blame. At that time, the atmosphere in the sword hall was naturally gloomy. Until the sword master heard a piece of news that a master swordsmith had forged a new treasure sword, precious enough to rival the Qingyang sword, yet, for some reason, this sword was being escorted by an obscure and insignificant person. Upon hearing this, the sword master knew that this was an opportunity. Here, he cautiously glanced at Su Mo again. Seeing no displeasure on his face, he continued, as you know, 7 Extremes Hall's reputation is now in grave danger. The sword master indeed wanted to rectify his responsibility for damaging the Qingyang sword. However, brazenly leading his disciples to ambush the escort, even if disguised as Green Forest Road, would still be recognizably notorious. After all, there are no walls in the world that don't leak. He is already burdened with blame, and if he were to act in such a manner again, even with a replacement in hand, he'd likely not escape from being held accountable. So, that's why he devised this elaborate plan, which was to have me feign stealing from the sword hall, to get close to you. The actions taken by the sword master upon arriving had a dual purpose. The first was to make me an enemy of the same foes as you, to become friends. The second, if you were intimidated by 7 Extremes Hall's reputation and momentum, and truly followed us, it would save a tremendous amount of effort. Conversely, if the plan did not come to fruition, then, after becoming friends with you two, I could naturally find a way to steal the sword in secret. At this point in his explanation, he couldn't help but glance at the sword borrower who was fast asleep against the tree root. Even though he knew that without this person, tonight's plan would be doomed to fail anyhow, yet, recalling the man's martial arts skills and sumo's prowess that leaves no opponent within a single move, he couldn't stop the cold sweat from breaking out on his forehead. He was truly terrified. How ingenious! Su Mo couldn't help but nod. If we were to go with you, once we reached the domain of the 7 Extremes Halls, we would naturally be at your mercy, treated however you please. Even if this gets spread, we would only be known as 2 young Jianghu members who have stepped out of line. Then again, even if we were to go through the 7 Extremes Hall and come out unscathed, bearing the reputation of having stolen precious treasures, how could we face anyone in the Jianghu again? And us, 2 insignificant figures on the fringes of the Jianghu, even if we spoke openly of our ordeal, how many would believe us? Instead, we would be suspected of harboring resentment and slandering the 7 Extremes Hall. Furthermore, if things truly unfold as you have planned, ensnaring us with your first plot and turning us into friends, in that case, even if you were to steal the treasure sword in the dead of night, I would never associate it with the 7 Extremes Hall. After all, we would be united in our hatred of a common enemy, and your reputation as a thief has been clearly announced by the 7 Extremes Hall. I would only scorn myself for befriending a thief and ultimately suffer for failing to judge people properly. Good. Truly a clever scheme. Su Mo let out a sigh. In this world, nothing outweighs reason. The 7 Extremes Hall's schemes aim to control reason, if successful. They would completely sever any association with this incident. As long as their goal is achieved, they might well mock us two junior members of the Jianghu over tea for not understanding the dangers of human nature and the depths of the Jianghu, for falling prey to another's scheme while still being naive and ignorant. Yang Xiaoyan sighed softly. The treachery of the human heart is indeed the malice of the Jianghu. Isn't it just? Suemo sighed again, then asked, "Do you know why I still haven't killed you?" "Why? Why?" Hearing this, the person couldn't help but raise his head to look at Suemo. "Because I'm curious about something." Suemo asked, "You've said so much, but you haven't told us. Who informed you of our journey's details, and who told you about the items we carry?" It's. The man raised his head after just saying two words, only to see a sudden glint of a hidden weapon appear out of nowhere and shoot straight for his throat. This attack had been long in preparation, waiting only for the man to speak before it would instantly end his life. Unexpectedly, just as the gleam appeared, Suemo quickly reached out and pulled the man behind him, causing the icy dart to lodge into a tree trunk instead. With a clang, illuminated by firelight, the hidden weapon's blue-green shine was evident. It was clearly coated with deadly poison. "Been waiting for you for a long time." "Did you really think I've never watched a TV drama?" Suemo casually threw the man over to Yang Xiaoyan, then with a push of his foot, he leaped into the night. Yang Xiaoyan's heart tightened. She was about to call out a warning when she heard a resounding boom. In the darkness, two figures had clearly clashed once, and the powerful vigorous wind radiation caused the firelight to leap up more than a foot into the air. But there was Suemo, flying backward with furrowed brows. Yang Xiaoyan immediately asked, "How is it? Are you injured?" "No matter." Suemo shook his head. "I parried a palm strike, but in this forest, there are actually two people hidden." Chapter 46, Clue. Tonight's upheavals began when that thief first appeared, and Suemo had already calculated everything. These people planned meticulously, yet they never expected that Sumo's inner strength was godlike. With sharp hearing and keen sight, they thought they acted covertly and flawlessly, not realizing everything was under Sumo's control. If they had the ability to conceal breath like Longxiang, that would have been another matter, but they didn't, and thus, they were transparent to Suemo. Yet, there were two things that occurred beyond Sumo's expectations. One was the intervention of the sword borrower. This person appeared without hiding his tracks, so Suemo knew about him in advance. Initially, it was thought that this person followed because he wanted to borrow the sword, but who knew his real intentions? If he harbored ill intentions amidst the chaos, it'd be an opportunity to resolve them at once. Unexpectedly, his intervention was to stop the Seven Extremes Hall. This turn of events caused the Seven Extremes Hall to abandon their initial plan and directly resort to their backup strategy. Indeed, if Suemo wanted to play along superficially, he could have waited for the thief to make his move in secret and then follow him to find the root of the issue, potentially resolving it in one fell swoop. However, this approach led to many unexpected complications. At this juncture, there's no room for so many unforeseen issues, especially when the sword master looked down on Suemo, arrogantly wanting to stake his life. How could Suemo, a man always ready to follow the righteous path, not take advantage of the situation and claim that life? The reasons Suemo then elaborately explained the origins and causes to the thief were twofold. Firstly, to see if there were other forces behind this incident. The presence of people from Seven Extremes Hall was strange, and although Suemo and Yang Xiaoyan's journey was somewhat secretive, what they were escorting was not known to a fourth party, although it's uncertain whether Ji Shuhua would publicize it. thereby leaking the information. Yet, one must also guard against others causing mischief behind the scenes, deliberately luring the seven extremes hall here to muddle the clear waters. Secondly, just like what the seven extremes hall intended to do, Suemo killing people from seven extremes hall today also needed a justified cause. The opponent's plots must not remain secret, otherwise, Sumo's massacre tonight would be without justification. This might even tarnish him with a reputation for bloodlust, but by letting the seven extremes hall's own members clarify the situation, Suemo claimed the moral high ground, and Yang Xiaoyun, as the young leader of the Iron Blood Escort Agency, indeed carries significant weight. By overseeing this matter today, in the future, whether seven extremes hall seeks them out, there's a basis for it, or if Suemo indeed has trouble with seven extremes hall, it wouldn't be without reason. The affairs of Jianghu may seem illogical, yet anyone striving on the righteous path in Jianghu and not wishing to fall into crooked ways must respect the rules, otherwise, it's indeed tough to hold one's ground. As for the person who attacked secretly, although Suemo did not preemptively grasp his movements, he was secretly vigilant. As he said, who hasn't watched a TV drama? In many TV dramas, just as crucial information is about to be revealed, someone abruptly arrives to kill. If such an event occurred right in front of him, wouldn't Suemo become like those clueless protagonists in the dramas? Therefore, even without solid evidence, he remained careful, and indeed, someone attacked secretly. However, at this point, another unexpected event occurred that Suemo had not anticipated. In that darkness, there wasn't just one person. While one attempted to murder and silence, by the time Suemo arrived, another had already subdued him. Suemo struck with his palm and matched with this person. This person's inner strength was tremendously strong, yet he deliberately concealed his true capabilities, causing Suemo to be unable to ascertain the details for the moment. However, during the exchange of that palm, the opponent revealed a bit of his intent, which reminded Suemo of that day in Luoxia City, in the narrow alley, the fifth hidden person. That person's qigong was exceptional. After grabbing someone, he matched a palm with Suemo, turned around, and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving Suemo unable to pursue any further. As Suemo slightly furrowed his brows, he turned back to look at the thief. What were you trying to say just now? That person also realized he had just escaped death by a hair's breadth. Someone intended to silently assassinate and silence him, and he was the target to be silenced. If not for Suemo, his body would probably be cold by now. He dared not hide anything. I wanted to say, the person who informed the sword master of this matter comes from Tianyu City. That person is a top expert under the city lord of Tianyu City, Hua Qianyu. I previously followed the sword master to visit Tianyu City, and had a brief encounter with him. What's that person's name? Yang Xiaoyun immediately pressed further. The autumn rain, pursuing soul, meteor of the night. That person is Zhan Ming of the meteor sword. Upon this revelation, Suemo and Yang Xiaoyun instinctively exchanged glances. The autumn rain, pursuing soul, meteor of the night is a description, describing his swordsmanship. The chill of the autumn rain, the life-taking pursuit, the swiftness of a meteor. The meteor under the night sky not only encompasses the desolation of the autumn rain, the lethal intent of the soul pursuit, but also as fast as lightning, difficult to capture. Thus, this meteor sword has garnered a significant reputation, being within the domain of the Phoenix Alliance in one of the four cities. It was natural that Suemo and Yang Xiaoyun had heard of this person's fame. However, the two did not dwell on this matter further. An exchanged glance was enough to understand each other's thoughts. Suemo looked at the thief and slightly smiled. Now that you have spoken these words, Does the Seven Extremes Hall still have a place for you? The man's face turned pale, truly sensing that his situation was extremely perilous, not to mention anything else, just watching as they planned to murder the sword master while he himself defected in the heat of battle, not just defecting, but even fully revealing their own side's plans to the enemy. This alone was enough for him to merit a myriad of deaths. This was fundamentally damaging the reputation of the Seven Extremes Hall. The Seven Extremes Hall truly had no place for him anymore. Moreover, there were people secretly wanting to take his life, to cut off this disobedient tongue. Lastly, were now Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun. Having now asked all they wanted, his life or death was entirely at their whim. This truly was a fate not of his own control, utterly dependent on others. For a moment, his heart felt as cold as dead ashes, but then he heard Yang Xiaoyun gently laugh. This debt to the Seven Extremes Hall ultimately can't just be casually written off. If you want to survive, there still is a way, but it also depends on your luck. Please teach me, female hero. The man immediately knelt on the ground, banging his head like pounding garlic. At the brink of despair, even the slightest bit of hope would not be neglected. Yang Xiaoyun said, "You go to Luoxia City, find the Iron Blood Escort Agency, and say Yang Xiaoyun lets you stay temporarily in the escort agency. If you can successfully reach the Iron Blood Escort Agency, then your life is saved. However, whether you can survive along the way still remains uncertain. It's a desperate gamble for life. It all depends on whether you can seize that sliver of a chance or not." Iron Blood Escort Agency. You are Yang Xiaoyun, the young leader of the Iron Blood Escort Agency? The man's face was entirely filled with shock, clearly oblivious to the identities of Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun. Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun exchanged glances, their eyes both slightly amazed. Chapter 47. Start with a bang but end with a whimper. The flickering flames cast shadows that danced unpredictably. The Silent Woods, the disciples of Seven Extremes Hall who remained barely alive had already departed, taking with them the Sword Master and the corpses of their brethren. Whether they could return alive to Seven Extremes Hall was not within Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun's considerations. That thief had also left. They might as well have left together. As for what might happen between them after leaving, Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun did not care. However, this action actually bore a semblance of killing the spirit along with the body. If that thief wanted to live a bit longer, then the later his betrayal was known to Seven Extremes Hall, the better. He could make any number of choices for this reason. On one side were the wounded and disabled remains of a defeated force, while on the other, thief, who was desperately clinging to life, not wanting the news to return to Seven Extremes Hall. It was almost needless to consider what would happen, yet, in Su Mo's and Yang Xiaoyun's view, the matter wasn't entirely settled. Ordinary bandits or strongmen from mountain strongholds robbing the escort agency's shipments, as long as they played by the rules, might even turn from foes to friends. But the people from Seven Extremes Hall were sly and harbored cold, sinister thoughts, even treating Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun as greenhorns freshly entered into Jianghu to bully. If Su Mo could so easily let this go, then if word of Ziyang Escort Agency's reputation spread, wouldn't it invite ridicule? Jianghu people value their reputation, and escort agencies are no exception. Connections and righteousness in Jianghu are essential, but if one is perceived as weak, who would dare entrust their goods to them? Therefore, after this escort mission was completed, it would be necessary to find an appropriate time to seek an explanation from Seven Extremes Hall. At this moment, with the fire casting its glow, the quiet woodland seemed as if nothing had ever happened, except for the bloodstains on the ground, and the snoring of the sword borrower, silently bearing witness to the recent events. the sword borrower himself probably hadn't had a good sleep in who knows how long. Now sleeping through utter chaos, a knife to his throat would likely not wake him. Approaching him, Suemo waved a hand in front of the man's face, who seemed to have no guard up at all. Seeing this, Suemo respectfully but unapologetically tapped him twice, and the man's head slumped to one side, having been directly disabled by Suemo. Suemo was somewhat surprised, but then he took out some elixir medicine used to drive away insects and snakes from his body, placed it on the person, and flung him into the dense foliage of the trees, making it difficult to spot unless someone searched carefully. By noon tomorrow, the man should not awaken. Let's rest for the night, and set off early tomorrow morning. That should rid us of this persistent nuisance. Yang Xiaoyun's brows were tightly furrowed, watching the jumping sparks. She spoke in a low voice. Hua Qianyu, city lord of Tianyu City, and Zhang Ming is one of her well-known experts. Suemo sat beside her, intertwining his fingers in front of the firelight, but said nothing. Yang Xiaoyun cast a thoughtful look at Suemo and smiled gently. What's on your mind? Haha. Suemo laughed and after a moment of contemplation, shook his head. I feel that this matter is unfinished, and there's another place that doesn't quite add up. Go on, elaborate. Yang Xiaoyun moved closer to Suemo. After collecting his thoughts, Suemo glanced at the sword borrower perched on the tree before using a voice only the two of them could hear, saying, Hua Qianyu may be the city lord of Tianyu City, but the four great cities share a common breath. An Iron Blood Escort Agency moves up and down the country. Uncle Yang's reputation is unmatched across the world, so naturally, Hua Qianyu would not be unaware of this. However, from the reaction of the thief we saw earlier, 7 Extremes Hall seems to know nothing about our identities. Otherwise, they would never have concocted such a foolish scheme. After all, with Iron Blood Escort Agency behind us, even if today we were truly overwhelmed by the imposing aura of this so-called senior from Jianghu, and were deceived into following them back to 7 Extremes Hall. Imagine Uncle Yang marching over with the dragon spear to 7 Extremes Hall to demand us back. Do you think that great hall master Feng Wuxiang would be so enraged he'd slap the sword master to death? Yang Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow. This, I had not considered. The sword master's martial arts are indeed somewhat skillful, but even without you here today, I might not be necessarily inferior to him. Suemo smiled. That raises the question, then. Would Hua Qianyu not know this? Why would she let someone whose martial arts might not necessarily overpower yours covet what we are escorting? If she wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, this blade is clearly not sharp enough. On the contrary, if we capture the sword master, wouldn't she be exposing her own weakness? That makes sense. Yang Xiaoyun nodded. Continue. This Hua Qianyu. I have also heard of her. Her background and origins are unclear, and she was nearly 30 when she started out. Without any foundations within Tianyu City, she established a significant reputation with the absolute skill. All flowers of June have fallen. From there, she joined the Phoenix Alliance, rising from obscurity to the top with a meteoric rise, overtaking the original city lord, becoming the new ruler of Tianyu City. She even jumped to the position of second alliance hierarch. Us being in Jianghu, we should know the heavy infighting within a clan. Without a hint of shrewdness and ability, one would merely be an advanced brawler within the clan. For her to achieve so much in such a short amount of time, it's evident that both her martial arts and ingenuity are extremely formidable. However, considering tonight's situation, other than inciting 7 Extremes Hall's sword master to steal our escort, she seems to have no backup plan. Not only did the people of 7 Extremes Hall reveal their identities, but the people she arranged to silence the truth were also captured. Taken altogether, isn't this ending up like a tiger head but a snake's tail, entirely laughable? If this truly is Hua Qianyu's doing, then her position as the second alliance hierarch might have been obtained through suspicious means. Yang Xiaoyun silently listened, then slowly nodded. So, someone is framing and shifting the blame? To conclude that now would be premature. I am merely suggesting a possibility. Su Mo said, since the people from 7 Extremes Hall have accused Hua Qianyu, let's tentatively regard her as the mastermind behind this. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoyun had already grasped Su Mo's meaning, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, the rest of our journey might be smooth sailing, huh? If that's the case, it would confirm the framing and blame shifting. Su Mo sighed. Jianghu is full of unpredictable turmoils. A path that looks straight and wide might be full of holes dug by some vile characters. As he said this, he paused slightly. The black-clothed man I exchanged palms with just now. Yang Xiaoyun turned to look at Su Mo. Su Mo thought for a moment, then shook his head slightly. Forget it, I am not yet certain about this matter, let's not discuss it for now. Yang Xiaoyun looked at Su Mo for a while, then suddenly smiled. All right, when you are certain, let me know. Okay. Su Mo blinked, and suddenly felt that at this moment, Yang Xiaoyun had lost some of her usual domineering air and instead possessed more. Femininity, Chapter 48, A Change in Yulixing. In the following days, things really went as Yang Xiaoyun had said, smooth sailing without the slightest hitch. The only thing that bothered Su Mo was that on that night, he had acupunctured the sword borrower's acupoints and thrown him onto a tree to hide him, hoping to shake him off. But to his surprise, this only delayed the man for a day. On the third day, the man appeared again like a ghost outside the inn where Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun were staying. The look in Su Mo's eyes carried a hint of caution, as if he feared that Su Mo would immobilize him again without warning. Su Mo felt that the reason this man could keep following him and Yang Xiaoyun wasn't merely because of his superior tracking skills. Relying on his obsession with the sword, Su Mo speculated that the man was probably not following a person, but a sword. However, what mysteries were involved, he couldn't quite figure out for the moment. Fortunately, the man had no ill intentions. He had followed all the way without causing trouble for Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun. On the contrary, he even helped them solve some problems. So Su Mo just let it be. In this way, with much to talk about they spoke at length, and with little to say the time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the domain of Yuqing Mountain, Pingfeng Town. This was the closest town at the foot of Yuqing Mountain. When Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun arrived here, it was already late, so they had to rest here for the night, and at this place. It was no longer the familiar route of the Iron Blood Escort Agency. All the inns they stayed at along the way had to be found through their own exploration and consideration. Luckily, the town was not big, and everything could be seen at a glance. They didn't have to walk far before they saw an inn. Just as they approached, a waiter came out to greet them. Two honored guests, please come in quickly. Are you here to eat or to stay? Eating meant having a meal and resting the feet before moving on, and staying naturally needed no explanation. Staying. Su Mo casually took out a piece of scattered silver and threw it over. Take good care of these two old mates of ours, then get us a top-class room. Right away, right away. The waiter took the silver and immediately found someone to take Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun's old mates, which were their 2 horses, to the stable for feed. He then led the 2 into the inn. The moment they entered, Su Mo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Inside the inn, in the main hall, there were quite a few Jianghu people carrying swords and bladed weapons. Some sat in groups of 3 or 5, others sat alone. Yet, not one of them was talking loudly. When Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun came in, these people all lifted their heads to look at them, but their gazes only lingered for a brief moment before withdrawing. Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun exchanged glances. Feeling a bit uncertain, after the shopkeeper prepared their room, the waiter led them to the second floor. On this trip, the two of them mostly shared a room. It wasn't to say that on this long journey, the relationship between the two had progressed by leaps and bounds to such an extent. The main reason is that along the way, both individuals have been taking turns resting, each covering either the early or late part of the night. There always has to be someone on night watch, given this, it's truly unnecessary to split into two separate rooms. It's not only pointless but also a waste of silver, and at this moment in time, despite Hua Qianyu's pearl clearing the way ahead, it's still too early to say for sure. Who knows whether the hidden danger from within the Luofeng alliance has truly vanished? Therefore, neither of them had any intention of separating. After the waiter showed them to their room and cheerfully provided an introduction, he then said, "All right, do the two of you wish to eat something? I can have the kitchen prepare something for you. There's no hurry for food and drink." Su Mo smiled and said, "Waiter, I would like to trouble you with an inquiry." "Ah?" The waiter was taken aback, glancing at Su Mo then at Yang Xiaoyun, blinking without saying a word. "Waiter, no need to worry, I'm just a bit curious. The folks sitting in the main hall today, are they all locals from Pingfeng town?" Su Mo said, "My sister and I have some matters to attend to here." Being unfamiliar with the place, seeing some of them with vile expressions, we feel somewhat fearful. "Is that so?" The waiter smiled and said, "Rest assured, even though the Tianxia Marshal Jianghu has been chaotic for some time, our Pingfeng town is located within the territory of Yuqing Mountain. Atop Yuqing Mountain resides a remarkable martial hero of Jianghu, Yulu Sword Heart Lu Suifeng. Here in Pingfeng town, we always live in peace and safety. As long as you two don't come here to cause trouble, there will absolutely be no problems." Su Mo quickly nodded, "Brother. Having seen all sorts of people from the north and south at this inn, your insights must be extraordinary. Just by looking at us, you could tell we are not evil people and, naturally, we have no intention of stirring up trouble." "That is true." The waiter looked at Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun, the man handsome and the woman beautiful. Despite being worn out by travel, they still possessed an air of grace. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again. "However, it is indeed strange to mention that recently, there have been quite a few new faces in town. In the past, merchants would stop to rest, and martial heroes would pass through on their way to visit Yuliu Manor, but it's rare to have so many at once. Don't conceal from you too, among the people who have arrived these past few days, quite a few bear malevolent appearances and don't seem like kind folk. They've taken lodging in this inn, yet it's uncertain how long they'll stay. When free, they gaze in the direction of Yuqing Mountain but never go there. Moreover, they speak little to one another, and while they haven't caused any trouble, their presence feels somewhat unsettling." "Oh?" Su Mo's heart stirred subtly, yet he replied with a smile, "Could it be they're admiring you, Lu Sword Heart? If they genuinely admired him, they could just visit him directly. In the past few days, many people have come, but few have actually gone towards Yuqing Mountain." The waiter said this with a puzzled face, but quickly smiled again. "However, the shopkeeper is quite happy. These folks eat and drink without skimping on silver, with some staying as long as half a month. The shopkeeper even said that if this continues, The waiter rambled on, even going so far as to spill the beans about the shopkeeper's plans to redeem Miss Rui from Xiaoheng Building to work for them, yet these words held no meaning anymore. They could only ask the waiter to have the kitchen prepare some food and bring it up, stuffing a piece of broken silver into his hand before sending him away. Half a month ago, this group arrived in Pingfeng Town, looking out towards Yuya Manor. And some have even gone to visit Yuya Manor. Yang Xiaoyun glanced at Su Mo, her brows furrowed in concern. Could it be that something has happened within Yuya Manor? It's still too early to draw conclusions now, but we can't ignore the need to investigate. Fortunately, as long as we deliver the escort safely, we can ignore other matters. Although Su Mo said this, for some reason, he suddenly remembered in Yizhuang, the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord and Qing Feiyu's invitation, Taoist Sungming widely distributed invitations, calling upon heroes from all over the world to deliberate matters in Xuanji Valley. Then, did he invite Lu Suifeng? P.S. Here I am asking for your recommendation and monthly tickets. I heard that asking here can lead to direct voting. Let me give it a try. Chapter 49 Arrival. They have, thus far, been fairly safe on their journey. It was only inside the Yizhuang of Funyo Mountain that they encountered the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord, and also that matter with the visit from the Seven Extremes Hall. However, both incidents were significant. One involved the Luofeng Alliance, while the other had even greater implications. Someone using scripts from the renowned Sungming of Xuanji Valley sent out widespread invites, calling upon various characters to discuss matters at Xuanji Valley, warning of an undercurrent stirring within Jianghu that mustn't go unguarded. The Luoxing sect's brother and sister duo got hold of such an invitation, which is why they set out for Xuanji Valley, only to run into the Yin Mountain Ghost Lord as they passed by Funyo Mountain. Then, did that invitation end up in Lu Suifeng's hands? If it did, could there have been some recent turn of events, and could that be related to the people currently gathered in Pingfeng Town, overlooking Yuqing Mountain? But even if he brought up these doubts now, it would be to no avail. Su Mo decided not to speak, choosing to wait until tomorrow's arrival at Yuya Manor for answers. Initially, he thought this inn, teeming with a mixed crowd, would hardly afford them a peaceful night. Unexpectedly, the night passed without incident, save for the occasional person scurrying over the rooftops, but no trouble came their way. As for who those nighttime runners were, and their purpose, well, that's the same old saying. Mind your own business. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next morning. Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun finished breakfast at the inn and departed under the watchful eyes of Jianghu people, mounting their horses and heading straight for Yuqing Mountain. Everything was unnervingly normal, except for the sword borrower who, like a ghost, showed up punctually every morning, but oddly didn't appear today. Su Mo found it somewhat strange but was happy to have it easy and didn't inquire further. Yuqing Mountain stretched green for miles, with lush forestry. There were paths among the trees, wide enough to ride a horse on. Yuqing Lake lay nestled within the mountain recess, appearing from afar like a gleaming mirror in sunlight, reflecting a jade-like luster. Past Yuqing Lake, you'd find Yuya Manor, built along the mountain with water at its front, Yuqing Lake, and a towering cliff at its back. Its location, easy to defend and hard to assault, was indeed favorable. The only downside was that they arrived in the evening. From Pingfeng Town to Yuqing Mountain was precisely a day's journey, and night had just fallen. They had only walked along Yuqing Lake for a short while when they were stopped. Two disciples from Yuya Manor, dressed in green outfits with crossed long swords, blocked their path. Halt, travelers. Beyond lies the Yuya Manor, off limits to outsiders. Oh? Yang Xiaoyun glanced at Su Mo before tugging her reins and stepping her horse forward a few paces, nodding slightly. Yuyo Manor is renowned in Jianghu. Manor Master Lu is legendary for his martial skills, and yet I've never heard of a rule that forbids Jianghu people from visiting Yuyo Manor. The two shared a look, their brows furrowed slightly, as one spoke up. May I ask for your honored names? Yang Xiaoyun looked at Su Mo, who nodded slightly and with a bow, introduced himself, Lord Su of Ziyang Escort Agency from Luoxia City. This is Yang Xiaoyun from the Iron Blood Escort Agency. Over a month ago, we were entrusted with an escort mission. May I inquire if Master Lu of Yuyo Sword Heart resides within the manor? They declared their names and stated their purpose. The two men eyed each other once more, one murmuring, Ziyang Escort Agency, a name unheard of, yet somehow they've joined forces with the Iron Blood Escort Agency. Do you have any proof? Another person turned their gaze towards Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun. Su Mo simply took out the written contract he had signed with Ji Shuhua from his bosom, and with a snap of his fingers, the thin sheet of paper flew with a sharply whistling sound, hurtling straight towards the man's chest. The man was startled. As the skill of plucking leaves and sending them flying revealed the powerful inner strength of the newcomer, he had thought he was about to be attacked, but unexpectedly, just as the paper approached, it fluttered gently to the ground. He then reacted, hastily stretching out his hand to catch the contract. His nerves somewhat settled, he dared not show the slightest negligence and said with a fist and palm salute, Please wait a moment, I need to report this first. Do as you need to. Su Mo frowned slightly and waved his hand gently. The man, holding the contract, turned and left, while the other person watched Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun cautiously. Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun exchanged a glance. Something had indeed changed within Yuqing Manor, otherwise, how could the disciples lack such basic hospitality? After all, because of Lu Suifeng's presence, Yuyo Manor had gained a significant reputation. The number of Jianghu people visiting couldn't be said to be endless, but it was certainly not few. If all the people of Yuyo Manor behaved like this, their reputation would have been tarnished long ago. While it's essential to possess high martial arts prowess, if one does not know how to conduct oneself socially, no one would speak well of them, and how could they enjoy the zenith of success like they do now? Nevertheless, the two did not say much, regardless of what had happened within Yuling Manor. As long as they delivered the item they were escorting, their mission would be completed. For now, they would just have to wait a bit. The wait wasn't long. After just a short while, someone returned. Not only did the person who went in to report return, but someone else was with him. It was a middle-aged man in his 50s. This person was polite. He greeted them with a laugh before speaking, with fists and palms together. I have seen two young heroes. This old man is Lu Qingkong. So, it's housekeeper Lu. My apologies for not recognizing you. Su Mo immediately returned the salute. Although they had not met before, Su Mo had heard of Lu Qingkong's reputation, while his achievements in martial arts were not well known. The mere title of the great housekeeper of Yuyo Manor was enough to ensure that the people of Jianghu did not dare to underestimate him. Don't mention it, it's nothing. Lu Qingkong slightly smiled and took out the contract, saying, I have looked at this document. It turns out that Master Ji, Yi Qi Qian Qiu Ji Shuhua, has entrusted you two to come here on his behalf. However, there is an important matter in the manor at the moment. I wonder, could you possibly entrust the item to me instead? Su Mo sighed inwardly. If possible, he would indeed like to conclude the matter this way. The problem was that the system clearly stated that the item had to be personally delivered to Lu Suifeng. If he handed it over to Lu Qingkang now, the effort of the past month might be wasted, hence he could only say with a salute, "Housekeeper Lu, please forgive me. I must confess, according to the document, this item must be personally handed over to Manor Master Lu. As a young and inexperienced person taking on the role of chief of the Ziyang Escort Agency for the first time, I have promised Master Ji face to face and must not go back on my word. Is Senior Lu within the manor?" This. Lu Qingkang fell silent for a moment, his expression hesitant, and after struggling for a while, he finally sighed, "Well, since Lord Su the chief of the escort finds this difficult, please follow me then." "Thank you, Housekeeper Lu, for your accommodation." Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun thus dismounted and followed Lu Qingkang towards Yuliu Manor, leading their horses. It goes without saying that the journey was straightforward, and upon arrival, even though they could no longer see the scenery of Yujing Lake, Yuliu Manor was built against the mountain, with its structures layered upon one another, showcasing a magnificent grandeur. At this time, there were people standing guard on both sides of the main gates, with piercing eyes, giving off an air that kept others at 1,000 miles distance. Chapter 50, Gathering Together, Someone Approaches. At the entrance, Lu Qingkang called out, and immediately 2 disciples in green emerged. Lu Qingkang said with a smile, "Guests from afar, I'll have someone take your mounts to be fed." "Thank you." Su Mo nodded and, along with Yang Xiaoyun, handed over the horses to the 2. Only then did Lu Qingkang say, "Please come with me." He led the 2 through rockeries and running streams, past pavilions and small chambers, and finally, they arrived in front of a hall. Yet just as they approached, they heard an "aisle," and then saw a figure suddenly flying out from the hall's door. By some stroke of ill fortune, it was heading straight for Su Mo. From the person's posture, it seemed he was likely ejected by someone. Ordinarily, one would lend a hand in such situations and catching the person would be an easy deed. However, Su Mo grabbed Yang Xiaoyun's hand and swiftly sidestepped, showing no intention of catching the person. As the man flew through the air, he couldn't help but glance at Su Mo, his eyes full of shock, as if accusing Su Mo of heartlessness. Then he crashed to the ground, grimacing in pain. Su Mo did not even spare a second glance for the man, instead turning his gaze silently towards Lu Qingkang. Lu Qingkang gave a dry chuckle, "Young hero. Sorry for the embarrassment." After saying that, he went up to the man who had fallen to the ground. "Hero 1, are you all right?" "Humph, I'm fine." That man scrambled up from the ground, gave Su Mo a fierce glare, and then angrily looked towards the hall. "You scoundrels, resorting to sneak attacks, what kind of heroism is that? If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight for 300 rounds." After he spoke, he hurried back into the hall. Lu Qingkang quickly said, "Everyone, please refrain from violence." He wanted to rush in to stop the fight but then remembered Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun, promptly adding, "Please, follow me." He then hurried into the hall. Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun exchanged glances, both noticing the hall was filled with many people. Earlier at Pingfeng Town, the waiter had mentioned that some also went to visit Yuliu Manor during this period. Could they all be inside here? As the thought crossed their minds, they stepped into the hall. They overheard someone sneer, "It's quite a waste to use that brute strength of yours to wander the Jianghu. If you worked as a laborer at the docks, perhaps you could have made a wealthy family's fortune and enjoyed riches and comfort. Why bother roaming the Jianghu, risking your life at every turn?" The speaker was a middle-aged man, thin and wrinkled, with a beak-like nose, beady eyes gleaming light, with a few strands of mustache barely forming 2 goatees hanging over his mouth. His hair was sparse and balding, yet he wore a white garment trying to display a carefree demeanor with a domineering gaze. In his hand, he held a folding fan, open to reveal 4 large characters: "A gentleman is like jade." In addition to him, there were several others in the hall, monks and laymen, men and women, all gathered together. As Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun entered, the group shifted their attention away from the surnamed Wang and the gentleman, and turned to look at them. However, seeing that they were 2 young men, he only briefly scrutinized them and did not take them to heart, retracting his attention immediately. The man surnamed Wang burst into fury upon hearing this. "Screw your mother's damned fart. If you've got the guts, let's battle for 300 rounds. Gentlemen do not resort to violence at the first disagreement." That gentleman-like man merely chuckled lightly, sipping his tea with some smug satisfaction. "You!" The anger on Wang's face intensified, veins on his arms bulging, about to strike. "Hold your hand, Hero Wang." Upon seeing this, Lu Qingkong quickly shouted, "Please be patient and calm within Yuya manner. Housekeeper Lu, as you've witnessed, it's not Wang's intention to incite trouble, but this person is excessively bullying. I seek nothing else but to settle the score with my martial arts, to fight 300 rounds and pluck his stinking beard." Lu Qingkong's mouth twitched slightly, and he could only say, "Distinguished guests, though you've traveled far, Yuya Manor has always welcomed friends from all walks of Jianghu. However, there is one stipulation: please refrain from fighting within Yuya Manor, as this is a rule set forth by the Manor Master. Should you all not comply, and the Manor Master holds me accountable, I cannot bear the consequences. Therefore, please do not put me, Lu, in a difficult position." At first glance, his words seemed to ask not to make things difficult for Lu Qingkong himself, but within his speech, he cited Lu Suifeng. Indeed, the 2 individuals who were initially in conflict in the hall immediately calmed down. The one surnamed Wang sat down angrily, grabbing his teacup and taking a fierce sip. As for the gentleman-like man, he just smiled gently and said, "What housekeeper Lu said is very true. We are here as guests today and certainly not to be troublemakers. Naturally, we will not make things difficult for housekeeper Lu. I just wonder when Master Lu will have the time to meet with us? Please be patient and calm. I will go and report to the master and ask him to decide. Please wait here for a moment." With this, Lu Qingkong glanced at Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun. "Please feel free to take a seat, I will be back shortly. Housekeeper Lu, please proceed as you see fit." Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun naturally went with the flow, sitting down, after which Lu Qingkong had someone serve them tea before he turned and left. After Lu Qingkong had left, the hall became extremely quiet for a moment. Aside from the 2 chairs at the head of this hall, there were 10 more seats. Occupying them was a monk, a woman, a gentleman-like man, a pale-faced scholar, 2 blade users, and a burly rude man surnamed Wang. Now that Su Mo and Yang Xiaoyun had taken their seats, 9 out of the 10 chairs were occupied. Su Mo's gaze swept over everyone. The middle-aged monk had his eyes slightly closed, holding Buddhist beads, and seemed to be muttering scriptures. The age of the woman was indiscernible. She looked young, but there was a hint of world-weariness in her eyes. The gentleman-like man needed no explanation. He was sipping tea with a grin, while his beady eyes shuffled across the faces of those present. The scholar was holding a book, but had not read a single word, tilting his head as if he had been asleep for a long time, and the book was upside down. The 2 blade users, though looking different, shared a similar demeanor, with stern expressions as if chiseled from stone, devoid of any ripples. The rude man was furiously drinking tea, with a green-dressed maid from Yuya Manor standing beside him with a cold face, refilling his cup, pouring a cup, downing a cup. It seemed he was drowning his sorrows in tea instead of liquor. At that moment,